Chapter 827. Xianxia was firmly locked down by a black, translucent light shield that was tens of thousands of miles thick. With Xianxia as the center, the formation, which measured hundreds of millions of miles in diameter, was fully activated. A tremendous and bizarre force was coiling in the void like countless invisible pythons, completely sealing off the entire Yuxiong plain. In the void, nearly 1,000 sky-reaching towers were suspended in mid-air, unscrupulously releasing a suffocating pressure. An old man sat cross-legged on top of each supreme tower, their eyes flickering with ghostly fire and their bodies emanating a strong aura of ghost gods. They did not look like living beings at all. Baiwang Yamo, the first Grand Elder of the Secret Palace, stood on top of a supreme tower in the middle with a small pot of foul-smelling potion in his hands, gnashing his teeth and stomping his feet while cursing something. The sleeves of the old men sitting cross-legged on top of nearly 1,000 supreme towers were embroidered with at least 3 black emblems of supreme towers. These old men were the strongest experts of the revered temple of the Secret Palace Indiu, and also a group of dying men who did not have long to live. Normally, these revered elders would take secret medicines and enter a state of hibernation in cold caves specially constructed by the Secret Palace. Unless they encountered a major crisis that could topple Great Yu, they would never come out of their seclusion, because every time they went out, their remaining lifespan would be depleted rapidly. There was no doubt that this was a crisis that could shake the foundation of Diyu. Nearly 1,000 revered elders had been dispatched, which was nearly 10% of all the revered elders in the entire revered temple who had entered hibernation. Coupled with the fact that the strongest defensive formation in Xianxia had been activated, this force was more than enough to deal with any unforeseen events. Because of years of studying all kinds of bizarre magic, the flesh and blood of these revered elders sitting cross-legged on top of the supreme towers had become inhuman. And because of the long hibernation, they had become gloomy and gloomy. But the divine will release from their souls had become scorching hot and anxious. Their divine will kept scanning the void hundreds of millions of miles around Xianxia, stirring up a scorching wind and making the atmosphere in Yuxiong Plain more and more tense. Outside Xianxia, hundreds of military camps of Yuxiong army were guarded by revered elders from the Secret Palace. All the captains and soldiers were ordered to drop all their armors, weapons, and talismans and sit cross-legged in the camps naked. If anyone dared to disobey, they would be killed without mercy. Some twisted or festering corpses had been hung outside many barracks. These horrible corpses belonged to the rebels of Yuxiong army, who had tried their best to resist, but were easily killed by the honorable masters. In Xianxia, in the imperial palace of Yu, in the great hall on top of Mount Torch Dragon, Emperor Haozuan sat on a high throne with a gloomy face, surrounded by starlight. There seemed to be countless huge stars colliding and rubbing against each other amidst the dense starlight, producing deafening noises. The terrible pressure emanating from Emperor Haozuan had blanketed the entire Great Hall. With his own strength, he alone was suppressing all the ministers and representatives of the noble clans into Yu, a total of more than 300,000 people. Led by the new First Master of the Secret Palace, Gaochen Biyu, hundreds of revered elders of the Secret Palace hovered in the Great Hall, their bodies shrouded in a ghostly aura and their eyes flickering with a green gleam. They looked down at the high-ranking figures of Great Yu. Gaochen Biyu was the first master of the Hall of Revered Elders of the Secret Palace, and the previous first master of the Yu was Baiwang Zongying, Baiwang Zongling's brother. But now, Baiwang Zongying had been dismissed on the spot by Emperor Haozuan, his cultivation base sealed, and thrown into the divine prison of the Secret Palace to await trial. Even Baiwang Mu, who led the revered elders of the Secret Palace to keep an eye on the surroundings, would have been thrown into the divine prison as well, had he not been a direct descendant of the patriarch of the Baiwang clan, and had Gaochen Biyu vouch for him. Even so, Baiwang Mu was being closely watched by dozens of revered elders from the Hall of Honorable Elders. Feeling deeply humiliated and uneasy, Baiwang Mu stomped his feet and cursed loudly, cursing all 18 generations of Baiwang Zongying, and Bai Huang, Zongling's ancestors in turn. With a pale face, Wuxia stood on Emperor Haozuan's left side. At this moment, he was the king of East Sea of the Yu. The title of King of East Sea Prefecture and King of East Sea differed only by a single word, but their power, status, and territory were worlds apart. The King of East Sea was the second-class prince of the Yu, and only members of the Yu's imperial clan could be conferred the title of King of Mountain and Water. As a commoner, Wuxia was conferred the title of King of East Sea, which was equivalent to raising his title by more than a dozen ranks. It was also because Emperor Haozuan wanted to reward Wuxia for his contribution. If Wuxia had not received such sensational information from King Baishan, the Yu would have been overthrown without even knowing what was going on. Of course, Princess Zhonglu, who stood next to Wuxia, had also contributed a great deal. She had given Emperor Haozuan the technique of using the primordial Tao of divinity to propel Pangu, sacred energy, which had undoubtedly increased the military strength of the Yu by more than 10 times, and the credit went to Wuxia. Princess Zhonglu only received the title of revered elder of the Yu's secret palace, and the real benefits brought by the credit naturally went to Wuxia. King Yangshan and Gao stood on Emperor Haozuan's right. Both of them looked worried, but the worry could not hide the glow on their faces. Naturally, they could not get such a great promotion as Wuxia, but they knew that with the great purge of the Yu, their real power and status in the Yu's imperial court would be greatly expanded. Emperor Haozuan sat expressionlessly on his throne and did not say a word for a full quarter of an hour. The enormous natural energy under Liangzhu and the power of the stars falling from Yuxiong Plain were all drawn over by the huge formation and injected into Emperor Haozuan's body. At this moment, Emperor Haozuan's body had become one with the natural energy of Yuxiong Plain. Through the mystic art of the imperial family, his overall strength had broken through to a realm that no one present could imagine. Only Wuxia had a clear concept of this realm. It was still a far cry from the realm of Yuxiong Plain. But with the endless natural energy in Yuxiong Plain, Emperor Haozuan had used a mystic art to forcibly push himself to the realm of Tao breaking, infinitely close to the peak level of the realm. It was a typical means of proving the Tao with strength. At this moment, Emperor Haozuan was the embodiment of the natural energy of the entire Yuxiong Plain, and with every move he made, he could exert a power that was strong enough to fight against the heavenly Tao. In other words, at this moment, Emperor Haozuan had become the incarnation of the heart of the ancient great saint, Pangu, and possessed a trace of Pangu's true power. It was a power that the immortals and Buddhas of today could not resist. Even if it was only a trace of Pangu's power, it was a mighty force that could create a world. With such power, Emperor Haozuan was able to control everything into you. In the face of absolute power, plots and tricks were nothing. He had even activated Liangzhu's ultimate defensive formation and ordered the Temple of Revered Elders to send out large groups of revered elders to suppress the enemy. Not because Emperor Haozuan was not strong enough to suppress these disloyal people, but because he was afraid that they would escape. Now, the whole of Yuxiong Plain was completely sealed off, and Emperor Haozuan had merged with a huge spirit cave. With a palm of infinite power, Emperor Haozuan looked down condescendingly at the courtiers and leaders of the aristocratic clans in the Great Hall. The rage and killing intent in his eyes could be clearly sensed even by a stone. The terrible pressure gradually condensed into a tangible mass, turning into a sheet of red light that pressed down from the top of everyone's head. The souls of human warriors and oracles were no different from those of ordinary people. At most, the souls of oracles who specialized in magic were dozens of times stronger than those of ordinary people, and that was their limit. In the face of Emperor Haozuan's spiritual pressure that was close to the peak level of the Tao-breaking realm, those courtiers of the Yu who had no ulterior motives could still hold their breath, but those who had ulterior motives were sweating profusely, and some even rolled their eyes and almost fainted. The sad thing was that under such a terrifying pressure, there was no way to faint even if one wanted to. Their souls were like bugs in amber, embedded in them by the tremendous pressure unable to move, and even deprived of the right to faint. At last, someone could not bear the terrible pressure. A clan leader of a branch family of the ancient sacred emperor, Xuan clan, let out a deep roar. His muscles bulged as he suddenly lunged at Emperor Haozuan. I just don't want to die. Why we have to live, grow old, get sick, and die when we have so much strength and power? Why can't we enjoy all this forever? With a flick of Emperor Haozuan's finger, the gray-haired old man froze in midair. Although he was the clan leader, his cultivation base was only at the level of a mid-tier sun oracle. Faced with the tremendous power of Emperor Haozuan and Yuxiong Plain, he had no strength to resist. With a faint smile on his face, Emperor Haozuan waved his hand, sending the old man flying backward out of the great hall while coughing up a mouthful of blood. The entire clan of Xuan Gong, a branch family of Xuan clan, said Emperor Haozuan in a flat tone. All in-laws in the clan shall be executed. Half of their wealth shall be given to King Yangshan, and the other half to the king of East Sea. Gaochen Buyu bowed slightly in response. With a wave of his hand, two revered elders immediately rushed out of the great hall with a large group of ferocious private guards of King Yangshan's mansion. Emperor Haozuan could not help but sigh as he looked at the scene before him. Yuxiong army could not be mobilized until all the rebels were found out, and the mighty human emperor had to rely on the private guards of a loyal king. How could he endure such a situation? But at the same time, Emperor Haozuan could not help but rejoice. If Wuxia had not pestered King Baishan and made him reveal his weakness, only heaven knew how far things would have gone in the end. Emperor Haozuan could not help but shudder at the thought that something had gone wrong with Yuxiong army, the most important force into Yu. And when he remembered that something had gone wrong with the Baiwan clan, the #1 clan of the Yu's oracles, he felt a lingering fear that he had just escaped from death. At the thought of this horror, Emperor Haozuan could not help but turn around and slap Wu Qi on the shoulder. It is my honor to have such a loyal subject as the king of East Sea. Wu Qi bowed slightly to show his modesty, but Emperor Haozuan suddenly burst into a hysterical rage. He jumped to his feet, pointed at the courtiers, and bellowed, "You have been important subjects of the human race for generations. You have enjoyed the offerings of countless people of you, and yet you have done such a thing. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves?" A tremendous pressure swept through the great hall like a hurricane. Tens of thousands of the Yu's subjects fell to their knees, and some of them even bled from their 7 orifices and suffered serious injuries to their internal organs. All the people who knelt on the ground were guilty. In the face of the spiritual pressure of a peak-level Tao-breaking expert, they could not keep the secrets in their hearts. Of all the courtiers in the court, 15% had something wrong with them. This meant that 15% of the powerful clans of Yu had something wrong with them. Emperor Haozuan's face was pale, and it was even more unsightly than when he heard Wu Qi's cry when he went to rescue Wu Qi. The faces of those courtiers of Yu who could still stand on the spot had changed as well. 15% of the powerful clans of Yu. How many things were they involved in? Chapter 828. As the thunderclouds pressed down rapidly, Wu Qi and Princess Zhang Lu stood under them with hundreds of generals from EC. Their bodies were illuminated by lightning, and the flickering light made their faces flicker, making them look like evil ghosts. 3 days had passed since Emperor Haozuan had summoned all the courtiers in Liangzhu for a grand court meeting, and the purge of the rebels into Yu had just begun. At the moment, Wu Qi was leading hundreds of East Sea generals and more than 100,000 soldiers to besiege the headquarters of Ji clan, a famous aristocratic clan into Yu. Ji clan was a noble clan with the bloodline of the sacred Emperor Xianyuan, a branch of the Yu's imperial clan. It was a powerful clan that almost single-handedly controlled all kinds of craftsmanship workshops in the Yu's Directorate of Celestials, and was responsible for the production and storage of all the Yu's armaments. Because of this, Ji clan's wealth was second only to Emperor Haozuan's into Yu, and it was the most extravagant and decadent among all the aristocratic clans into Yu. The long period of enjoyment and carefree life had almost turned Ji clan into a pure merchant clan. They did not care about the power struggle in the imperial court, nor did they care about anything outside of the Yu. They only cared about whether their mansions were luxurious, whether their concubines were beautiful, and whether their maids were enchanting and charming. They devoted all their energy to enjoying themselves. So Ji clan was almost the first clan to betray the Yu. For so many years, Ji clan, relying on their advantage of being in charge of the production of armaments in the Yu, had secretly stockpiled a large number of rare materials and traded them to the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League. These materials were considered precious on Panga continent, and in outer heavenly realms, they were precious treasures that would make people risk their lives for them. But Ji clan had secretly sold them to outsiders. As the prize for betraying the Yu, the people of Ji clan were given a great number of life-prolonging spirit pills, as well as countless enchanting and beautiful fairies as their exclusive property, which they enjoyed wantonly. On top of that, the patriarch and elders of each generation of Ji clan would be secretly taken away when their lifespans were about to come to an end. Those primordial immortals would personally give them cultivation base, abolish the cultivation technique of the human race that they had been cultivating since they were young, and reforge their fleshly bodies in the 8 treasures lotus throne of the Buddhist League, transforming them into cultivators. In the Celestial Court, there was an immortal family in charge of forging immortal artifacts in the Celestial Court. Their surname was Ji. It was a complete betrayal. Because of the betrayal of Ji clan, the immortals of the Celestial Court would have at least 3 to 5 extra materials to craft primordial artifacts every eon. Many of them could not be found in outer heavenly realms, and were sold to the Celestial Court by Ji clan in secret. The patriarchs of the clans, who were frightened by Emperor Haozuen's boundless killing intent and had obediently knelt on the ground to confess their crimes, had been imprisoned in the secret palace's divine prison, and were being interrogated about what they had done. Before Ji clan, more than 30 powerful clans had been slaughtered, and because of their wealth, Emperor Haozuen had specially ordered Wuxia to personally lead an army to wipe them out. All the wealth obtained from the annihilation of Ji clan would be exclusively enjoyed by Wuxia, the king of East Sea. Obviously, this was an extra reward from Emperor Haozuen to Wuxia, and Wuxia could not refuse. He hastily mobilized hundreds of East Sea generals with the cultivation bases of the Second Panga Heaven, and tens of thousands of soldiers of the East Sea of varying strength from the armory of the Yu's Directorate of Celestials to attack Ji clan. Now, Ji clan did not have a supreme oracle. After all, it had transformed into a merchant clan, and the strongest experts in the clan were a few son-in-law with the cultivation bases of the Second Panga Heaven who had married into their clan. Such a clan could have been easily slaughtered, but no one had expected that Ji clan had laid out a powerful formation in their foundation, which was obviously created by an immortal. The ancestral land of Ji clan was located in a basin about 200 miles in circumference, surrounded by 3 small mountains. Originally, there were only about 1,000 core members of Ji clan and tens of thousands of servants living in this small basin. But since the head of Ji clan was thrown into the divine prison, and Emperor Haozuen had found a way to exterminate Ji clan, more than 500,000 members of Ji clan's lineal and collateral branches, as well as servants and guards, had now taken refuge in this ancestral land. A faint golden light enveloped the whole basin, and on top of each of the 3 mountains was a cloud of purple mist. Each cloud of purple mist carried 9 round mirrors that were thousands of feet tall, shining with a cold light. Large bolts of lightning could be seen flowing around the edges of these bronze-colored mirrors. Occasionally, when these mirrors vibrated, countless beams of golden light would shoot out from them. The golden light emitted by the 27 mirrors wove into a large net of light in the void, cutting everything in its path to pieces. The broken bodies of nearly 1,000 EC soldiers were scattered all over the ground. It was all thanks to these golden lights. As Wuxia led the army to attack Ji clan, Huang Liang, who was in charge of supervising the battle, gave the order, and more than 100,000 soldiers formed a neat formation and went straight for Ji clan's ancestral land. As a result, the mirrors on the three mountains suddenly rose up, and a large sheet of golden light tore through the air. More than 1,000 soldiers of Donghai who were at the forefront were cut into fist-sized pieces of meat by the golden light before they could even scream. As the golden light suddenly struck, Huang Liang hastily ordered the army to retreat 3 miles. Hovering in midair, Wuxia opened his chaotic divine eyes and saw a fat, middle-aged man angrily scolding a few pale-faced young men in Taoist robes above a great hall in the heart of the valley. Obviously, when the few young men saw the army of East Sea approaching, they had hastily activated the formation, and the golden light had only killed about 1,000 soldiers. If the army of East Sea could invade deeper, the formation would have killed at least 80% of the hundreds of thousands of EC soldiers. That was what the fat, middle-aged man was scolding. They, the Ji clan, had missed an opportunity to inflict a heavy blow on Wu Qi's army of EC. Snorting coldly, Wu Qi murmured in a low voice, "Only about 1,000 soldiers have died. You should be glad that your Ji clan is lucky. If you had really inflicted a heavy blow on the army of EC, it would not have been just a matter of wiping out your Ji clan. Even if you die, there are many ways for you to die. For killing the soldiers of EC, I'll give you a death sentence for the time being. If the soldiers of EC suffer any more casualties, it will be hard for you to die, even if you want to." Princess Zhang Lu nodded seriously as well. A little annoyed, she glanced at the remains of over 1,000 soldiers, clenched her teeth, and murmured in a low voice, "With such a heavy casualty, how much will the compensation be?" Even Wu Qi was taken aback by Princess Zhang Li's words. But the furious Princess Zhang Lu had already pressed both hands down, and the thundercloud that blotted the sky smashed down like a wall from the sky. The thundercloud covered an area of several hundred miles, and when it was less than 10,000 feet from the ground, it suddenly shot out countless bolts of lightning as thick as water tanks. For a moment, it was as if a forest of lightning had appeared in the sky above Ji clan's residence. Strong bolts of lightning pierced through the golden formation and blinded the eyes of countless people of Ji clan in the basin. 27 mirrors began to tremble violently. Under the terrible attack of Princess Zhang Li's thundercloud, they whined as if they could not withstand the heavy load. At most, the formation could use the endless energy under the plane of Yuxiong to fight against enemies as strong as gold immortals. But in the face of Princess Zhang Lu, a primordial expert, its power was not enough. Amidst the mournful cries of the mirrors, countless beams of golden light shot up into the sky, trying in vain to tear the dense thundercloud in the sky. However, the avatar of the god of thunder, hovering above Princess Zhang Lu, raised both hands and waved them toward the basin. Immediately, countless thunderclouds came whistling over from all directions, shooting out more and more bolts of lightning as they grew thicker and thicker. The bolts of lightning converged into an ocean of plasma, soaking the entire ancestral mansion of Ji clan. Standing on a hill and supervising the battle, Huang Liang abruptly raised a long knife in his hand and cried out, "Mistress is mighty and powerful, and her thunder magic is amazing. She can cleanse the evil aura. You clowns, why don't you surrender now? What are you waiting for?" Hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the East Sea raised their weapons and cried out. Amidst their frenzied cries, the 27 mirrors could no longer withstand the bombardment of the thunderbolts summoned by Princess Zhang Lu. The energy in the mirrors was shattered, and cracks spread across the thick and heavy mirrors like a spider web before they exploded with a deafening rumble. Wu Qi gently waved his hand. Immediately, hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the East Sea swarmed forward and poured into the basin like a tide. Countless members of Ji clan cried out in despair and fled in all directions like headless flies. But, with the formation destroyed, how could they, with their low cultivation bases, have a chance to escape? Meanwhile, Wu Qi opened his mouth and spat out 36 Kunwu swords, which transformed into huge swords of light several miles tall and plunged into the ground around the basin, sealing it off completely. The soldiers of the East Sea rushed into the basin with their weapons raised high and began slaughtering the people of Ji clan. Men, women, old and young, regardless of their status, everyone was killed on the spot, leaving no one alive. Blood flowed all over the ground, gradually turning into a few streams that merged into a nearby river. An hour later, the river, which was more than 10 miles wide, was dyed red. Flames rose into the sky from all directions as the despairing members of Ji clan set their ancestral mansions on fire, turning both themselves and their ancestral mansions into ashes. But, as the buildings in Diyu were all made of boulders, the effect of burning was not very good. It was unknown how much merman oil had been wasted by the people of Ji clan to start such a towering fire. Similar fires were rising in countless places near and far. The aristocratic clans loyal to Diyu raised the butcher's knife against those who had betrayed Diyu. Just as Wuxia was slaughtering Ji clan, tens of thousands of other clans were struggling and howling miserably in the raging fire and blood. Baiwang clan, the former number 1 oracle of Diyu, had all been killed, except for Baiwang Mu and a few other members of the collateral clans. Hundreds of supreme oracles from Baiwang clan had fallen at the hands of revered elders from the secret palace. Faced with the siege of revered elders, they were so vulnerable after losing their supreme towers, the strongest fortress. Wuxia glanced around. With his chaotic divine eyes, he could see what was happening in a very long distance. In the barracks of Yuxiong army, he saw large groups of soldiers howling in despair being escorted to the edge of a huge pit. The private guards of those aristocratic clans loyal to Diyu had raised their weapons, killed these soldiers who had disobeyed Diyu, and thrown them into the pit. Large-scale resistance broke out in some barracks. But revered elders from the secret palace immediately carried out bloody suppression on these soldiers who dared to resist. In the face of the destructive means of the supreme oracles, the so-called resistance of Yuxiong army was so weak and laughable. All of a sudden, the East Sea army that had rushed into the depths of Ji clan's ancestral mansion burst into deafening cheers. "Your Excellency, we found the treasury of Ji clan," cried Huang Liang. "So many treasures, so many good things." Wu Qi burst into laughter as he pulled Princess Zhonglu and flew swiftly towards the ancestral mansion. Chapter 829. He did not know how many of the prefecture overseers and marquis families of various states were involved in this, and it was a complicated task that needed to be slowly investigated afterwards. The betrayal of 15% of the families in Liangzhu alone proved that the foundation of Diyu had been corrupted. Everyone in Diyu felt an imminent pressure. Had all the people who had betrayed Diyu really been found out? Was there really no one who had escaped? As for all kinds of upper-grade and top-grade immortal stones, there were countless of them. Tens of thousands of storage bracelets were filled with mountains of immortal stones, stacked on rows of wooden shelves by Chi-Chi. When Wu Qi casually picked up a few storage bracelets and sent his divine sense into them to find out how many immortal stones were in them, even with his current cultivation base, Wu Qi's heart could not help but beat violently. It was too scary. How did the Ji family collect so many immortal stones? The number of immortal stones in each storage bracelet was not calculated by the number of pieces, but by the number of cubic kilometers. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that 40% of the soldiers in the Yuxiong army had been purged was enough to make all the officials in the court of Diyu who knew about the huge size of the Yuxiong army feel dizzy when they saw this number. 40% of the soldiers in the 5 armies had been purged. How could it be described as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Casually pulling out a light crossbow placed on a shelf, Wu Qi gently pulled the string. The force on the string was 3 times that of a crossbow of the same law, equipped into Diyu. Wu Qi cannot help but curse. Had the Ji family gone crazy? In addition to all kinds of metal ores, there were also countless roughly processed spirit herbs in the treasure vault of the Ji family. With the status of the Ji family in Diyu, it was a piece of cake for them to collect all kinds of spirit herbs. Presumably, These spirit herbs would eventually fall into the hands of the celestial court and be turned into spirit pills that could prolong one's life for the Ji family. Ji's family had a talent for being a rat, just like how they had secretly ruined the Yu's foundation. The treasure vault of Ji clan was a vast underground space, stabilized by at least 12 supreme oracles. It measured nearly 10,000 miles in both width and length, and was about 100 miles in height. It was filled with all kinds of rare materials, some of which even Wuxia, who had inherited the scroll of stealing, could not recognize. After half a month of killing, Emperor Haozuan once again summoned his subjects to the Great Hall on top of Mount Torch Dragon. After that, Emperor Haozuan issued a series of edicts. Among them, the most eye-catching one was that Gao, King Yufeng, was to be adopted by King Weishan, who had died of a sudden illness. Everyone knew what the sudden death meant, and no one would disobey Emperor Haozuan's decree on this matter. Among these spirit herbs, there were even hundreds of supreme-grade herbs that could be used to concoct the primordial gene pill. These herbs were rare, even on Panga continent, and most of the time, one had to risk their life to collect them in the primitive lands that had just emerged on the outskirts of Panga continent. Ji clan must have paid a hefty price to collect these spirit herbs. After scanning the entire treasure vault with his divine sense and making a rough count of the astonishing wealth in it, Wuxia pondered for a moment, then flicked his sleeve and put everything in the vault into his interstitial world. His eyes flickered with a strange gleam as he laughed in a deep voice. Yes, the natural treasures here are enough to lift the black celestial forbidden curse for all the members of the Imperial clan and great clans of the 6 states. But why should I let these people benefit for no reason? There was no doubt that the purge triggered by King Baishan's failure to assassinate Wuxia had dealt a heavy blow to Diyu. 15% of the great clans in Liangzhu had betrayed Diyu, which had dealt a great blow to Diyu, both in terms of actual strength and popular sentiment. After looting all the treasures of Ji clan, Wuxia left the place with the East Sea Army, which had been completely turned into a land of death. A thick layer of land had been scraped off the basin where Ji clan was located. Ji clan could only blame themselves for being too extravagant. They had paved the ground with supreme-grade jade, and in the core of the jade were spirit herbs that could transform one's body, such as jade essence and jade paste. At Wuxia's order, the floor of Ji clan's house had been dug clean. But now all of this belonged to Wuxia. The ordnance that had been forged could arm Wuxia's army of 1 million soldiers in the East Sea Army to the teeth, and the natural treasures, immortal stones, and energy stones could satisfy Lao AI's appetite. With so many natural treasures and immortal stones, it was enough for everyone in the 6 dynasties to lift the black celestial forbidden curse. Liangzhu can no longer fall into chaos. The investigation in Liangzhu has come to an end. Compared with a dozen days ago, there were significantly fewer subjects in the Great Hall. All of them had been wiped out along with their clans. Even if some of them knew nothing about the betrayal, when the nest was overturned, no eggs could remain intact. So, they were completely wiped out along with their clans. Princess Zhang Lu was not interested in the ordnance that had been processed into finished products. She just looked excitedly at the raw materials that were piled up like mountains, her pretty face full of a charming smile. Countless rare natural treasures were piled up here, and square metal ingots forged for various metal ores were neatly stacked there. All the materials were glowing with a charming luster, and their value was immeasurable. Yingzheng and the others must still be working hard to develop their forces and collect natural treasures. But now that a Yu's attack on immortals and itinerant cultivators was unprecedentedly strong, how could they find enough natural treasures to satisfy Lao AI's huge appetite so easily from all over Diyu? As for lifting the black, celestial forbidden curse, that would depend on Wuxia's mood. After half a month of chaos, the great purge of the Yu against the rebellious clans was finally completed. All the civil and military officials in the imperial court exclaimed in surprise. Here, Wuxia saw many Diyu ordnance that he had seen before, many of which were used by the soldiers of the EC. For example, there were all kinds of huge bolts that were extremely powerful and deadly to even immortals, and they were piled up like mountains. Moreover, compared with the used standard ordnance, if the used standard ordnance was only a sharp weapon that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times, the ones here were at least divine weapons that had been tempered thousands and thousands of times. Everyone bowed their heads, and no one dared to look up at Emperor Haozuan. Emperor Haozuan, who had been criticized as weak and incompetent for so long, had finally completely reversed his courtiers' impression of him with a bloody purge, completely casting his prestige and murderous aura. Perhaps in terms of virtue and prestige, Emperor Haozuan was not as good as the ancient sacred emperors like the Yellow Emperor, but he was definitely the human emperor who struck fear into the hearts of his subjects the most in the history of the human race. Emperor Haozuan sat on a high throne, emanating a terrible pressure as he looked down at all his subjects. There was a hint of suspicion in his eyes when he glanced at them, and only when he saw Wuxia, Princess Zhonglu, King Yangshan, Gao, and a few others would there be a hint of warmth and trust in his eyes. When Wuxia walked into the treasury of Ji clan, he could not help but suck in a cold breath, even though he was an experienced and knowledgeable man who had seen countless rare treasures. How many precious materials had these damned Ji clan embezzled from you? And how many shady deals had they made behind closed doors to accumulate such a fortune? Whether it was the materials or the craftsmanship, the ordnance here was 100 times better than those used by the Great Yu army. The appearance of these ordnance was also slightly different from those used by Yu. They were engraved with complex and exquisite patterns of various colors, and had openings for embedding immortal stones and energy stones, as well as blank spaces for laying immortal formations and restrictive spells. As long as the immortal craftsmen of the Celestial Court engraved formations on these ordnance and embedded them with matching immortal stones and energy stones, they would be transformed into the weapons of the Celestial Court's army. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince of the Celestial Court, Lord Baoong, requests an audience with you. Wuxia could not help but suck in a cold breath. How determined were these people from Ji clan to do such a thing? There were 83 types of pearls condensed from innate energy, each of which could be used as the main material for crafting a supreme-grade gold immortal artifact. There were 45 extra-large turtle shells used to craft the Jade Armored Dark Turtle flying ship, each of which could be used to craft at least tens of thousands of top-grade defensive immortal armors. There were at least tens of millions of sword embryos and weapon embryos, and as long as they were filled with new formations, they would become qualified inferior-grade gold immortal artifacts. Thoroughly purge all the provinces, Emperor Haozuan said coolly. Kill all those who are related to those traitors. King Yangshan will be in charge of this. As the king of EC is loyal to Yu, I'll allow you to expand your army by 10 million in the EC provinces, and they will only be mobilized by my decree. After massacring Ji clan, Wuxia ran around with the hundreds of thousands of EC soldiers, wiping out 7 or 8 clans who had betrayed you. These clans were the kind of clans that had no experts, but possessed noble ancestry, wielded real power into you, and were extremely wealthy. Although Wuxia was conferred the title of King of EC, he had no children now, and there was no clan to speak of. Therefore, after these clans were eradicated, their power would be divided among the other clans in Yu, and Wuxia would obtain the wealth accumulated by these clans over so many generations. It was Emperor Haozuan's intention to reward Wuxia, and it was also a tacit agreement between the other clans and Wuxia to take what they needed. If there's a fish that slipped through the net, who would it be? Someone who could remain undetected under Emperor Haozuan's spiritual pressure, which was close to the peak of the Tao-breaking realm. Once they made any move, they would surely cause severe damage to Yu. But even Emperor Haozuan dared not to pursue the matter any further. One reason was that there were no clues, and the other was that the purge had hurt Yu deeply, causing the remaining clans to panic. So, he dared not pursue the matter any further. Wuxia's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly stepped forward to thank Emperor Haozuan. By allowing the East Sea to expand its army by 10 million, and only obeying Emperor Haozuan's orders, it was clear that the emperor had taken precautions against Yuxiong army, and was cultivating an armed force loyal to him outside of Yuxiong Plain. This was good news for Wuxia. As long as there was money and food to support an army, Wuxia would never complain about having too many soldiers. Overjoyed, Gao stepped forward and kowtowed to Emperor Haozuan. But before he could straighten up, a eunuch rushed into the great hall. After a long silence, Emperor Haozuan finally said something that set the tone for today's court session. The purge in Liangzhu had come to an end. Those who had not been purged, whether they were innocent or guilty, were safe now. Chapter 830. Like the other subjects of the Yu, Wuxia turned to look curiously at the main entrance of the Great Hall. The crown prince of the Celestial Court was Ziwei Lingying, Great Celestial Emperor. According to the setting of the almighty experts who founded the Celestial Court, he was a man who stood above tens of thousands of people, one of the few figures in the universe. His identity was so noble and special that when he came straight to Liangzhu from the 33 heavens, the eunuchs of you could only enter the Great Hall and inform Emperor Haozuan of his arrival. The emperor was silent for a while. His eyes flickered with starlight for a long time. Then he slowly raised his hand and said in a deep voice, "Summon." Wuxia blinked. Emperor Haozuan had said the word summon, which meant that he had put himself in the position of the Lord and regarded the crown prince of the heaven as a subject. Therefore, he had summoned him into the palace. The word summon perfectly reflected Emperor Haozuan's current state of mind. If the crown prince of the Celestial Court dared to cause any trouble, the emperor would not mind teaching him a painful lesson. Wuxia even sensed the abnormal fluctuation of the power of the stars and the energy of the underground energy veins in the Great Hall. It was as if a super-nuclear bomb was brewing in Emperor Haozuan's body, and a terrible aura that made one's scalp go numb was spreading out from the emperor. Gao, who was kowtowing to express his gratitude, had risen to his feet and returned to Wuxia's side. He lowered his voice and murmured, "The crown prince of the Celestial Court must be up to no good." Wuxia nodded in agreement. How could the crown prince of the Celestial Court be up to no good? Before long, the sound of footsteps was heard, and a few eunuchs of the Yu led a handsome young man in a purple brocade dragon robe into the great hall. This young man wore a purple and gold dragon crown on his head, a purple embroidered dragon robe, and a pair of purple cloud sky boots on his feet. A purple jade belt was tied around his waist, and behind him there was again a dermis-shaped purple cloud circling around. Within the purple cloud, there were two crescent moon-shaped purple swords that were translucent and looked as if they were made of crystal. Purple chi came from the east, indescribably noble. This young man's big and bright eyes were also filled with a deep and mysterious purple light. As his eyes flickered, an invisible aura of nobility assaulted one's face. If one was mentally unstable, it would be extremely difficult for him to stand straight in front of this aura. However, Wuxia just wanted to laugh. What an extraordinary purple eggplant. Purple chi was a very noble color, and even when a primordial immortal cultivated to the peak of the realm, his immortal energy would be transformed into a rich purple chi. But there was no need to make his whole body purple just to show his nobility and extraordinariness. Was there? What an eggplant! Wuxia chuckled. When Princess Zhonglu and Gao heard Wuqi's words, the more they looked at him, the more they felt that this crown prince of the Celestial Court, Lord Baoang, was no different from a purple eggplant, and they could not help but smile. Gao was able to restrain himself a little and just smiled, but Princess Zhonglu burst out laughing. Her eyes narrowed like crescent moons. Whether it was the emperor and his eunuchs of the Yu or the crown prince of the Celestial Court, Lord Baoang, who was not a man with profound cultivation base and sharp ears and eyes. Wuqi's comment on Lord Baoang was clearly heard by everyone, and Princess Zhongli's laughter was particularly abrupt in the silent hall. Both the emperor and his eunuchs of Dayu smiled knowingly, while the face of Lord Baoang who had been so reserved and arrogant, was now turning purple, looking more and more like a big eggplant. He glared angrily at Wuxia, then gave Princess Xianxia a sideways glance. He did not think much of Wuxia, as he thought Wuxia was just an ordinary subject of you. But when he saw Princess Xianxia, his eyes lit up instantly, and his pupils constricted to the size of a needle tip. Wuxia frowned, snorted coldly, and glared at Lord Baoang with a stern look in his eyes. Lord Baoang made no secret of his greed for Princess Xianxia. He gave the Princess Xianxia a glance, then gave Wuxia a contemptuous look, then turned to Emperor Haozuan and said indifferently, "Greetings, human emperor." Lord Baoang did not bow to Emperor Haozuan, but just nodded lightly. Emperor Haozuan raised his hand with a smile and said, "Somebody, give him a seat." Emperor Haozuan emphasized the word bestow very clearly. A few well-prepared eunuchs hurriedly brought out a heavy black stone chair and gently placed it under the dais where Emperor Haozuan's throne was located. They had deliberately placed the chair very close to the dais, so that if Lord Baoang were to sit on it, he would have to raise his neck at an almost 90-degree angle if he wanted to talk to Emperor Haozuan. Looking at the chair that was deliberately placed in an awkward position, Lord Baoang smiled faintly and waved his hand. Immediately, a golden chair made of various rare materials and covered with soft embroidery cushions appeared beside him. Slowly sitting down on the throne carved with 99 flying dragons, Lord Baoang smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, human emperor, for giving me a seat." Emperor Haozuan chuckled. He glanced at the empty black stone chair and said, "The Yu is poor and is not as good as the celestial court. I wonder what brings you here, your highness." "Well, just tell me the truth. I've killed too many people in Liangzhu recently, and I really don't have the mood to waste my breath on you." As the current human emperor, it was extremely serious for him to say something like this. A single wrong word from Lord Baoang could cause a huge contradiction. As if he did not expect that Emperor Haozuan would not give him face like this, Lord Baoang frowned and gave the emperor a few glances, then said slowly, "I'm here because of what has happened in Liangzhu these days. I don't know why the Yu has caused such a big mess in Liangzhu this time. The Celestial Court takes this matter very seriously. The human race is—" Before Lord Baoang could finish his long speech, Emperor Haozuan had already slapped the armrest of the throne lightly. A loud, muffled thud stopped Lord Baoang's words in his throat. Emperor Haozuan looked coldly at Lord Baoang and said with a sneer, "What does what happened in Liangzhu have to do with the Celestial Court? The human race is the foundation of U.S. immortals." Lord Baoang said in a deep voice, "There are no immortals in Liangzhu." Emperor Haozuan said coldly. Lord Baoang laughed and said, "Your Majesty, you really know how to joke." It was only recently that the Celestial Court learned that a few of its fallen immortals have been reincarnated in Liangzhu. Emperor Haozuan's eyes grew even colder. Since they have fallen and reincarnated, they could just turn over a new leaf. Why does the Celestial Court still care about them? Lord Baoang took a deep breath, rose to his feet, and said in a deep voice, "As long as they're the subjects of the Celestial Court, even if they have fallen and reincarnated, the Celestial Court naturally has the responsibility to bring them back to the Celestial Court and help them recultivate and ascend the ranks of immortals." Without giving Emperor Haozuan a chance to speak, Lord Baoang said quickly, "Your Majesty, please take pity on me and hand over the few reincarnated immortals of the Celestial Court to me." There was a dead silence in the Great Hall. Emperor Haozuan looked up at the ceiling with narrowed eyes, and, after a long time, he sighed faintly and said, "Do you want to die? Lord Baoang, if I kill you today, will the Celestial Court start a full-scale war with me, do you for you?" Lord Baoang's jaw dropped, and he froze on the spot, unable to speak for a long time. King Xianxia sneered and said, "Which of the great Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Court and the Celestial Emperors of the Five Directions doesn't have many wives and concubines, and which of them doesn't have hundreds of princes? If you kill one, you can still have hundreds. I don't think the great Celestial Emperor is so stupid to go to war with me. Do you, for a son who is not important to him, right?" As soon as King Yangshan said that, all the civil and military officials in the hall burst into laughter. Some of the generals of the Yu, who had cultivated so hard that their brains had turned into muscles, laughed strangely as they gripped their weapons, ready to kill Lord Baoang on the spot. Since Emperor Haozuan had said so what if they killed Lord Baoang? It would have been better if Lord Baoang had not come, but now that he was here and had said such a thing, it was irrefutable proof that the rebellious clans in Liangzhu had something to do with the Celestial Court. Although the confession to Yu had now could prove that everything was related to the Celestial Court, the fact that Lord Baoang was here in person was like sending the proof directly to Yu. Hundreds of thousands of people roared with laughter, and half of them were men who had cultivated their bodies and were full of energy. It was as if hundreds of thousands of thunderbolts had exploded at the same time, shaking the ancient Great Hall and causing it to rumble. Lord Baoang's expression flickered. Suddenly, he heaved a long sigh, cupped his fist at Emperor Haozuan, and said, "Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Since those fallen immortals have been reincarnated, they are Your Majesty's people, and their life and death are naturally under Your Majesty's control. The Celestial Court has no right to interfere." Emperor Haozuan looked coldly at Lord Baoang and cried out in a low voice, "It's good that you know. Those reincarnated immortals and bodhisattvas, they all deserve to die. So, they are dead and their souls are gone, with no chance of reincarnation. Go back and tell your father that no matter what they want to do, you will take it." Clenching his fists tightly, Emperor Haozuan gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what you want to do, you'll have to step over our dead bodies." A fierce killing intent surged out of Emperor Haozuan's body. In the Great Hall, the faces of the Yu's subjects, including Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu, turned pale, and all of them shouted at Chi-Chi. For a moment, the killing intent of hundreds of thousands of people was like a mountain blasting toward Lord Baoang at the same time. His face flushed, and a strange cracking sound was heard coming out of his body. All his internal organs were severely injured by the fierce, killing intent. Even someone like the Lord Buddha, Amitabha, dared not face the killing intent of hundreds of thousands of great Yu's emperors and courtiers head-on, let alone Lord Baoang. Lord Baoang looked at Emperor Haozuan in horror. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled and said coolly, "In that case, I understand. There's one more thing I want to see, the King of Han, Liu Bang, the special emissary of the Celestial Court. This is a private matter of the Celestial Court, and I wonder if Your Majesty can do me a favor?" Emperor Haozuan stared at Lord Baoang for a long time, then slowly raised his right hand and said coolly, "Liu Bang is a subject of the Celestial Court, so of course you can see him, Lord Baoang. Go now, and after the meeting, please leave Yuxiong Plain as soon as possible, Lord Baoang. People of the Celestial Court are not welcome here." After the turmoil, Emperor Haozuan had ordered the killing of so many aristocratic clans who had betrayed the Yu. The Yu had fallen out with the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League, so it was meaningless to say anything nice. Therefore, Emperor Haozuan was not polite at all to Lord Baoang. Lord Baoang bowed deeply to Emperor Haozuan, then strode out of the great hall that made him extremely uneasy. Emperor Haozuan looked at Lord Baoang's back and said in a low voice, "I want to know what he said to Liu Bang. Who can do that?" Wuxia pondered for a moment, then took Princess Zhongli's hand and strode out of the hall. Chapter 831. With an unsightly face, Lord Baoang stepped into the chariot parked in front of the imperial palace of the Yu and cried out in a deep voice. 3 adult golden dragons flapped their wings, opened their nostrils, and breathed out 2 plumes of white smoke, stirring up a gust of wind as they slowly dragged Lord Baoang's magnificent and huge chariot up into the sky. 3,000 heavenly soldiers, clad in purple and gold armors and armed with golden spears, rode on heavenly horses and took to the sky, surrounding the chariot and flying out of Liangzhu. When Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu walked out of the imperial palace, they happened to see Lord Baoang's mountain-like chariot, carved with patterns of flying dragons, fly over the wall of Liangzhu and toward Baisha Bay. A few eunuchs of the Yu, riding on huge black-feathered vultures, were guiding the chariot. They were the guides specially sent by the chief eunuchs of the imperial palace for Lord Baoang, and at the same time, they were responsible for keeping an eye on him and not allowing him to wander around. Black-feathered vultures. Looking at the mounts of the eunuchs, Wuxia could not help but smack his lips. He could not believe that these eunuchs could do something like this. When the crown prince of the celestial court came to visit, sending a few guides on mounts such as green dragons and phoenixes was already giving him face. But what was the big deal about sending a few black-feathered vultures? Black-feathered vultures had a special meaning in the directorate of celestials of the Yu. This stinky and ferocious bird was called the Bird of Death, the most unlucky creature. By using the Bird of Death to clear the way for Lord Baoang, it was a clear sign that the eunuchs were trying to bring bad luck to him. What a stingy Emperor Haozuan! Wuxia did not believe that those eunuchs would have the courage to play tricks on him like this. It was clear that Emperor Haozuan's will was involved. Are they cursing Lord Baoang to die and be reincarnated as soon as possible? Shaking his head, Wuxia and Princess Zhang, Lu turned into an invisible gust of chilly wind and flew out of Xianxia at the same time. A few shadows flashed across the sky above the imperial palace of the Yu. Along with a small whirlwind, a few old oracles in white robes appeared out of thin air. They glanced at Wuxia and Princess Zhang, who had disappeared, grinned in surprise, exchanged a glance, and murmured a few words of praise. Then, they too turned into a chilly wind and chased after Lord Baoang's convoy. This was the second group of men sent by Emperor Haozuan. Wuxia volunteered to find out the purpose of Lord Baoang's trip. Although Emperor Haozuan praised Wuqi's initiative, he could not put all his chips on Wuxia. The second team was made up of a group of supreme oracles from the secret palace who were good at sneaking, breaking restrictive spells, and all kinds of secret techniques. Along the way, Lord Baoang and his companions came to Liu Bang's Chang'e Palace, leaving behind golden light and auspicious mist. As soon as they arrived, Lord Baoang's eyes went wide. He stared blankly at the 5 3-mile-tall sentry towers in Wuqi's mansion in front of Liu Bang's gate, and could not come to his senses for a long time. Not only Lord Baoang, but even the 3,000 celestial soldiers and heavenly generals who came with him were staring at the 5 unique sentry towers in the universe with their mouths agape, wondering what kind of person could do such a thing. After the time it took to finish a pot of tea, Lord Baoang said in a low voice with a wry smile, "The King of Han is suffering here. TSK, this man who is ordered to keep an eye on the King of Han, is a talent. If I can recruit him, he will definitely make my brothers vomit blood in anger." Lord Baoang, his eyes wandering, cleared his throat, and the chariot landed straight in front of the main hall of Chang'e Palace. Liu Bang was already waiting in the square in front of the main hall with a group of his subordinates. When he saw Lord Baoang stride out of the chariot, Liu Bang hurriedly led his men to greet him, then respectfully knelt down and kowtowed to Lord Baoang according to the etiquette of the monarchs and subjects of the celestial court. Before Liu Bang could kneel, Lord Baoang had already reached out to stop Liu Bang. "You can't do that," he said anxiously. "The King of Han has worked hard on this trip, and you have done a great service to the celestial court. Haven't you bought me like this?" Purple mist rose around Lord Baoang, turning into a purple mist that wrapped around Han Xian and the others, preventing them from kneeling down and kowtowing to him. Liu Bang smiled and bowed to Lord Baoang. "The crown prince is mine." Before Liu Bang could finish, Lord Baoang had interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Taking Liu Bang's hand with both hands, Lord Baoang said intimately, "The King of Han and I are brothers, so there's no need to be so polite. I've told the King of Han that you and I can't be so polite." Lord Baoang and Liu Bang put on a perfect performance of the friendship between a monarch and a subject, walking into the great hall hand in hand. Then, the heavy metal door was closed, shutting out the few eunuchs who had led the way, and Liu Bang's guards took them to the side to serve them tea. Wuxia and Princess Zhang, Liu hurried into the hall before Lord Baoang and Liu Bang, hiding on a cloud at the top of one of the pillars. Liu Bang liked extravagance very much, so his hall was extremely magnificent. Inside, the light of treasures rose and clouds rose. These pillars were made of the finest jade, and smoke kept spewing out of them, which was the best cover for the plumes of smoke that Wuxia had unleashed when he activated the natural phenomena medallion. Using the medallion to conjure a small world around him, Wuxia moved his interstitial world and covered it with a thin layer of chaotic energy. Princess Zhonglu, on the other hand, gathered the smoke spewing out of the jade pillars to surround them, properly covering the small world. As soon as Lord Baoang and Liu Bang entered the hall, Han Xian closed the door himself. Zhang Liang took out a writing brush and kept waving it in the air, writing one ancient character after another, forbidden. The golden characters flew out at top speed and attached themselves to the walls, floor, and ceiling of the hall. The golden characters formed a thick layer of light, sealing off the hall so that not even a drop of water could leak through. Meanwhile, Xiaohe's eyes were bursting with a strange gleam, sweeping the hall dozens of times like a broom. Wherever the gleam passed by, the void would freeze like a stream in winter. If someone was hiding in the hall with an art of distorting the void, Xiaohe would have found him by now. Even so, Liu Bang dared not to be careless. He activated the sky-veiling flag of chaos and wrapped the hall tightly. Only then did he smile and say with relief, "My lord, there's nothing to worry about now." Lord Baoang snorted coldly. "Is it really that simple?" he said with a cold grin on his face. With a flip of his palm, Lord Baoang took out a pearl that was completely transparent and had no shape and could only be found through the twisting light around it. He injected a stream of immortal energy into the strange pearl, and a dazzling light illuminated the whole hall. The light contained a terrible heat, which almost shattered the small world Wuxia had conjured with a natural phenomena medallion. Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu were hiding in this small world, and when the light swept over them, they both felt a burning sensation on their skin. It did not matter to Wuxia because of his thick skin, but Princess Zhonglu's delicate skin turned red. She gritted her teeth in annoyance and secretly made a mental note of Lord Baoang. The two of them joined forces to cast a secret technique to stabilize this small world, barely managing to maintain the small world that was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Wuxia had spread a layer of chaotic energy around the outside world, absorbing 70% of the power of the light. Otherwise, their whereabouts would have been exposed. Lord Baoang produced the pearl, which flew around the great hall at lightning speed. When he found that there was nothing unusual in the hall, he nodded with satisfaction. Little did he know that his action had caused great harm to a few old oracles of the Directorate of Celestials living near White Sand Bay. The few old oracles cast by a few secret magic were destroyed by the orb, and the exploding magic mirror nearly disfigured them. With a cold snort, Lord Baoang hung the pearl over his head and let the light illuminate the hall. "This is an extraordinary artifact crafted from the evil vanquishing eye of an ancient Buddha," he said coolly. "With it, no one can get close to the hall and eavesdrop on our conversation." Lord Baoang glanced disdainfully at the sky-veiling flag of chaos, which had turned into a dark cloud and covered the whole hall, and said proudly, "This flag is indeed an extraordinary artifact, but when it comes to the ability to isolate aura and prevent people from getting close to it, how can it compare with this treasure of mine?" Liu Bang flattered Lord Baoang with a smile on his face. Nothing more than the cliché that only the virtuous could possess a supreme treasure. Wuxia had heard all these words by heart, but Lord Baoang enjoyed Liu Bang's flattery very much. He held his head up proudly and enjoyed every word of the compliment. After a long while, Lord Baoang finally held his head up and asked, "What's going on? Why did you suddenly carry out such a purge? Father wants to know how much do you knows, and how many of our spies have they destroyed?" Liu Bang's face turned bitter. He sighed, shook his head, and said, "Although it's King Baishan's fault, it's Buddha Futu's fault in the final analysis. If he had killed the king of East Sea Prefecture and helped King Xianxia, Jitao, break through the Hongming Pango Heaven realm, how could this have happened?" Shaking his head, Liu Bang gritted his teeth and said, My lord already knows what happened that day. If it were just Ji Tao's death, it wouldn't matter. But King Baishan, that bastard, overestimated his own strength and went to seek revenge on that boy and was captured alive instead. Liu Bang told Lord Bang about how he failed to avenge King Baishan and how his soul was captured by Wuxia and extracted a lot of information from him. Then, when Wuxia went to Liangzhu to meet Emperor Haozuan, he was intercepted by Bai Wang, Zhongling, and King Wei Shan, whom Liu Bang had sent out, and lost 2 of their generals, which led to the Great Purge. As he spoke, Liu Bang kept looking up at Lord Baoang, carefully observing his face. With a cold snort, Lord Baoang said indifferently, "What's done is done. The point now is, how many are left?" At that, Liu Bang suddenly laughed. He rolled up his sleeve triumphantly, revealing a string of red jade beads on his wrist. 3 of the 12 red jade pearls had already turned black and had many cracks on them. However, there were still 9 pearls that were as red as blood and emitted a faint light. Liu Bang stuck out his chest and said with a smile, "Don't worry, my lord. Although there are many fools like King Baishan, there are also many smart ones. Apart from the immortals reincarnated from the celestial court, 9 of the 12 most important people I've been looking for into you are safe and sound." Wu Qi and Princess Zhang looked at each other in horror. A chill rushed up from the soles of their feet, making their hearts feel as if they were immersed in ice water. So many powerful clans had been slaughtered, and yet there were still so many important spies left. Apart from King Baishan and his son, who else was among the important people Liu Bang had been looking for? And these were just the people Liu Bang had found. How many of those immortals reincarnated from the Celestial Court and Bodhisattvas of the Buddhist League were still lurking in the depths of the Yu? Chapter 832. Lord Baoang stayed in Liu Bang's place for only half a quarter of an hour. Without bidding farewell to Emperor Haozuan, he boarded his chariot and left Panga Continent under the escort of heavenly soldiers and generals, returning to the Celestial Court. As he watched Lord Baoang leave, Liu Bang, who had been calm all this time, breathed a heavy sigh of relief. The cold sweat that broke out suddenly soaked his clothes and made them stick to his body, looking very eye-catching. Wu Qi and Princess Zhang Lu also left Chang'e Palace. Lord Baoang and Liu Bang did not reveal too much valuable information. Lord Baoang just asked Liu Bang if the plan could still be completed on time, and Liu Bang just showed him the red jade beads and swore that there would be no delay in the matter. After that, Lord Baoang promised Liu Bang that once the plan was completed, Liu Bang would enjoy all the glory and wealth and have a high position in the Celestial Court. In return, Liu Bang expressed his loyalty to Lord Baoang in awe and trepidation. When Liu Bang presented Lord Baoang with 100 boxes of rare materials and spirit herbs produced in Yuxiong Plain, Lord Baoang ended his trip to Pangu Continent contentedly. Before leaving, he told Liu Bang that the so-called Great Event would start soon, and that it would happen in 2 or 3 years at most. He must not delay it, or even he, Lord Baoang, would not let Liu Bang go, let alone the few celestial emperors of the Celestial Court. When Wu Qi and Princess Zhang Lu left Liu Bang with an escape art, Liu Bang was wiping his wet forehead as he gritted his teeth and said to Han Xian and the others behind him, "Life and death, good and bad, all depend on this. If it succeeds, you and I will share all the glory and wealth. If I fail, then I can only invite you to accompany me to the mortal world." Han Xian, Zhang Liang, Xiao He, Fan Kuai, and other Liu Bang's loyal subordinates, Chi answered. The killing intent emanating from them made Wu Qi, who had come to the gate of Chang'e Palace, look back in surprise. He saw the resolute light of faith in the eyes of Han Xian and the others. It was the kind of madness that they would either succeed or die trying. They're determined to do it. Wu Qi frowned and asked Princess Zhang Lu in confusion. But what do they want to do? Provoke civil strife into you? Let those princes of the Yu rebel? With Emperor Huang Xianyuan and Emperor Yin Shenong holding the fort, even if those princes of the imperial family rebelled, What benefits would they get? Princess Zhang Lu shook her head. She was not interested in these complicated questions. For her, if these princes of the imperial family were not reliable, why not just kill them all or imprison them? Why did she have to make so many complicated questions? Wuxia pondered all the way back to the imperial palace of Diyu. The first thing he saw was Emperor Haozuan and a few ministers of the imperial family who had proven to be absolutely reliable. There were also a few revered elders of the secret palace standing in a corner of the great hall, eyes narrowed, whispering to each other. No one knew what they were talking about. After telling Emperor Haozuan everything he had seen and heard, Wuxia even vividly imitated the tone and facial expressions of Liu Bang and Lord Bao. Wuxia vividly imitated Liu Bang's fear and trepidation, Lord Boang's arrogance and reserve, and the caution and seriousness with which they talked about the so-called important matter. The faces of Emperor Haozuan, King Yangshan, Gao, and the few ministers of the imperial family turned extremely unsightly, especially Emperor Haozuan, whose face was so dark that it looked as if a thunderstorm was about to burst out of it at any time. After killing so many powerful clans who had betrayed Diyu and purging so many rebels, Liu Bang still had spies in his hands. What did they want to do? Emperor Haozuan stroked his long beard, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. He felt so exhausted now that he did not even have the strength to be angry. Obviously, the people whom the string of red jade beads in Liu Bang's hand represented were figures of equal status to King Baishan and King Weishan. Such people were lurking in the dark, ready to deal a fatal blow to Diyu at any time. What else could he do but smile bitterly? Kill all the princes of the imperial family? He, Emperor Haozuan, would be ousted from his throne at the first moment. Conduct another large-scale identification and purge of the powerful clans in Liangzhu? Diyu could not afford a second torment. The great hall was quiet. No one spoke, and everyone bowed their heads in contemplation. After a quarter of an hour, King Yangshan said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, we can only cope with the changes by remaining unchanged. We must keep a close watch on all movements in and around Liangzhu, Yuxiong Plain, and Diyu, and we must respond as soon as possible if anyone makes any unusual movements." Emperor Haozuan nodded slowly. It was impossible to carry out another large-scale purge, so he could only use King Yangshan's method. Fortunately, it could be seen from the purge that most of the higher-ups in Diyu were still loyal. Now, that 15% of the powerful clans had been purged, so what if there were still 15% who had ulterior motives? With Diyu's overall strength, could he not deal with these villains? Calming himself down, Emperor Haozuan straightened his back and shouted at Gao, "King Weishan." Gao took a step forward, bowed slightly, and answered respectfully, "Your Majesty." Emperor Haozuan pondered for a moment, then gave Gao an imperial edict, ordering him to serve as the military minister of Yuxiong army, as King Weishan. He was to lead the purged army out of Yuxiong Plain and set up camp in Zhang Province, Gao's former fief. Zhang Province was located to the west of Yuxiong Plain, and it would take them half a month to travel from Zhang Province to Yuxiong Plain at the speed of the standard large flying ships distributed by Diyu. Emperor Haozuan ordered Gao to reorganize the army in Zhang Province, restore its morale and combat strength, and return to Liangzhu at once if anything happened. Since the establishment of Diyu, no one had ever been able to command the whole army alone. The huge army was divided into 5 armies: left, right, front, back, and center, and each of them was under the command of the 5 military ministers. Now, it was unprecedented for Gao to command the whole army alone, which showed how much trust Emperor Haozuan had in King Baishan and Gao. An eunuch brought 5 dragon seals and handed them to Gao, while Emperor Haozuan wrote the imperial edict himself and gave it to him. Gao, who had suddenly taken control of what could be said to be the strongest army in Diyu, fell to his knees solemnly and received the dragon seals and imperial edict respectfully. After giving Gao a solemn warning, Emperor Haozuan turned to King Yangshan. He had also given King Xianxia an important task, which was to identify and purge the prefecture overseers and marquises of Diyu, and investigate anyone suspicious. There are some words that Emperor Haozuan did not say, but everyone, including Princess Zhonglu, understood what he meant by a strict investigation. It was better to kill 30,000 innocent people than to let a single suspect go free. After King Xianxia received the imperial edict, Emperor Haozuan issued several more appointments to several other ministers of the imperial clan, including asking the 3 princes with the title of Hai to select capable and reliable sons of the imperial clan and aristocratic clans to train into a new army. The new army was named the Flying Bear Army by Emperor Haozuan. Emperor Haozuan would personally supervise the training and armament of the army, which would be the main garrison of Liangzhu for some time to come. Unlike Yuxiong army, this new army had a large number of sons of the imperial family, and some of the sons of the imperial family whose bloodline was so thin that they had almost nothing to do with the human emperor's bloodline were placed in it. King Yangshan's other 3 sons were also transferred to the new army to serve as deputy military ministers. Everyone in the Great Hall knew Emperor Haozuan's intention. The Flying Bear Army would be a reliable force in the emperor's hands. As long as the emperor was given some time, with the Yu's strong foundation and Yuxiong Plain's unique resource advantage, the Flying Bear Army would be larger than Yuxiong Army, and its armament and equipment would be better. After issuing a dozen imperial edicts in a row, Emperor Haozuan turned to Wuxia with a smile of approval on his face. King of EC, you have worked hard, and you have been recognized by the sacred emperor. Good, very good. Wuxia took a step forward, took Princess Zhongli's hand, and bowed slightly. This is my duty. Emperor Haozuan sighed. Looking at the ceiling of the great hall, he shook his head and said, Duty? It's a pity that too many people in Diyu have forgotten their duty as human beings. As human beings, what can they gain by betraying their mother's race? Is immortality really so important? The atmosphere in the great hall suddenly became tense. Everyone bowed their heads and listened carefully to Emperor Haozuan's murmur. After a moment of emotion, Emperor Haozuan said in a deep voice, King of EC, the secret palace will build a space-piercing passage between Yuxiong Plain and EC Province, guiding the natural energy of Yuxiong Plain to a part of EC Province. You'll go back to EC Province, select honest and reliable sons of good people, and train them into an army. The number of soldiers will be decided by you, and you will pay for all the military expenses and armaments. Do you understand why we are doing this? GAO's Yuxiong army was stationed in Zhang Province in the west, and Wuxia was stationed in EC Province in the east. How could Wuxia not understand Emperor Haozuan's intention? With the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan in the north and the Yin Emperor Shenong in the south, the Celestial Court would not be so stupid as to launch their plan in the north and the south. Both the east and the west needed a strong military force to deter them. By doing this, Emperor Haozuan had entrusted the safety of his flank in the east to Wuxia. Emperor Haozuan would certainly have a large number of forces lying in ambush in the east, but the visible force was only Wuxia's EC province. Wuxia bowed and said, As long as I'm alive, no one from the Celestial Court or the Buddhist League can pass through my territory. Emperor Haozuan clapped his hands and laughed. Wonderful. If it weren't for the fact that you already have a fiancé, I still have several young daughters who would marry you. After that, he cried out, My lords, Diyu is in a precarious situation. I hope you will work hard to hold up the sky for the human race. Wuxia and the others answered in unison, then cupped their fists and bowed to Emperor Haozuan. Suddenly, Wuxia breathed a sigh of relief. At last, he was leaving Liangzhu, a land of troubles. With the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League's plan drawing closer, it was no longer suitable for him to stay in Liangzhu. It was bound to become the focus of all conflicts, and the danger here was too great. It was better for him to leave as soon as possible. Just as he was thinking about what he should do when he returned to the EC, he heard Emperor Haozuan sigh and say, I really want to capture that king of Han, Liu Bang, alive and interrogate him. But The ancestors' admonition to not kill envoys in a war between two dynasties is still ringing in my ears. How can I, to you, do such a thing? I really want to know what the Celestial Court and the Buddhist League are trying to do. No one said a word. This time, even King Yangshan and Gao, who were the most radical, did not say a word. Wuxia could not help but sigh in his heart. Why do I still cling to this damn tradition when I'm being bullied? Should I secretly kill Liu Bang and interrogate him? Should I? Chapter 833. Half a month after receiving Emperor Haozuan's appointment, Wuqi and Princess Zhang Lu returned to the East Sea province with a large number of subordinates. Because of the rapid promotion, Wuqi's territory now included not only the East Sea province, but also 30 nearby provinces divided from Zhong province and 2 other first-grade provinces. These 30 provinces were the fiefs that Wuqi would inherit for generations to come, as long as they did not rebel and offered a certain amount of tribute to Liangzhu from time to time. Wuqi and his descendants could do whatever they wanted in these 30 provinces. With a large number of administrative officials, Liu Changfeng began to take over the huge territory newly divided under Wuqi's name. 30 provinces, thousands of counties, hundreds of thousands of cities, from prefecture overseer to county governor, city lord, and all the administrative officials, all had to be managed by Liu Changfeng. It would be convenient if Wuqi had thousands of descendants now. By sprinkling them in these 30 provinces, the basic administrative framework would be established. This was also the most common method used by aristocratic clans like the Yu to govern their territories. The problem was that Wuqi and Princess Zhang Lu had no descendants now, and they did not have enough people to govern these provinces and counties for the time being. Therefore, all the troubles could only be handled by Liu Changfeng. It was a good way to use the previous official for the time being, as long as Yin Bugui sent enough spies to keep a close eye on them. Wuqi and Princess Zhang Lu were too lazy to pay attention to these trivial matters. Their focus was on Emperor Haozuan's appointment. 36 revered elders from the secret palace secretly followed Wuqi to the East Sea province. In a huge cave that had been dug overnight under the East Sea city with magic, the revered elders carefully took out a strange-looking supreme tower. The pyramid-shaped supreme tower was pitch black, but in the middle of the tower, which was several miles tall, there was a huge round hole dug out. The circular hole that penetrated the pyramid shone with dazzling spiritual light, and the violent aura of space energy continued to spread from it, making the many East Sea soldiers in the underground cave extremely nervous. This cave, which was dug 1,000 miles deep underground, had a diameter of 20,000 miles and a height of 800 miles. Standing in this circular cave formation, this supreme tower looked so tiny. Under Wuqi's command, tens of thousands of soldiers of the East Sea carefully carved complicated patterns on the hard rocks around the supreme tower. 36 revered elders of the secret palace carefully examined these patterns, and then filled them with a kind of alloy solution refined with a secret technique. Glinting with a dim purple light, the alloy solution solidified and turned a deep black. As these revered elders worked, a huge formation tens of thousands of miles in diameter, which looked like a blooming black peony, was gradually completed. Thousands of energy crystals mined from under Yuxiong Plain were sent up into the air by magic, hovering hundreds of miles in the air. These huge energy crystals, which measured several miles in diameter, contained an enormous amount of energy. All of the crystals were carved into flawless spheres, which were densely covered with all kinds of complicated runes. The underground formation and the crystals hovering in the air formed a complete energy network. When the last crystal rose into the air, a faint energy pulse began to ripple in the underground cave, which sounded like a heartbeat and made all the soldiers of the East Sea stagger as if they were drunk, unable to stand up straight. Then 3,600 huge black stone pillars were erected, their tops ablaze with a green flame. Each of them measured 100 feet in diameter and rose hundreds of miles into the air, illuminating the entire cave with a strong green light. These stone pillars suppressed the energy pulse of the formation and stabilized the void in this part of the cave. Wuxi's divine sense swept across the circular cave, which measured 20,000 miles in diameter and 800 miles in height. Because of the 3,600 pillars, the void in this part of the cave had become extremely stable. Wuxi did a rough calculation and concluded that this part of the cave should be able to withstand a full-force blow from an immortal who had just stepped into the realm of primordial. These revered elders of the secret palace do have some tricks up their sleeves. Wuxi could not help but marvel as he looked at the 36 busy revered elders. After the pillars were erected, these revered elders held a grand blood sacrifice under the Supreme Tower. A large number of livestock were slaughtered, and their blood spilled over every inch of the ground in the cave. As these revered elders murmured incantations, a blinding light burst out of the hole in the center of the Supreme Tower. Then, sticky liquid energy transformed into 2 water dragons with terrible force and shot out of the hole, slamming into the stone wall thousands of miles away in a flash. The huge cave began to tremble violently. The pillars had sealed off this part of the void, making the stone wall extremely strong. Wuxi saw that the void, which was strong enough to withstand a full-force blow from a 9th-tier primordial immortal, was cracked open and nearly shattered by the 2 water dragons transformed from the liquid energy. The water dragons of liquid energy kept pouring out of the hole in the center of the Supreme Tower. Before long, the cave had turned into an ocean of liquid energy, and the water level began to rise rapidly. In just a quarter of an hour, the cave had become as full of liquefied natural energy as the huge spirit cave beneath Yuxiang Plain. Extremely rich Pangu, sacred energy, was rushing back and forth in the liquid like numerous huge purple dragons. This was the spatial tunnel that Emperor Haozuan had ordered the revered elders of the secret palace to open for Wuxi. It connected the cave under East Sea City with the huge spirit cave under Yuxiang Plain, drawing the endless natural energy from the spirit cave here to help Wuxi train his army. The circular cave with a diameter of 20,000 miles was large enough to accommodate more than 1 billion people to cultivate here, and the endless natural energy from the spirit cave under Yuxiang Plain would never run out. Even if 1 billion people were to cultivate here, they would never have to worry about running out of energy. Coupled with the ability of Wuxi's Dark Yin Celestial Tower to speed up time by 2,000 times, as long as he could find enough reliable ice plains, the East Sea Province could secretly expand its army by hundreds of millions and become an important military city in the east of Liangzhu. When everything was ready, Wuxi solemnly thanked the revered elders of the secret palace. Then, the 36 revered elders left in secret, just as they had come, without alerting anyone. No one knew that there was such a spirit cave under Wuxi's EC City. Overjoyed, Wuxi wrapped his arms around Princess Zhongli's waist, laughed out loud, and said, "This is the place where you and I will start our family. With this spirit cave, we can have as many soldiers and apprentices as we want." Hee hee. Princess Zhongli was very excited as well. With her hands on her waist, she said triumphantly, "Let Zixian take care of the training of the new soldiers. I'm going to fill this cave with the new soldiers." While the two of them were thinking about how to maximize the use of this spirit cave to enhance their overall strength, a gust of cold wind blew over from behind. Goldhorn, Silverhorn, Goldfeather, and Silverfeather were running in their direction. Goldhorn and Silverhorn were fleeing in the front, while Goldfeather and Silverfeather were chasing wildly from behind. While running, Goldhorn cried out, "Boss, an old man named Bo Zhongfu is looking for you. Go quickly. He looks like his whole family has been eaten by someone." Wuxi and Princess Zhongli exchanged a glance. Then, Princess Zhongli pointed at the cave and motioned for her to handle the matter here. Wuxi nodded, then flashed to the ground and appeared in the great hall of the former East Sea Prefecture Overseer's Mansion, which was now the king of East Sea's mansion. After becoming the king of East Sea, the mansion was to be expanded according to the Yu's etiquette system, but Wuxi had no time to pay attention to it. Therefore, the system was still the same as when he was the prefecture overseer of East Sea, and the Great Hall was a little cramped. Bo Zhongfu, the prefecture overseer of Zhong province, stood quietly in the middle of the hall with his 3 sons. He clasped his hands behind his back and stared blankly ahead, his expression changing rapidly. But no matter how he changed, it was as Goldhorn had said. His whole family had been eaten by someone, which made him look very ugly. With a gust of chilly wind, Wuxia appeared out of thin air in front of Bo Zhongfu and bowed to him with a smile. "Your Excellency, Prefecture Overseer." Bo Zhongfu's 3rd son, Bo Yunting, used to be Wu Qi's immediate superior. Just 2 or 3 years ago, Wu Qi had led an army and fought under his command. Therefore, after greeting Bo Zhongfu, Wu Qi nodded to Bo Yunting in a friendly manner. Bo Zhongfu was startled by Wu Qi's sudden appearance. He took a step back and fixed his eyes on Wu Qi, then suddenly dropped to his knees with his 3 sons. An abnormal flush appeared on his pale face as he cried out in a hoarse voice, "King of East Sea, help me, save my whole family." Although my family and King Wei Shan's bloodline have been related by marriage for generations, King Wei Shan. As he spoke, Bo Zhongfu suddenly choked and coughed violently, with a large amount of blood spraying out of the corner of his mouth. Bo Yunting and his 2 brothers hurriedly reached out and pressed their father's back, rubbing it hard to help him breathe. Bo Zhongfu gasped violently, then looked at Wu Qi, who was dumbfounded, and cried out, "If King of East Sea can save my whole family, from now on, we'll obey all your orders, and from now on, we'll be at the mercy of the King of East Sea's bloodline for generations to come. If the King of East Sea doesn't believe me, I, Bo Zhongfu, can swear with my soul that if I ever disobey, my family line will be cut off from now on, and I'll sink into depravity forever." Looking at the excited Bo Zhongfu, Wu Qi put on a straight face with a serious expression. But in his heart, Wu Qi was overjoyed. Bo Zhongfu and King Wei Shan were related by marriage for generations, but the last few generations of King Wei Shan were all the reincarnations of the almighty experts of the Buddhist League. With this relationship, the Bo family was bound to be wiped out in the great purge of local officials by Diyu. But if he could take Bo Zhongfu under his wing, he would be the prefecture overseer of Zhong province, who was in charge of 300 provinces. With such a vassal clan, Wu Qi's overall strength would be completely different from before, and he would have the potential to become a truly powerful clan of Diyu. With Emperor Haozuan's trust in Wu Qi now, and the friendship between Wu Qi and King Yangshan, what was the big deal about saving the Bo family? Looking at Bo Zhongfu, who kept coughing up blood, Wu Qi pretended to ponder for a long time, then finally nodded slowly. "Third young master and I are very close. How can I just sit back and watch when the Bo family is in trouble?" "Rest assured, Prefecture Overseer, I'll take full responsibility for the Bo family. As long as the connection between the Bo family and King Wei Shan is completely severed, I promise you that the Bo family will not be implicated in any way." Bo Zhongfu breathed a sigh of relief after getting Wu Qi's promise. He nodded and said with a smile, "The connection between the Bo family and King Wei Shan has been completely severed. Please rest assured, King of East Sea." Wu Qi helped Bo Zhongfu to his feet. They looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Chapter 834. Women with pursuits are very scary, especially those who are ambitious and ambitious. They are even scarier. Treading on a dark cloud and flying at high speed across the sky, Wu Qi complained lazily to Ao, Buzin, and Catfish Flood Dragon, who were sitting cross-legged next to him. Ao, Buzin nodded in agreement and said, "That's right, a woman like Mistress is indeed ambitious and ambitious. TSK, how could she have the patience to deal with so many newly recruited soldiers?" Catfish Flood Dragon opened her mouth lazily. A few calloused fingers were dangling in the corner of her mouth. Then she swallowed them down with crunching noises. She stared blankly at Wu Qi and said, What is the point of doing so many things? Having a comfortable cave and enough food is more than enough. Wuxia and Ao Buzin looked at Catfish Flood Dragon and did not say a word. Although she had stepped into the realm of Tao reasoning, she had only comprehended the heavenly Tao, and she was still muddle-headed. Eating and sleeping are all that she has, right? Sure enough, a simple life is the happiest. Shaking his head, Wuxia sighed as he looked at a row of egrets flying high in the sky in the distance. Princess Xianxia was working very hard to train the new army of the East Sea and was working very hard to build the brand new Directorate of Celestials of the East Sea. Lu Qingfeng was working very hard to reorganize the administrative teams of the provinces ruled by the East Sea, as well as the 300 provinces in Zhong Province. He was so busy every day that his feet barely touched the ground. Yin Bugui was frantically planting spies everywhere, desperately expanding the size of the punishment court's training camps and training a large number of spies. Meanwhile, Patriarch Jiang Yun and Supremacy 3 Flame were working together to develop new pill formulas, and, at the same time, they were working very hard to train the disciples of Underhand Sect. Everyone was very busy, as they had their own pursuits and goals. On the other hand, Wuxia had decided to leave all the work to Princess Zhonglu and the others, while he rode a cloud to Anhe City in Enlu County to pay a visit to Yindan. They're all busy, but why? Wuxia crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked lazily at the passing clouds in the sky. He already had the cultivation base of a primordial immortal, and with some careful cultivation, the realm of Tao breaking and Tao fusing was not out of his reach. Why did he have to work so hard to travel back and forth? Reverend Liang, who was once his enemy, could be killed with just a slap now. Why did he have to bring so many troubles to himself? After pondering for a long time, Wuxia suddenly laughed when the cloud flew into Enlu County's territory. Don't let the tragedy of Tanlang and Lu Xiaobai happen to the people around you, okay? Don't let the fate of your friends and family be dictated by others. Since I've stepped into the realm of primordial, why can't I go a little higher? I want to go a little higher, so high that I no longer have to fear any conspiracy and no longer have to fear that anyone will destroy the little peace and happiness in my heart. I don't want my heart to ache again, and I don't want to shed tears for others again. Therefore, I want to go a little higher than those who can control the world with their will. This should be my pursuit now, right? If Wuxia were alone, with the cultivation base of a primordial immortal, he could have found a quiet place to live in seclusion and lived out his infinite life in peace. But now, he could no longer leave. There were more and more people around him, and he had so many friends and family to worry about. How could he leave? Glancing sideways at Ao Buzin, who was sneakily grabbing a Heaven Immortal's thigh and stuffing it into his mouth, Wuxia sighed and said, "At least, I can't let this guy be made into a storage ring again, can I? That would be a little too sad." With a bright smile on his face, Wuxia pressed down on the cloud and landed in a dense forest 100 miles away from the south gate of Anhe City. After straightening their clothes, Wuxia, Ao Buzin, and Catfish swaggered toward Anhe City. With their speed, it only took them a quarter of an hour to cover the distance of 100 miles. Along the way, they could see crisscross paths, and the crops in the fields were growing very well. Of course, in a place like Panga Continent, it was difficult for the crops to grow badly. But, judging from the rice seedlings that were planted neatly by Chi-Chi, it could be seen that the elite farmers had put a lot of thought into these fields. They were taking care of the fields very seriously. Only old farmers who had deep feelings for the fields would treat the crops and fields so seriously. In the fields and at the entrance of the villages, teams of young men were practicing their punches and kicks with a thunderous roar. They waved their fists like lightning and stamped their feet like thunderclaps, producing deep, muffled noises when their punches and kicks collided with each other. Each of their moves was very strict and had their own rules. Their muscles were bulging, and it was obvious that they were body cultivators. Judging from their overall strength, they were probably as strong as nascent soul cultivators. In each team of young men, there was a leader whose overall strength was far stronger than them. These leaders had a vigorous look on their faces, and a murderous aura of an army could not be concealed in their every move. On average, their cultivation base was at the level of a 36th tier heaven immortal, but a few of them were far stronger than their peers, possessing a mighty strength close to that of a 20th tier heaven immortal. Wuxia could not help but be struck dumb. Were these the soldiers that Great Yin had trained in the past few years? Obviously, Yin Dan and others had put in a lot of effort to build such a large army in just a few years. Curiously, Wuxia covered the entire Enlu County and the neighboring Yi County with his divine will. There were tens of millions of well-trained young men in both counties. With a wry smile, Wuxia shook his head and murmured to himself. It was because Wuxia had provided enough cover for Great Yin that Yin Dan and others could expand their army so unscrupulously. If it were any other place in Yu, even a prefecture overseer of a first-grade province would be charged with treason if he dared to expand his army to 1 million soldiers, not to mention 2 counties with tens of millions of soldiers. In addition to these young men, many academies and schools have been built in the cities and towns of the 2 counties, which were things that Yu did not have before. The common people on Panga continent never learned anything like writing or history. They just followed the habits of their ancestors, following the oldest pattern of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. In Yu, only the members of the imperial clan and the members of the influential clans could receive education in culture, history, military, government, and other aspects from an early age, and the institution responsible for their education was the Directorate of Celestials. Because of the unique status of the Directorate of Celestials in Yu, the knowledge taught in it was not known to the common people. But in recent years, after Great Yin took control of the 2 counties, in addition to vigorously developing production and expanding the army, it had also built academies and schools to teach the common people all kinds of cultural knowledge. Wuxia had seen some simple and honest young men designing various machines and instruments under the guidance of Great Yan's teachers in many academies, and some were learning medical science, forging, farming, astronomy, and other techniques. There was even a school set up in Enlu City to teach all kinds of cooking techniques, and there were quite a number of people who were learning cooking. Compared with the suffocating atmosphere of conservative tradition in all parts of Yu, the 2 counties under Great Yan's rule were full of vitality, giving people a refreshing atmosphere. Wuxia could not tell whether the changes in Enlu County and in Yi County were good or bad. It was a good thing that people's minds were open and their minds were open. But when people's hearts were moved and their minds were open, the temptation of knowledge would increase. If the temptation became the immortality of immortals, or something even more fascinating, would these people who were as simple and honest as rocks in the mountains a few years ago be able to resist such a temptation? When Enhe City was invaded by the forces of Tao League and Buddhist League, those cultivators had spent a great deal of effort and hundreds of years to barely make some progress here. But when these people under Great Yan's rule had seen the culture that was completely different from that of the Yu, if a sect of cultivators suddenly came here, would these people rush to join the sect and completely abandon their identity as human beings? Wuxia was murmuring to himself, while Ao Buzin and Catfish Flooddragon were looking up into the sky, chewing something unknown with the smell of blood in their mouths. The 3 of them walked stealthily to the gate of Enhe City, and were naturally stopped by the soldiers of Great Yin clad in the standard armor of the Yu. More than 200 soldiers surrounded the 3 of them. Wuxia could not help but smile bitterly. He told the officer frankly, according to the military system of the Yu, there will be no more than 100 soldiers stationed in the whole Enlu County. But you have stationed more than 200 soldiers at the gate of Enhe City. Isn't this telling the outsiders that there is something wrong here? Wuxia's words made the surrounding soldiers very nervous. They drew their weapons at the same time and took a big step forward subconsciously. Ao Buzin sneered, while Catfish Flooddragon clenched her fists excitedly and said, "Brother Wuxia, can I eat them? This little leader has a strong body, and he looks very chewy." Catfish Flooddragon's words sounded evil, and it made the surrounding soldiers' faces fall. They roared in unison and were about to attack Wuxia and his companions. Wuxia gave Catfish Flood Dragon a glare, who had drool hanging from the corner of her mouth, and said with a low sigh, "She does have a pretty face, but why is there only food in her mind?" While sighing, Wuxia pulled out the token of 9 swallows given to him by Yin Dan many years ago and threw it out. The guard caught the token with one swift motion. His body trembled, and he cried out at the top of his voice, "Stop! Stop! Your Excellency, you are..." After making a scene at the city gate for a while, Wuxia finally met Yin Dan, Yin Shijuan, his father, Imo Di, Sun Quang, Su Qin, Han Fei, Jingku, Yu Yi, Fan Yuqi, Qin Weiyang, and a group of Great Yan's courtiers in the city lord mansion of Anhe City, which was now the Imperial Palace of Great Yan. After a few years, the people of Great Yan treated Wuxia very warmly. During this period of time, Princess Zhang Lu had been traveling around with Wuxia, and they were not in Enlu County. As a result, Yin Dan and the others had almost cut off all contact with the outside world, and could not receive any information from the outside world. When he suddenly saw Wuxia come to visit, Yin Dan asked hastily, "Wuxia, how are you doing? Where is Zixian? Why didn't she come with you?" With a smile on his face, Wuxia exchanged a few words with Yin Dan and the others. After that, he went straight to the point and told them the purpose of his visit. Send invitations to the emperors and courtiers of the other 5 dynasties in the name of Great Yan. There are some things that I need to tell them frankly. Rubbing his fingers, Wuxia looked at Yin Dan and said, "Frankly speaking, I'm short of manpower now. Each of the emperors and courtiers of the other 5 dynasties is a hero, and I want them to work for me. I'm too lazy to go around and capture them. So, Your Majesty, please use the invitations to trick them into coming here." Yin Dan, Yin Shijuan, and the others were struck dumb. Were they hallucinating? Wuxia wanted the emperors and courtiers of the other 5 dynasties to work for him? How was that even possible? Chapter 835. Wuxia had blatantly told everyone that he was going to subdue the emperors and courtiers of the 5 dynasties. A dead silence reigned the great hall. Apart from Ao Buzin, who did not seem to care much, and the heartless catfish flood dragon, all the emperors and courtiers of Great Yin were staring blankly at Wuxia, trying to figure out the meaning of his words. If he wanted to subdue the emperors and courtiers of the 5 dynasties, what would happen to the emperor and courtiers of Great Yin, whose overall strength was on par with the other 5 dynasties, be placed in the hands of Wuxia? Since Wuxia had the overall strength to subdue the emperors and courtiers of the 5 dynasties, didn't that mean that Wuxia could also easily subdue Great Yin? What was he implying? Or was Wuxia trying to convey some kind of message to them through his words? Both Yin Dan and Yin Shijuan had their brows knitted tightly together. Yin Dan's expression looked slightly better, but Yin Shijuan's face was twisted into a frown. He stared at Wuxia, his eyes filled with doubt and hesitation. He did not conceal his doubts about Wuxia's intentions. His expression and gaze were asking Wuxia frankly, "Is this son-in-law of yours thinking about the throne of Great Yin? This father-in-law of mine is in the prime of his life, and yet you're coveting the throne of Great Yin at such a young age? Don't you think you have some wild ambitions?" Qin Weiyang rose to his feet, pointed his finger at Wuxia, and cried out, "Wuxia, what makes you think you can subdue the emperors and courtiers of the other 5 dynasties?" Looking at Qin Weiyang, whose hair was standing on end, Wuxia turned to look at the other courtiers of Great Yin and could not help but laugh. Fiddling with the teacups served by a maidservant and taking a sip of the fragrant tea, Wuxia said coolly, "In the last 2 years, I've done something for the human emperor of Diyu. Now, my title is the king of EC of Diyu, and I have 30 provinces as my fief. In addition, the central prefecture marquis Bo Zhongfu has already led the entire Bo clan to seek refuge with me. Right now, the Bo clan is my vassal clan, so the central prefecture's 300 prefectures are also considered my territory." Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Wuxia patted the ground beside him and said expressionlessly, To be exact, an Lu County and an E County are also my territories now. General Qin, how do you think I can subdue the emperors and ministers of the 5 states? The atmosphere in the hall was getting more and more strange. When Wuxia told them that his current title was the Yu, King of East Sea, and that he now had 30 provinces as his fief, and that Bo Zhongfu, who ruled over 300 provinces in Zhong province, had come to his side, the faces of the emperor and ministers of Great Yin, including Yin Dan, were filled with a variety of expressions. Yin Dan was overjoyed. Yin Qijuan's expression changed very quickly. Mod and Sun Quan's expressions remained unchanged. Han Fei stared blankly at the ceiling, as if he had not figured out what Wu Qi had just said. He narrowed his eyes, his pupils darting quickly. At this moment, he looked like an old fox. Among the other ministers of Great Yin, Gao Jinli was stroking the musical instrument placed on his knee with a pair of misty eyes, as if he was immersed in the music. Tian Guang straightened his back, his eyes darting back and forth between Yin Dan's face. His expression did not change. Jing Ku squinted at Ao Buzin and Catfish Flooddragon, who were sitting next to Wu Qi. He was not interested in the affairs of the state, but he was curious about the tremendous pressure brought to him by Ao Buzin and Catfish Flooddragon. He sat cross-legged with both hands placed on his knees. Green veins were bulging on the back of his hands, and a murderous aura was vaguely lingering around him. No one knew what he was thinking, but his hair was fluttering even though there was no wind. Vaguely, the rumbling of weapons and weapons could be heard coming from his hair. Among all the people present, Qin Wuyang was the one who made the biggest move. Almost at the moment when Wu Qi mentioned his current title of nobility into Yu and the territory he owned, Qin Wuyang leaped up to a height of 30 feet. He pointed his finger at Wu Qi and snapped. "Prince of Tianyin, do you still remember that you are a minister of Great Yin?" Qin Wuyang's rebuke made the faces of many people in the great hall change once again. Apart from Ao Buzin, whose mind was wandering, and Catfish Flooddragon, whose eyes were staring blankly, all the others had their eyes fixed on Wu Qi. Wu Qi looked at Qin Wuyang as if nothing had happened, nodded slowly, and said, "I remember. Of course I remember. I'm not only a minister of Great Yin, but also the grandson-in-law of His Majesty, the son-in-law of the Crown Prince, and the husband of Princess Zhonglo. We haven't held a formal wedding yet, but if necessary, we can hold it at any time." Qin Wuyang laughed, twitching the corner of his mouth and saying with a somewhat evil smile, "Since you still admit that you are a minister of Great Yin, whether you are the king of EC of the Yu or some other high-ranking official, shouldn't the territories under your rule belong to Great Yin?" Almost at the same time, everyone in the Great Hall gasped. Yin Dan and Yin Qijuan narrowed their eyes, while the rest of the people moved their bodies subconsciously. Even Han Fei, who had been the calmest and even a little stiff, could not help but turn a look at Wu Qi. Wu Qi spread his arms indifferently, stared at Qin Wuyang, and said with a faint smile on his face, "Since General Qin has said so, what's the harm in giving these 30 provinces to Great Yin?" Upon hearing Wu Qi's words, everyone immediately drew in a heavy breath, except for Ao Buzin, whose mind was wandering, and Catfish Flooddragon, who subconsciously took out a Heaven Immortal's thigh and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing it slowly as a snack. Crunch! Catfish Flooddragon's teeth crushed the bone of the thigh, and her sharp teeth made a few old tendons on the thigh creak. Half of the foot was still hanging near her mouth. The ferocious scene made everyone, including Yin Dan, look a little strange. They stared at Catfish Flooddragon as if they were looking at a ghost. Only then did Yin Dan and the others suddenly realize that Wu Qi did not have a tall and burly man like Ao Buzin, and a petite little girl like Catfish Flooddragon who ate a human's thigh as dry food. Wu Qi smiled faintly, then pointed at Catfish Flooddragon and said, "Your Majesty, Crown Prince, and all the ministers and dukes, this is an old acquaintance of yours, Catfish Flooddragon, the leader of the water monsters in Longyuan River's Lake of Four Waters. Recently, Her cultivation base has improved a little, and that's why she is transformed into a human form. But this habit of eating humans can't be changed in a short period of time, so just pretend that you never saw it. After comforting Yin Dan and the others, who were a little surprised, Wuxia smiled and said to Qin Huiyang, "The 30 provinces under the rule of the EC province and the 300 provinces under the rule of Zhong province can all be given to Great Yin. But if I do that, Great Yin will have to help me deal with those enemies. After all, Human Emperor, you will not confer me a high position for no reason. I've offended a lot of people for the sake of the king of EC." Qin Huiyang smiled faintly and said calmly, "Please tell me in detail, Prince Tianyan. I want to know how many people you have offended." Wuxia also smiled faintly and said calmly, "Well, I've just killed 3 primordial immortals of the Celestial Court, killed 3 Buddhas of the Buddhist League, and killed a primordial immortal from the Fiend Realm. I've also severely wounded and robbed Buddha Futu, who was the incarnation of Lord Buddha Amitabha's precious treasure. Also, I've destroyed a sentry post of the Celestial Court and killed tens of thousands of gold immortals from the Celestial Court." Slowly, he told them all the things he had done and the people he had offended in the past 2 years. In fact, Wuxia told them all the people he had killed, wounded, robbed, and provoked. The faces of Yin Dan and the others changed dramatically. They no longer cared about Catfish Flooddragon, who was munching on a human leg as a snack. All of them stared blankly at Wuxia, unable to digest the information contained in his words for a long time. Qin Huiyang's face turned deathly pale. He stared blankly at Wuxia while his mind was filled with a loud, rumbling noise. When he heard Wuxia say that he had acquired such a large fief, he just wanted to get some benefits from Wuxia. But what Wuxia said was too shocking. He could actually kill a primordial immortal? A primordial immortal? What kind of existence was that? Now, Great Yin did not even have a single gold immortal, and the ones with the highest cultivation base were the few members of Great Yin's imperial clan who had switched to practicing the cultivation technique of the human race. Among the ministers who practiced the cultivation technique of immortals, only Su Qin had the highest cultivation base, and that was the immortal energy obtained out of thin air by Princess Zhang Li's blood sacrifice. For Great Yin, which did not even have a single gold immortal, it was ridiculous and frightening that Wuxia suddenly told them that he had killed a few primordial immortals. Trembling, Qin Huiyang pointed a finger at Wuxia and laughed dryly. "Prince of Tianyan, you really know how to joke." Looking at Qin Huiyang, Wuxia smiled faintly and said, "The human emperor will not joke with titles and territories." With a flick of his sleeve, a plume of purple smoke sprayed out, and the black stone table in front of Wuxia suddenly turned into a slab of pork. It was dripping with blood, as if it had just been cut from a pig's body, a fresh piece of pork. But no piece of pork could turn into 2 sections with clouds on top and a foothold on the bottom. Just like the time when Wuxia was on the grassland, the hunchback old man had turned the grass on the ground into cabbages, and Wuxia had turned the stone table into a slab of fresh pork. Gold immortals could also turn stone into gold, but only primordial immortals had the ability to fundamentally transform matter. Qin Huiyang's mouth fell open, and the crowd heard a crisp crack coming from his jaw. He had exerted too much force, and his jaw was dislocated. Everyone, including Yin Dan, stared blankly at the slab of pork standing in front of Wuxia and gasped at the same time. It had been a long time since they came to Panga Continent, and the various spies Great Yin had sent out had come into contact with those itinerant cultivators who were hiding here and there, so they had heard countless rumors about gold immortals and primordial immortals. The fact that Wuxia had turned a stone into a slab of pork seemed to be the means of a primordial immortal. Staring fixedly at the slab of pork in front of Wuxia, MOD fished out a polished metal component from under his sleeve and handed it to Wuxia. Wuxia nodded to MOD with a smile, then casually clapped his hand. Immediately, the material of the metal component changed from an alloy of 36 rare metals to a radish. It was a big red radish with juice dripping down from the surface. The great hall fell into a dead silence once again. The crowd stared at the big radish in Mod's hand for a long time. Trembling, Yin Qijuan raised his hand and pointed at a beautiful maidservant standing in a corner of the great hall. Wuxia gave the maidservant a look. He pondered for a brief moment, then casually pointed a finger out with a bright light. Suddenly, the maidservant's clothes fell off. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared blankly at the unimaginable changes happening to the maid's body. The maidservant bowed her head and stared blankly at the terrible transformation. After the time it took to finish a pot of tea, the former maidservant, who had turned into a real man, touched the strange thing on her lower body, rolled her eyes, and fainted. Yin Dan opened his mouth and swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Then he issued an edict. Send invitations to the emperors of the 5 dynasties, and invite them to Anhe City. After a brief pause, Yin Dan laughed dryly and said, "The throne of Great Yin will be handed over to Princess Zhonglu, and I, Qijuan, will be the old great emperor." The great hall fell into a dead silence. No one objected to Yin Dan's decree. Chapter 836. Although the cultivation bases of Yin Dan and others had become too weak to be mentioned in Wuqi's eyes, their ability to manage state affairs was not to be underestimated. In just a few years, they had built medium-sized, long-distance teleportation formations between the territories of the 6 states, as well as small-scale teleportation formations that could transport small items. The invitations sent by Yin Dan to the emperors of the 5 states were sent through small-scale teleportation formations called minor universal teleportation formations. The excuse was that Great Yin had obtained important information about DU, and they hoped that the emperors would gather together to discuss countermeasures. A quarter of an hour later, the teleportation formation in the secret chamber in the backyard of the city lord mansion flickered, and the emperors of the 5 states arrived at Anhe City with a group of their close courtiers and guards. There was an unconcealable weariness on the faces of the emperors and courtiers, while Zhao Sheng and Wei Wuji were wounded. Although they were wearing fragrant sachets, they could not hide the faint smell of blood on their bodies. Seeing the emperors and courtiers of the 5 states in such a state, Yin Dan could not help but be stunned. He bowed to Zhao Sheng and asked in surprise, "Your Majesties, why are you in such a state? Could it be that you have been discovered by Yu's army?" Zhao Sheng and Wei Wuji exchanged a glance and shook their heads at the same time. They sighed and told him what had happened to them. Zhao Sheng was wounded by an immortal from the Fiend League who was passing by. The immortal was an itinerant immortal who had fled in a panic after his nest was wiped out by Great Yu's imperial army. By accident, he ran into the territory developed by Zhao State, where he found an army being trained by Zhao State. The army was practicing a mystic art of refining immortal weapons obtained by Zhao State. When cultivated to a certain level, it could turn a man into a formidable being like a flying Wuxia. The Fiend Immortal was overjoyed at the sight of the prey, and he slaughtered this army of more than 30,000 soldiers. He took their corpses and refined them into his fiend weapon, and Zhao Sheng led the civil and military officials of Great Zhao to fight against him. After a great battle, the Fiend Immortal was killed, and Zhao Sheng and many of his officials were injured. As for Wei Wuji, he suffered an unexpected disaster. A demon with the bloodline of Lao AI had somehow run into the territory developed by Great Wei to escape the pursuit of Yu's army. The army of the Wei Kingdom attacked this unlucky demon. As a result, the soldiers of the Wei Kingdom suffered heavy casualties, and Wei Wuji and a group of courtiers also suffered serious injuries. It was one thing to be injured by a fiendish immortal, but to be injured by a demon that was running around in a panic, it was no wonder that Wei Wuji's expression was particularly ugly. The emperors and courtiers of the 6 states were speechless. They exchanged glances. Except for Yin Dan, who looked the best, the others all looked a little strange. Zhao Sheng and Wei Wuji were wounded, but Ying Zheng, Chu Ping, and Tian Wen, who were not injured, all looked a little weak, especially Chu Ping, who was an expert in the art of ghosts and deities. His skin had turned black and his eyes were sunken, making him look no different from a ghost. Clearly, it was a sign of excessive energy consumption. Compared with Yin Dan's pale face, red lips, and bright eyes, the other emperors looked no different from refugees. Yin Dan knew that he had taken over in Lu County and in Yi County directly from Wuxia as the foundation for his development, while the other emperors had to start from scratch and establish a foundation on Panga Continent. Judging from the faces of the emperors and courtiers of the 5 states today, Panga Continent was not a good place to mess around. Zheng and the others were lucky that they were not wiped out by the army of the Yu as itinerant cultivators. Clearing his throat, Yin Dan did not know what to say. He brought the emperors and courtiers of the 5 states to a newly built underground hall under the city lord mansion. In a magnificently decorated great hall, Wuxia was standing with his hands clasped behind his back next to a pillar with a coiling dragon, carefully admiring the exquisite dragon scales carved on the gilded pillar. When the emperors and courtiers of the 6 states entered the hall, the others looked fine, but Xiangyu's expression changed dramatically when he saw Wuxia. Almost subconsciously, he gripped the hilt of his sword. Blue veins popped up on the back of his hand, and it took him a great deal of effort to restrain the urge to draw the sword and slash at Wuxia. Everyone else was looking at him. 90% of their eyes were filled with malice, and some had their facial muscles twitching, almost bursting into laughter. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiangyu slowly let go of the hilt. He nodded to Wuxia and said in a steady voice, "Long time no see, Prince of Tianyun, Wuxia. You seem to be very different from the last time we met." Wuxia turned to look at Xiangyu, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, "Xiangyu, the hegemon king of Western Shu, you are very different too. If you draw your sword and kill me in front of so many people, I will really look down on you." "Very good, very good. You are also very different from the last time we met." After a moment of silence, Xiangyu said with a cold grin, "When we parted last time, I told you that if you dare to appear in front of me." Wuxia waved his hand and said coolly, "Cut the crap. You can't kill me now. But if you want to make things difficult for me because of a woman, I don't mind wiping you and your Xiang clan out of existence." Hearing Wuxi's words, Chu Ping, who had been standing silently for a long time, cleared his throat and said, "Prince of Tianyun, don't you think you've gone too far? No matter what, Xiangyu is a subject of Great Chu, and the 6 states are allies now. Don't you disappoint the emperor and subjects of Great Chu by saying that?" Wuxia just shook his head. He gave Chu Ping an apologetic smile, then pointed at 3 people and said, "Yu Tan, Yu Ji, Yu Yao, the 3 of you, step forward. I only have one question for you. Which son of King Yangshan is the one who ordered you to do this? Is it Ji Dai, Ji Yu, Gao, or Ji Lan? You are the pawns they use to control the 6 states, aren't you?" Yu Tan and the other 2 girls, whose names were pointed out by Wuxia, turned pale and took a few steps back in fear. "How did you know all this?" Yu Ji cried out in a hoarse voice. You, don't tell me it's true that someone has found a way to lift the black celestial forbidden curse?" Without saying a word, Yu Tan pulled out a long-handled machete and swung it backhandedly at Wuxi's neck. The blade flashed like a waterfall, reflecting the gleam of the pearls in the great hall. Before Xianxia, who was standing next to Yu Tan, could stop her, Yu Tan had already struck Wuxi's neck with the machete. The emperors and courtiers of the 5 states cried out in alarm at the same time, but Yin Dan and the other emperors and courtiers of Great Yin did not even bat an eyelid. A crisp sound rang out. There was not even a white mark on Wuxi's neck, but Yu Tan's machete had shattered into countless pieces of iron that flew in all directions. Yu Tan hissed furiously. Her strong and vigorous body leaped forward. Her right hand clenched into a fist and punched silently at Wuxi's Adam's apple like a viper coming out of its cave. Wuxia stood where he was, motionless. Yu Tan's fist landed on Wuxi's neck and produced another muffled thud. Wuxi's eyelids did not even twitch, while Yu Tan held her right fist and screamed miserably. She felt as if she had punched an iron stake, which was many times harder than an iron stake. The bones of her wrist and arm were shattered, and the severe pain made her face turn pale. Her mind went blank, and she could no longer remember anything. Wuxia sighed softly, then turned to Xianxia and said with a strange smile, "Duke of Chunshun, I can't believe that the woman next to you has the cultivation base of a gold immortal. I really have no idea how you have endured her all these years." Xia's face fell abruptly. He jerked his head up, glared at Yutan, and roared furiously. "Yuan, is what Prince of Tianyun said true? Yuden just kept hugging her wrist and gasping for air, not even looking at Huangxia. Yao, who had been standing next to Yingzheng, gave a clear cry. With a wave of her right hand, dozens of green jade slips flew out and flew toward Wuxia, following the number of stars in the sky. Each jade slip was accompanied by a wisp of cloud and smoke, from which drops of dew gradually sprayed out. As the dew surged, a gust of strong wind rushed out, and amidst the wind were large patches of earthy yellow particles. The energies of earth, water, fire, and wind rubbed against each other, stirring up faint thunderclaps and causing a sharp pain to the eardrums of everyone in the great hall. Seeing that Yu Yao was about to strike, Yingzheng subconsciously reached out and grabbed her shoulder. A great plume of black water vapor sprayed out from behind him, amidst which the shadows of 9 flood dragons emerged rapidly. "What are you doing, my queen?" Yingzheng snapped. "What is it that you can't talk about?" Yu Yao gave a cold snort and letting Zheng's palm grab her shoulder. She twisted her body, and Yingzheng felt that what he grabbed was not the smooth and delicate body of the usual girl, but the body of a tough and slippery python with great strength. A powerful force bounced back, knocking Yingzheng's fingers back a few feet high. Yu Yao gave a light cry, and the jade slips had surrounded Wuxia, forming a formation that trapped Wuxia in it. A sinister, cold laugh rang out. With a twist of her body, she grabbed the hilt of the sword hanging on his waist with her little hand and pulled it out. Like a ghost, she left several dozens of afterimages in the air and thrust a several tens of feet long sword beam towards Wuqi's heart. The jade slips that trapped Wuxia opened up a gap just in time, allowing Yuji to rush into the formation. At the same time, the surrounding energies of earth, water, fire, and wind were wrapped around the sword, condensing into a blinding halo at the tip of the sword that looked like a shooting star, thrusting straight towards Wuqi's heart. Yuji chuckled and said, "Knowing too much will cost you your life. Wuxia, you little punk, you have taken a great advantage of me, and that is a crime worthy of death." Together, Yu Yao and Yuji had easily set up a deadly trap that would surely kill Wuxia. Both girls had a complacent smile on their faces, thinking that Wuxia would definitely die. Only Yutan, who had just suffered a bitter defeat from Wuxia, cried out hoarsely, "Sisters, be careful. This man's cultivation base is unfathomable." Before her voice could fade away, the sword in Yuji's hand had already stabbed into Wuqi's heart. But no matter how hard she tried, the sword just could not stab into Wuqi's body. Wuxia casually flicked his finger out, and the sword in Yuji's hand exploded into fine metal powder. After that, he flicked his sleeve, and the formation deployed by Yu Yao was smashed into pieces like a castle built by a child with pieces of paper. Yu Yao, Yuji, and Yuten cried out in alarm at the same time. They exchanged a look of horror, then their bodies glowed with a jade-colored gleam at the same time. Leaping into a 1,000-feet-long beam of light, they were about to flee. But before they could fly more than 10 feet into the sky, Catfish Flood Dragon had already flown over their heads with a huge hammer on her shoulder. Catfish Flood Dragon did not swing the hammer randomly, but just gently placed her hammer on the girls' heads. The 3 poor girls had transformed into beams of light and fled at top speed, but ended up bumping into Catfish Flood Dragon's hammer. 3 loud clangs rang out, and the 3 girls fell to the ground with their eyes rolled back. Gradually, 3 green bumps the size of fists emerged on their foreheads. The collision was so fierce that the 3 women almost broke their necks. Wuxia laughed coldly. Looking at Yingzheng, Huangxia, and Xianxia, who had an unsightly expression on their faces. He snorted coldly and said, "Now, we can talk in peace. There are some things that I need to ask for your opinions on." With a flick of his sleeve, the three girls were rolled up by a gust of strong wind and hovered uncontrollably in the air, surrounded by countless restrictive spells that imprisoned them. The emperors and ministers of the 6 dynasties exchanged glances, then walked into the great hall and took their seats. Chapter 837. The atmosphere in the great hall was extremely strange. The three women were hovering in midair, surrounded by dozens of ribbons of light formed by countless black divine runes, imprisoning them in midair and preventing them from moving. These powerful divine runes had the effect of paralyzing and freezing the soul. Not only could the three women not move, they could not hear, see, speak, or think. The emperors and courtiers of the 6 states took their seats. The faces of the emperors and courtiers of Great Wei, Great Zhao, and Great Qi remained unchanged, but the faces of the people of Daqin and Great Chu were unsightly. From time to time, they glanced at the three women who were imprisoned in midair, then stole glances at their emperors, wanting to see how they would deal with the matter. Yin Dan, Yin Qijuan, and the other emperors and courtiers of Great Yin had taken their seats on the left and right sides of the great hall. Only Wuxia sat cross-legged on a 6 feet-high, 3-layered wooden platform in the center of the great hall, looking down at the crowd. The eyes of the emperors and courtiers of the 5 states flickered. They seemed to understand something from Wuxia's seat. Clapping his hands lightly, Wuxia looked at the emperors and courtiers of the 6 states and said coolly, "The first thing I want to tell you is that the throne of Emperor Yin has been passed to Great Yan's Princess Zhang Lu Jizishuan. The former Emperor Dan and Crown Prince Yin Qijuan will share the throne." Yin Dan and Yin Qijuan smiled and nodded at the emperors and courtiers of the 5 states, who had complicated expressions on their faces. No one said a word. They all knew that the main event was yet to come, and the change of power in Great Yin was clearly just the prelude. Their attention was all on Wu Qi. Clearly, the root of everything was Wu Qi, who was able to make Yin Dan hand over the throne and let his granddaughter inherit the throne. Glancing at the emperors and courtiers of the 5 states who were listening attentively to him, Wu Qi gave Xianxia a look, who sat like a mountain, and said in a deep voice, "The second thing is that Wu Qi wants to ask you. It seems that it is not easy to develop and grow Panga continent, right? All of you cultivate the immortal cultivation method, but because of the chaos in the union of 10,000 immortals, the Yu's official crackdown on the immortals is particularly severe. Presumably, in the past 2 years, everyone has suffered a lot of setbacks." His words stirred up the sadness of the emperors and ministers of the 5 countries. They looked at each other and could tell from each other's haggard faces and despondent eyes that they had not had a good time over the past few years. Apart from Yin Dan and his son, who looked radiant, and the group of ministers of Great Yin who seemed to have put on a little weight, the emperors and ministers of the other 5 dynasties all looked like refugees, looking very pitiful. This was especially true for Zhao Sheng and Wei Wuji. The smell of blood on them had not dissipated, and the injuries to their internal organs and immortal souls had not yet healed. The emperors and ministers of the 5 countries looked at each other for a while and sighed at the same time. Ingzheng toyed with the exquisite teacup in his hand and said coolly, "Panga continent is indeed the birthplace of the human race. Everything here is good, but it does not allow those of us who have set foot on the path of immortality. To tell you the truth, in the past 2 to 3 years, 13 cities built by Daqin have been destroyed by the soldiers of the Yu, and Daqin has lost more than 1 million loyal soldiers." With a wry smile, Ingzheng put down the teacup and said coolly, "Not only Daqin, but all of you must have had a hard time over the past 2 years, except for Great Yin, right?" There was a long silence in the great hall. Chu Ping glanced at the people around him, then sighed faintly and said, "Since your majesty Ingzheng has spoken his mind, I guess I'll speak my mind as well. When we first came here, Great Chu had built over 100 cities with the advantage of manpower. But over the past 2 years, only 25 cities remained intact, while the rest had been completely wiped out by Diyu. If not for the great distance between these cities, and the fact that they span across 5 provinces, perhaps Great Chu's power on Panga continent would have been completely uprooted by now. Since Xingzheng and Chu Ping had opened their mouths to expose their scandals, Great Wei, Great Zhao, and Great Qi had let go of their reservations and pride, and told them the key points of the troubles they had encountered in the past 2 years. When Tianwen told them about the miserable experiences Great Qi had gone through in the past few years, the people exchanged glances. Sure enough, Panga continent was not a good place to mess around. In the past few years, itinerant cultivators and itinerant immortals could still live a peaceful life. Although the attitude of the officials of Diyu towards those itinerant cultivator clans and itinerant immortals was stiff, it was not like the past 2 years, where they would kill anyone they saw. On top of that, Diyu's army was flying all over the place. Whenever they found a cultivator, even if it was a small fry of Xianxia realm who had not formed his Jindan realm, there would be hundreds of Diyu's soldiers who had the overall strength of gold immortals and heaven immortals rushing up and beating the cultivator to death. Under such an environment, the 5 dynasties were still able to maintain their foundation, which had not been wiped out by Diyu, and could still maintain a certain level of development. Wuxia felt that they were simply too amazing. These heroes of the warring states truly lived up to their reputation, and their means were indeed very powerful. After a round of complaints, Wuxia cleared his throat and interrupted the people, revealing his trump card. Slowly, Wuxia rose to his feet and exercised the dragon kill. His body slowly grew taller in front of the crowd and gradually expanded to a height of 100 feet. 2 7-colored dragon horns grew out of his forehead, and translucent purple-gold dragon scales covered his entire body. When the pearl-like light in the great hall shone on Wuxia, the glittering dragon scales reflected the 7-colored light, making him look as dazzling as if he were made of crystal. A terrible pressure kept spreading out. Except for Yin Dan and his companions, the emperors and courtiers of the other 5 dynasties trembled at the same time. They were suffocated by the dragon pressure that Wuxia deliberately released. Wuxia deliberately raised his aura from the level of a 36-tier heaven immortal to the level of a gold immortal, then from the level of an 18-tier gold immortal to the peak of a 1st-tier gold immortal, and finally to the level of a 9th-tier primordial immortal. Every change in the pressure was so clear, and the process of it growing stronger was so clear. Xingzheng and the others clearly understood what Wuxia was doing. They stared blankly at Wuxia, and since that Wuxia had raised his pressure 36 times in a row from the level of the 36-tier heaven immortal to the realm of gold immortal, and then raised it 18 times in a row to the level that they had only heard about in legends. Primordial. Wuxia, who stood in front of the crowd, was already a primordial immortal. In other words, if Wuxia wanted to, he could kill everyone here with a finger now. There was a consensus among the ancient almighty experts. All those below the Tao reasoning realm were ants. Now that Wuxia had stepped into the realm of primordial, the realm of Tao reasoning, the people present were nothing more than ants that he could easily wipe out. Xingzheng's face turned pale, and he coughed with difficulty. With him as the trigger, except for Yin Dan and the other emperors and courtiers of Great Yin, the emperors and courtiers of the other 5 dynasties began to cough at the same time, and the great hall was filled with the sound of coughing. Wuxia had told them a lot of information in the most direct way. Now, they did not need to ask Yin Dan to know that Great Yin had invited them here not only for important information about Diyu, but also for many other reasons. With a wry smile, Xingzheng looked at Wuxia and said in a deep voice, "Is it because of the cultivation technique of the human race that Prince Tianyun can cultivate so fast?" Wuxia nodded slowly and said in a flat voice like a thunderclap, "Indeed, the cultivation technique of the human race improves very fast, as long as one's aptitude is not bad. And if he can get enough resources and heritage, there is a human who can step into the realm of gold immortal within 60 years and attain the power of a primordial immortal within 100 years. If one could become a gold immortal within 60 years, he would have the overall strength comparable to a primordial immortal within a few hundred years. Yingzheng opened his mouth, and after a long while, he smiled bitterly and said, "No wonder, but can one live a long life by cultivating the cultivation technique of the human race?" Wuxia remained silent for a while, then said frankly, "Cultivating the cultivation technique of the human race still can't escape the cycle of life and death. The cultivation technique of the human race can be mastered quickly, but one day it will return to the dust. Although the cultivation technique of the immortal Tao is difficult, once one becomes a heaven immortal, one will no longer have to worry about one's lifespan. Unless a great tribulation strikes, one will eventually live a long and free life." Yingzheng smacked his lips, narrowed his eyes, and nodded. "If that's the case, I'd better cultivate the cultivation technique of the immortal Tao. But there will be a group of lineal descendants in Daqin's imperial clan who specialize in cultivating the cultivation technique of the human race. I wonder if Duke Tianyun can cultivate them wholeheartedly?" After pondering for a while, Wuqi nodded and said, "Of course, as long as they serve me wholeheartedly. Frankly speaking, I'm short of men now, a lot of them." After a brief pause, Wuqi added, "I can guarantee that those among them with sufficient aptitude will possess the overall strength of a gold immortal in the shortest time possible. But as for the realm of primordial, not everyone can step into it smoothly." The eyes of Yingzheng and the other four emperors lit up at the same time. Wuqi's promise had gone beyond the bottom line they had calculated in their minds just now. Wuqi had brazenly shown off his primordial divine ability in front of them, and coupled with the 2 points Wuqi had mentioned earlier, all the people present were smart enough to know what was in Wuqi's mind. Therefore, they had quickly drawn up their demands and conditions in their minds, and were about to ask for an exorbitant price to discuss with Wuqi. But, in the end, Wuqi had already taken the initiative to fulfill their demands. And what Wuqi had promised was far beyond their imagination. But they also noticed that Wuqi had changed the way he addressed himself when he was talking. "In order to seek immortality, your majesties are naturally unwilling to give up the cultivation techniques of immortals. I have the scriptures of the immortal Tao I seized from the primordial experts I killed, and I can provide them to you for free. As for the immortal stones and materials you need for your cultivation, I'll provide as many as you need. All I need is for you to give me advice and become my revered elders in the Dongxi province." Yingzheng, Chu Ping, and the others exchanged a glance. It was a very generous offer. Their cultivation techniques could only allow them to reach the realm of heaven immortals, and they were worried that they would not be able to continue their cultivation in the future. The cultivation techniques of primordial experts? The gift was so generous that they couldn't raise any objections. Then, Wuqi gave them another offer that they could no longer refuse. "Based on my speculation, Pangda continent will be in chaos in a few years. As for the throne of the 6 dynasties, I have no intention of seizing it from you. The 6 dynasties will still exist, but they will need to exist as vassals of East Sea Province, and the people of the 6 dynasties will have to serve me. And I promise to do my best to cultivate 1 to 3 primordial experts for each of the 6 dynasties. Of course, they will all be practicing the cultivation techniques of the human race." The offer was too generous. The emperors and courtiers of the 5 dynasties exchanged glances, and then Wei Wuji asked Wuqi why Pangda continent would be in chaos. Wuqi immediately told them what had happened in Liangzhu in the past 2 months. The faces of the emperors and courtiers of the 5 dynasties fell instantly. If the chaos in Liangzhu affected the whole Pangda continent, the commotion it caused would completely destroy the 5 dynasties, wouldn't it? Perhaps the 5 dynasties could only rely on Wuqi's East Sea province, and when they were strong enough, with strength and facts, Wuqi had convinced the emperors and courtiers of the 5 dynasties in the most concise way. When everything seemed to be settled, only Xianxia rose to his feet. Looking at Yuji, who was imprisoned in midair, he asked in a flat voice, "Great Yan's Prince of Tianyun, or should I say, to use king of EC, there are some things that need to be explained. Yingzheng and Huangxia rose to their feet as well. Yes, there were some things that needed to be explained. Chapter 838. Xiangyu's eyes were as resolute as a mountain and as hot as a flame. Although his cultivation base was far weaker than Wuqi's, his gaze actually made Wuqi feel a stinging pain on his face. He pointed his finger at Yuji, who was hovering in midair, and said coolly, "Put her down. I want to ask her what is going on." Compared to Xiangyu, who had a firm mind, Huangxia was a little sly. Pressing both hands on his belly, he said to Wuqi with a smile on his face, "It's true that Yuan is my beloved woman, but if she is a spy, and a spy who has deceived me for over 2,000 years then, I'll let the king of East Sea deal with her." Huangxia's smile was light and indifferent, but the viciousness and ruthlessness in his words made one's heart turn cold. Meanwhile, Yutan's elder brother, Li Yuan, the current prime minister of Great Shu, was also smiling faintly at Wuqi. He nodded and said, "Although Yuan is a member of Li Yuan's family, the affairs of the state are the most important, and the law of the state cannot be violated. If Yuan has really done something detrimental to Great Shu, I hope the king of East Sea can deal with her." Compared to the firmness of Xiangyu and the ruthlessness of Huangxia and Li Yuan, Yingzheng, whose face was livid with rage, was shrouded in a faint layer of dark mist. According to what the king of EC said, this empress of mine, for all these years I've been longing for her in vain, and yet she was planted by someone with ulterior motives. Hateful, hateful, hateful. No matter who the person behind this is, I'll kill him with my own hands. Those who were related to Yuji, Yutan, and Yuyao had all made their stand. Except for Xiangyu, who did not have a clear attitude, Yingzheng, Huangxia, and Li Yuan had all shown the attitude of a formidable and ambitious man. Perhaps this was what Cao Cao had said, "I would rather betray the people under the heaven than let the people under the heaven betray me." Yingzheng, Huangxia, and Li Yuan were the real, formidable, and ambitious men. Although women and love had a place in their hearts, they were not the most important things in their lives. Xiangyu, on the other hand, could not be considered a qualified hero. At most, he was a tragic hero. Ignoring Yingzheng and the other two, Wuqi stared at Xiangyu with a serious face and asked, "My suggestion is to kill her now, then find 108,000 beautiful girls to play with for 3 to 5 years, and then you'll forget about her. Do you really want to get to the bottom of this?" Xiangyu looked at Wuqi coldly, shook his head, and said, 3 to 5 years? I have missed her for more than 2,000 years. Even if I'm heartbroken by her, I have to get to the bottom of this." Shaking his head helplessly, Wuqi said in a deep voice, "This is your own choice. Don't blame me." With a finger, the imprisoned Yuji let out a muffled groan. The black ribbons of light around her disintegrated one after another, and she fell to the ground in a sorry state. Xiangyu leaned forward, wrapped his arms around Yuji's waist, and held her tightly in his arms. Looking at Xiangyu's situation, Wuqi could not help but sigh in his heart. He had planned to keep Xiangyu alive to create some trouble for Liu Bang, but now it seemed that if he could not get past Yuji, it would be hard to say if Xiangyu could still maintain the heroic spirit of the Hegemon King of Western Shu. Coughing lightly, Wuqi retracted the dragon kill and sat back down. He looked at Yuji, who had buried her head in Xiangyu's arms, and said in a deep voice, "All right, Yuji, it doesn't matter if you don't have this name. First of all, we need to make one thing clear. Back in Ming Mountains, you were the one who seduced me. Do you admit it?" Yuji sighed softly. Ignoring Wuqi's question, she reached out her hand and slowly caressed Xiangyu's face. With a deep sob, Yuji sighed and said, "When I first met you, you happened to have subdued that dark horse. You and your horse were like dragons, galloping and shouting wildly. The kind of heroic spirit had completely erased the impression of young master in my heart. Compared to you, who is alive and well, young master is just a lifeless statue made of clay. I have no idea what he is looking for." Wuxi's eyelids drooped, and he did not say a word. He sat up straight with both hands locked into a lotus incantation gesture and pressed them on his dantian, slowly regulating his internal energy. Meanwhile, Xianyu grabbed Yu Ji's shoulder and cried out in a hoarse voice, "Who is the young master you mentioned? Who is he?" Yu Ji leaned her whole body into Xiangyu's arms and said faintly, "Young master. Young master is Yu Mu, the young master of Liangzhu's clan. Yu Ji is just the descendant of the Yu's sinful minister and was bought by young master as a maidservant. Yu Ji and Yu Tan are biological sisters. Sister Yu Yao, on the other hand, is the descendant of Liangzhu's clan, but she is just a member of a distant branch clan." Gently stroking Xiangyu's face with both hands, Yu Ji sighed softly and said, "The reason why I was sent to His Majesty was that someone had chosen His Majesty, intending to use His Majesty's power to unify the world and build an empire of the human race in the mortal world. Unfortunately, the son of the Crimson Emperor of the Celestial Court descended to the mortal world, and His Majesty suffered losses every time he fought with him. Finally, in the Battle of Xianxia, His Majesty's foundation was all gone, and he was brought to Myriad Immortal's planet." Xiangyu's body trembled. Gritting his teeth, he looked down at Yu Ji and could not say a word for a long time. "Now that we've talked, tell me why you are here on Myriad Immortal's planet," Wuxia said coldly. Yu Ji turned around and leaned her back against Xiangyu. She sneered at Wuxia and said in a disdainful tone, "Why? Can't you guess it? It's nothing more than to continue controlling His Majesty and make him follow my will obediently." Laughing strangely, Yu Ji heaved a long sigh and said, "Although the people of the 6 dynasties are all controlled by Lord Lao Wang with the Black Celestial Forbidden Curse, is there any restrictive spell under the heaven that cannot be broken? The only restrictive spell under the heaven that cannot be broken is love." She giggled, then put her arms around Xiangyu's waist and said in a low voice, "With Yu Ji by His Majesty's side, even if His Majesty has broken the restrictive spell in the future, he will still be used by young master, right?" Wuxia did not say a word. Suddenly, Yingzheng laughed coldly and said, "Is that the reason why Yu Yao came back to me?" After a long silence, Yu Ji nodded slowly and said, "We might as well tell His Majesty, the Emperor of Daqin, that Sister Yu Yao has always loved young master deeply. Your Majesty is just a chess piece that she values, and that's why she deliberately approached and cultivated your Majesty when your Majesty was young and down." Laughing strangely again, Yu Ji said mockingly, "Why is your Majesty deceiving yourself and others? If Sister Yu Yao really loves you, why is she not willing to give birth to a child for you after being your empress for so many years?" Yingzheng's face turned livid as he roared furiously, "How presumptuous! Bitch, shut your mouth." Xiangyu snorted coldly. With a gloomy face, he turned around and glared at Yingzheng and said, "Yingzheng, Yu Ji is my woman." Yingzheng narrowed his eyes, which were flashing like blades. Killing intent surged crazily from all over his body, and faint dragon roars could be heard coming out of his fists. A vast dragon aura was surging in Yingzheng's body, and it looked like he was about to unleash a full-force attack on Xiangyu. Wuxia sighed, clapped his hands, and said coolly, "Don't forget that we are allies now. Whoever dares to stir up an internal strife, I'll wipe out his entire clan. If you don't believe me, you could give it a try." Yingzheng's aura stagnated. He glared angrily at Yu Ji, then slowly took a few steps back and sat back in his seat. He did not look at Yu Yao again, as if she were a dead object hanging in midair. Even his face had returned to a calm expression, the kind of calmness that an emperor should have, where he had nothing on his mind, the kind of calmness that was as lifeless as a deep and quiet lake in the depths of the mountains. Huangxia and Li Yuan exchanged a glance. Li Yuan shook his head lightly, while Huangxia returned to his seat with a smile on his face. Yu Ji had already told them their background. Wouldn't it be too stupid to keep such a dangerous woman by their side? Wei Wuji, who was sitting off to the side, picked up a teacup and took a sip of tea. Stroking his beautiful mustache, he nodded at Zheng with a smile and said, "It's useless to keep such evil girls around. It's better to get rid of them as soon as possible. His Majesty Zheng and Duke of Chunshun are really decisive. Hee, what a pity for two beautiful women." Wei Wuji's tone was frivolous, as if Yu Yao and Yu Tan were two piles of worthless trash, and their life and death could be decided with just a word. All the eyes in the Great Hall, including Wuxia and Ao Buzin, were fixed on Xianxia. There was no doubt that Great Chu was an indispensable and important part of the Six States, and the power that Xianxia represented was half of Great Chu's current territory. If anything happened to Xianxia, even those who did not get along with him in the past would feel a little regretful. Suddenly, Xianxia cried out, "As a man, how stupid can you be to hesitate for the sake of a woman? Xianxia, if you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Xianxia cried out in a low voice. Immediately, Xianxia shut his mouth tightly. He picked up the teacup and swirled it around his lips, then slammed it heavily on the table in front of him. Standing behind Wuxia, Ao Buzin squinted at Xianxia and murmured, "He is willing to die for the sake of a woman? TSK, doesn't that mean Lao Tzu is going to die several hundred times a day? TSK, with a spear in hand, I have a beauty. As long as my body can withstand it, why should I worry about not having a beauty?" The great hall was filled with clamor for a while, and then returned to its deathly silence. Facing Wuxia, Yuji's body suddenly trembled, and a strand of silver-gray blood with a bizarre color slowly trickled down from the corner of her mouth. She said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, the reason why I want to use Wuxia to hurt you is so that your Majesty can absorb Chiyo's blood essence in a fit of rage, and then refine the true form of Chiyu." Looking at the silver-gray blood trickling down from the corner of Yuji's mouth, Wuxia sighed and said, "I didn't notice it before, but now that I've made a great improvement in my cultivation base, I found that Xianxia is the only one who has lifted the black celestial forbidden curse. Do I need him to break the curse with Chiyo's blood essence when he is in a fit of rage?" Yuji chuckled and said indifferently, "I still need to use my own energy essence to guide it. Only then will I be able to completely remove that seal. But I don't need to explain the process. Now that your Majesty has lifted the curse, the Six States can no longer accommodate me and my sisters. I'm very tired, so it's time for me to go." Xianxia was startled. He turned Yuji around, and when he saw the strange silver-gray blood trickling down from her mouth, his body began to tremble violently. Trembling, he looked at Yuji, whose life force was quickly disappearing from her eyes. Suddenly, he shouted at Wuxia at the top of his voice, "Save her. I'm willing to serve you." Wuxia was stunned. Xianxia cried out again, "Save her. I know you can save her. Save her, and I'll work for you for the rest of my life." The great hall fell into a dead silence. Zheng and Xia's faces were extremely unsightly. Chapter 839. Dressed in a long red dress, Yuji lay quietly in the great hall, with silver-gray blood flowing out of her mouth. Standing beside her, Xianxia looked like an ancient pine tree that had suddenly died of emptiness, lifeless and lifeless. His once energetic eyes had turned gray like a dead fish, and his soul seemed to be fading away along with the silver-gray blood in her mouth. Squatting beside her, Wuxia carefully dipped his fingertip into the silver-gray blood, then carefully examined it with a few mystic arts of poison identification he learned from the Directorate of Celestials. The silver-gray blood began to burn on Wuxia's fingertip, giving off a pungent burning aroma that sounded like stir-frying chili peppers. Even with the strength of Wuxia's fleshly body, he could still feel a tingling pain on his fingertip, and a small piece of his skin was charred by the silver-gray flame. "Is this the 1,000 bugs juice with the blue belly hook as its main ingredient?" Wuxia asked Yuji, whose body was gradually shrinking. "It is ranked 758th among the 3,600 forbidden drugs of the Directorate of Celestials, a poison that can threaten the primordial golden body. Yuji looked at Wuxia with a hint of delight in her surprise and said, I didn't expect you to know so much about the Directorate of Celestials. Wuxia nodded seriously and said, Yes, I did know a lot about the Directorate of Celestials. When I was in Liangzhu this time, I personally wiped out a few clans with the legacy of supreme oracles, and there were many copies of the Directorate of Celestials stored in their houses. All these things belong to me now. Yuji smiled. Staring at Wuxia, she said coldly, You are just a tool. Little man, your first time is a tool. Xiangyu's body trembled, and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. Yuji's face flickered slightly. She turned her head away and dared not to look at him again. Wuxia smiled. He patted her on the head and said coolly, You are a very smart woman, but if you are too smart, you will only harm yourself and others. You are trying to provoke me so that I won't do my best to save you, aren't you? Yuji narrowed her eyes. Wuxia, save her with all your strength. The whole Xiang clan is yours. Xianyu cried out in a low voice. Huang Xie and Li Yuan's faces changed abruptly. They rose to their feet angrily, but Chu Ping said slowly, I think so too. If such a woman were to die, wouldn't it mean that the world would suddenly lose a precious treasure? King of Donghai, do your best to save Yuji. I am willing to help you with all the strength of Great Chu to achieve great things. Hearing that, Li Yuan bowed his head and sat back down. Huang Xie roared angrily. This is ridiculous. How can the life and death of a woman decide the fate of the imperial court? Your Majesty and Xiangyu, this is ridiculous. Wuxia gave a cold snort, then gave Huang Xie a sideways glance and said indifferently, looking down on women, Fu Xiangji in Xiang. Fuck your mother. Why don't you try scolding your own father? You look down on women. Is your mother not a woman? Huang Xie was stunned. Just as he was about to refute Wuxia, Catfish Flood Dragon slowly pulled out a golden arhut thigh and threw it into her mouth, chewing happily. Catfish Flood Dragon patted her protruding chest to indicate her gender to Huang Xie. Huang Xie wisely shut his mouth. The others in the hall watched Catfish Flood Dragon chewing the thigh happily, with cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. Wuxia sighed. Patting Yuji's head, he said, If I had been prepared, I could have saved you with the 1,000 bugs juice concocted with the blue belly of Een Snake as the main ingredient, but you have taken too much. But the amount you took was too much, and I don't have any medicine on hand. Ugh. A complacent smile appeared on Yuji's face. She was about to say something, but Wuxia stopped her. Patting Xiangyu's thigh, Wuxia said in a deep voice, I don't care if I am a tool or something else. I just want to say that a woman who is too smart often does the stupidest thing in the world. Do you think that after you broke the black celestial forbidden curse with that method, with his temperament, he would be able to live alone after he learns the truth? Yuji's face fell abruptly, and her body began to tremble violently. Looking in horror at the blood dripping from the corner of Xiangyu's mouth, she cried out in a hoarse voice, I've wronged him. You just want to put an end to everything, don't you? Wuxia said with a cold grin. I don't know where you were and what you did during the 2,000 years that Xiangyu and the others were in Myriad Immortals planet, but when you were sent back to Xiangyu, you were prepared to die, weren't you? Yuji stared blankly at Wuxia, unable to say a word. Does it have anything to do with that young master of yours, Yu Miao? Wuxia asked in a deep voice. And what have you done during these 2,000 years? Yuji closed her eyes and refused to say another word. Shaking his head, Wuxia sighed and said, Woman, you never understand a man's heart. Xiangyu is different from Yingzheng, Huang Xie, and the others. Yingzheng, Huang Xie, and the others are all people who can sit on the throne, but look at Xiangyu. Does he look like an emperor? How could he look like an emperor? Yuji clenched her fists tightly and cried out in a hoarse voice, Why hasn't the poison of the 1,000 bugs juice taken effect yet? Wuxia shook his head and said, Among the 3,600 forbidden medicines of the Directorate of Celestials, 1,000 bugs juice is the slowest to take effect, but the most difficult to expel. It will take about 2 hours for you to really die. We have plenty of time to clear things up between you and Xianxia. After pondering for a moment, Wuxia asked, "Let me be frank, do you still love Xianxia?" Shrugging, Wuxia touched the back of his hand, which had goosebumps all over it, and said with a wry smile, "This question makes my skin crawl. But I really want to know, do you love Xianxia or that young master of yours?" Yuji closed her eyes tightly, and after a long while, she said in a hoarse voice, "If I don't, why would I do this? I just want him to be happy, just like when I first met him, taming the fiercest horse, wielding the fastest knife, and killing the most ferocious beasts. He should be a tiger roaming freely in the mountains, not a man who is imprisoned by restrictive spells and is at the mercy of others at any time." Mouthfuls of silver-gray blood sprayed out of her mouth as she said in a sobbing voice, "If I don't love him, why didn't I ask you, Yao, and you Tan to report what happened here to young master? If I hadn't begged them, how could you have gained a foothold on Panga continent?" Xianxia clenched his fists, opened his mouth, and spat out an arrow of bright red blood. "Save her, Wuqi. Don't talk nonsense." Looking up at Xianxia, who was like a mad tiger, Wuqi said coolly, "What's the hurry? 2 hours before the poison takes effect, and he dies. Well, to be honest, the poison of the 1,000 bugs juice. Well, can you wait for me to finish? With such an impatient temper, no wonder you were robbed by Liu Bang years ago." Xianxia was so angry that his face turned blue. He screamed and jumped around in the great hall for a while, then came panting to stand next to Wu Qi, staring at Yuji with his teeth clenched. Xiang Zhuang, Fan Zeng, and the others, fearing that something might happen to him, hurried over and held him for both sides. Ignoring Xianxia, Wu Qi looked at Yuji and said with a sigh, "It's not easy to get Chiyo's blood essence, is it? There are only some members of Chiyu clan left in Xinyuan Peak. With your status, who did you ask to get their blood essence from the experts of Chiyu clan?" Yuji stared coldly at Wu Qi and said coolly, "With my status in young master's eyes, with my position in young master's heart, what kind of means do you think I can use to beg someone? Do you still need to ask these questions? Do you want me to tell you something?" Wu Qi nodded slowly. Xianxia let out a loud roar and coughed up another mouthful of blood. Fan Zeng and Xiang Zhuang trembled with fear and quickly grabbed Xiangyu's arms to stop him from going crazy. He stared fixedly at Yuji, but he could not sense any will to live from her eyes. He could not help but smile bitterly and said, "For a proud man like Xianxia, how could he let his woman pay such a huge price just to save him? You are forcing him to commit suicide, not saving him." Yuji's body trembled, and her face turned ashen. Wu Qi remained silent for a while. Then he rose to his feet and said coolly, "Well, time is running out. I'll give all of you who are related to this matter the most direct solution. I'll send Yuji, Yu Tan, and Yu Yao into transmigration and escort their souls to be reincarnated in a good family, completely erasing the karma entanglement between them and Yu Miao. If anyone is still thinking about them, they can go and look for them after they are reincarnated." Xianxia stamped his foot and said, "Reincarnation? What the hell are you talking about?" Yuji sighed faintly and said, "Reincarnation? Do I still have a chance to be reincarnated? Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Yuji suddenly called Xiangyu's name. Xiangyu's body trembled as he squatted down. Stroking her face with both hands, he said in a deep voice, "What? What do you want?" Yuji looked at Xiangyu and smiled. She sighed and said, "Let Yuji be reincarnated. Let Yuji follow Your Majesty cleanly in the next life. Let Yuji forget everything in the past. Yuji only wants to remember those happy things when I first met the king. Yuji does not want to remember those things that make Yuji unhappy. If Yuji is reincarnated, will you come to find me?" Tears of blood trickled down from Xiang Yu's eyes. Gnashing his teeth, he nodded heavily and punched the ground hard. Wu Qi nodded his head and breathed out a sigh of relief in his heart. After talking for so long, he had finally found the best solution. After sending Yuji to be reincarnated, Wu Qi would definitely erase her memory of what happened in Meng Mountains. Breathing a long sigh, Wuqi turned to look at Yutan and Yu Yao, frowning. What do you think? Wuqi asked Xianxia and Yingzheng. Xianxia did not say a word. Since she is unwilling to give birth to a child for me, said Yingzheng coldly and mercilessly. Let her be. With a flick of his sleeve, Yingzheng rose to his feet and strode out of the great hall together with all the civil and military officials of Daqin. In a deep voice, he said, May I trouble the king of East Sea to send her to be reincarnated. Let her be in the next life. When they were almost out of the great hall, Yingzheng suddenly stopped. Without looking back, he stood in front of the door and said coolly, I will no longer respect her, protect her, obey her, and let her do whatever she wants in the state. If the king of East Sea can do it, please let her be reincarnated as a member of Daqin's imperial clan. At least I can still love and pity her. As for those trivial matters, just let her be. Suddenly, Yingzheng's tall and straight body stooped, as if he had aged several hundred years. Then, he walked slowly out of the great hall. Wuqi turned to look at Xianxia, but Xianxia avoided Wuqi's gaze. Wuqi sighed and nodded seriously. Chapter 840. The bright moon hung high in the sky. On the top of a mountain outside in He City, Xianyu and Yuji were snuggling together under an ancient tree. Both of their eyes were red, but their expressions were still calm. After all, Wuqi had just assured them that as long as some specific marks were added to Yuji's soul, Xianyu would be able to find her easily after she was reincarnated. Yu Tan and Yu Yao were standing next to each other, their faces extremely unsightly. But in comparison, Yu Yao's face still had a trace of human vitality, and she was whispering something to Hu Hai. Yu Tan's face, on the other hand, looked like a dead person, completely bereft of all life. Hu Hai, the prince of crime of Daqin, was curled up in a dark prison cart, which hovered in front of Yu Yao. With a hint of madness in his voice, he was telling her what Yingzheng had asked him to bring. Yu Yao's body was trembling slightly, and 2 lines of tears were rolling down her cheeks. Occasionally, she would wave her arms violently and argue with Hu Hai. Only Yu Tan was ignored. She stood alone under an ancient pine tree, staring blankly at Yuji, who was accompanied by Xianyu, and Yu Yao, who was being talked to by the sun sent by Yingzheng. Yu Tan stood there blankly, as empty as a paper doll. The night breeze blew across her dress, as if to blow her up into the sky. Wuqi, who had been watching quietly from the side, walked up slowly and cleared his throat. I still remember the 3 questions you asked me years ago, Lady Yu Tan. Yu Tan's body trembled. She dared not to look at Wuqi, but just bowed her head and sighed. After a long while, she said faintly, In fact, we sisters have let you down. We should have informed him about what happened here, but... With a chuckle, Wuqi said coolly, Fortunately, you didn't tell your young master about the people of the 6 dynasties coming to Panga continent. Otherwise, the Yu clan in Liangzhu would have been wiped out a month ago. You should know that I am now the king of EC to you. However, you don't know that if I want to deal with the Yu family, I have many ways to make them die without knowing why. Yu Tan looked at Wuqi blankly. Wuqi shook his head and said, You've saved the entire Yu family. Of course, I have a good relationship with the elders of the Yu family. Even if you tell your young noble everything, I will only take his life. With a strange smile, Wuqi sighed and said, It's a pity that you didn't send out the information about the 6 nations. In fact, I've been waiting for you to do this. What? Yu Tan raised her head in shock, crying out in a low voice. Wuqi gazed at Yu Tan, speaking in a low voice that was almost cruel. I know there's something wrong with you 3. I've been waiting for you to leak the information of the 6 dynasties. I'll wait for the masters behind you to act against the 6 countries. I'll wait for the emperors and ministers of the 6 countries to be forced into a corner. Then, I'll smoothly and logically take over their forces. It's a pity that Yuji begged you not to do that. Yu Tan stared blankly at Wuqi, as if Wuqi was an evil ghost. Shaking his head lightly, Wuqi said in a deep voice, Look, just a few words from me have frightened you. How could Grandmaster Yu Tan, whose name had shaken Great Yin in those years, be frightened by a few words from me. In fact, all of you are nice girls, but you shouldn't do these things." Wrapping his arms around Yutan's body, he gently planted a kiss on her forehead. "Girls are meant to be loved and caressed," he said in a low voice, "and you shouldn't be treated as tools. That Yuzone will die. As for you, forget all this and be a good man in your next life." The moonlight shone like water, just like what had happened in a courtyard in G-City a long time ago. Ewing looked at Wuqi's face, which was still as young as a teenager. For a moment, she was bewildered. 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks as Wuqi sighed and said, "I will try my best to control Yu Yao, to reincarnate as a member of the Daqin Imperial clan within 100 years, but I don't know when she will be reincarnated. You and Ug, I will make sure you become real sisters in your next life." Actually, I think Xianxia is a good guy." After calculating with his fingers for a while, Wu Qi smiled at Yutan and said, "Although he's a man who is a little impulsive, a little reckless, a little too loyal to his friends, and a little too easily trusting of others, and a little too thin-skinned, he is a man who knows how to behave himself. But at least he was still sincere to his woman. So, in your next life, you and Ug should be twin sisters, twin sisters. Oh, don't tell him who you are. Let him marry both of you." Yutan stared at Wu Qi with her mouth agape. This is absurd," she stammered. Patting Yutan's head forcefully, Wu Qi laughed strangely and said, "Absurd? As long as he is better than Xianxia. The 4 young masters of the Warring States period. TSK, I still need to settle the score with Lord Longyang, but this Lord Chunshin. He let out a few strange laughs, then gave Xiangyu a malicious look, who was hugging Yu and murmuring sweet nothings. Suddenly, he breathed out a heavy sigh and said, "This guy can kill people, can set fires, can conquer the world, and can even coax women. TSK, he is a man of the highest grade. You will not suffer if you follow him. Believe me, in your next life, you will follow him wholeheartedly." Yuta narrowed her eyes and pondered for a while. Suddenly, she laughed and said, "If that is what you said, then I'll try my best." Sighing softly, Yutan looked up at the bright moon in the sky and said, "I'm really tired. When I asked those 3 questions, I was already tired. But I can't stop. There's no way I can stop. My life is given by my young master. If I stop, I don't know what to do." Stroking Yutan's long hair, Wu Qi said in a deep voice, "Nonsense. Your life is given by your father and mother. What does it have to do with your young master? If you're tired and can't find what to do, find a new goal for yourself. Live well, live happily. You've been miserable in this life, so in your next life, you must live well. Just do whatever you want to Xianxia. He won't mind getting a beautiful woman for no reason, will he?" After murmuring for a while, Wu Qi threw out a zither, smiled at Yutan, and said, "Today is a good day." What do you think, Miss Yutan?" Yutan sighed softly and smiled. Wiping the tears off her face, she picked up the zither and sat down under an ancient pine tree. She carefully adjusted the zither for a while, then played a melody of nature with her jade-like fingers. It was like a bright moon shining high in the sky, like a clear spring in the wild, like a gust of wind blowing through the pine forest, like a crane crying in the sky. The zither melody rang out, and even Hu Hai, who was talking to Yao nervously, was taken aback, throwing a few curious glances over. Seeing that Yutan was playing the zither with a smile on her face, Hu Hai said to Yao carelessly, "Look at her. She's so happy to die. Why are you still nagging? The sooner you die, the sooner you can reincarnate. My imperial father said that if you become my younger sister in your next life, I'll treat you well." Hu Hai snorted coldly, then turned and walked away like a dark cloud. While walking, he said nervously, "If you were willing to give birth to a child for my imperial father and stay by his side, perhaps the Empire of Daqin would be stable forever, and the Empire would still exist until today. I didn't expect you to be a spy sent by an outsider. What a waste of my imperial father's sincerity to you." Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Hu Hai suddenly heaved a long sigh and said, "Senior A.O. Buzin is right. For women, The time they spend in bed is the most precious. Once they get out of bed, it's best to throw them as far away as possible. This is truly a wise saying. Wuxia nearly fell to the ground. How did Huhai hook up with A.O. Buzin in such a short time? Looking at Huhai with a flicker in his eyes, Wuxia suddenly laughed. Huhai was a good material, and if he could be taught well, he would be of great use. At least, he was much more fun than his elder brother, Fu Su. If Wuxia wanted to cultivate a spokesperson in Daqin, who would be more suitable than Huhai? Amidst the beautiful and ethereal music of Yutan, Eugene nestled in his arms with a faint smile on her face. Silver-gray blood oozed out from every pore on her body, and her fragrant and delicate body quickly turned cold and stiff. In just a blink of an eye, the beautiful woman had turned into a translucent silver-gray crystal. Wuxia waved his hand, and Yu Yao and Yuten gave a muffled snore at the same time. Their foreheads split open, and a wisp of their souls flew out. Wuxia chanted the name of Buddha in a low voice. Then a faint ray of light shot out from his forehead and enveloped the souls of Yu Yao, and Yutan. His fingers quickly drew the swastika Buddha seal and the lotus soul protecting Vajra seal in the void. He used the Buddhist mystic arts in the Great Light Indestructible Amitabha treasure scripture to help the three girls solidify their souls. At the same time, he ensured that their souls would not be invaded by external evils. After they reincarnated, they would be able to remember what they should remember. As for what they should remember, it would depend on what Wuxia wanted them to remember. Those painful, troubling, unbearable, sad, and all the negative memories were erased by Wuxia. Just like Yuji, apart from the part where she drew her sword and committed suicide in the Battle of Xianxia, all the other bad memories were gradually blurred under the illumination of the Buddha's light. All the blurred memories had turned into a thread of well-tempered affection, firmly attached to Xianxia. Wuxia had also done the same thing to Yutan's memory, which was enough to ensure that she would have a good impression of him after reincarnation. As for Yu Yao, Wuxia did not want to destroy the current tacit understanding between him and Ying Zheng, so he only erased the things that should be erased and did not do anything else. After making some adjustments to the three girl souls, Wuxia did not hesitate to consume his own soul source, extracting a thread of soul source energy and injecting it into the girls' souls. The thread of soul source energy Wuxia had now was by no means insignificant. If converted, it was roughly equal to the strength of an immortal soul of a peak stage heaven immortal. After being generously bestowed by Wuxia, the girls' souls suddenly emitted a faint golden glow, which made their souls extremely stable. They no longer had to worry about any accidents when they were reincarnated. When Xianxia saw the changes in the girls' souls, he cupped his fist gratefully at Wuxia and said, "Thank you." Although it was just two simple words of thanks, Wuxia could hear a heavy responsibility from them. Smiling and nodding at Xianxia, Wuxia did not want to waste any more time. He tore open the void and threw the girls' souls into the nether world where the 6 paths of reincarnation was located. His enormous divine will transformed into an invisible net and smashed into the depths of the netherworld. Wuxia was going to open the gate of reincarnation for the girls' souls, sending them straight into the transmigration and reincarnate, according to Wuxia's will. All of a sudden, a huge hand shining with golden light whizzed over from the void and grabbed the 3 women's souls. Wuxia was taken aback, and then he roared out at the same time as Xianxia, who had witnessed everything. Chapter 841. This was the first time Wuxia tore open the void and came into contact with the netherworld. Even a primordial immortal would not come into contact with a place like this for no reason. His divine sense was fully focused on searching for the 6 paths of reincarnation, and he did not notice the golden palm suddenly emerging from the void. When the souls of the 3 women were taken away by the golden palm, Wuxia hurriedly sent his divine sense into it. But it happened so suddenly, and the palm left even faster. On top of that, it was very familiar with the space and energy composition of the netherworld, so the golden light disappeared in just a flash. Xianyu panicked. With a furious hiss, he curled up his body and jumped into the gap Wuxia had torn open. Wuxia snorted angrily as well. He grabbed Xianyu and strode into the gap he had torn open. As soon as he entered the netherworld, two beams of light flashed behind him. Ao, Buzin, and Catfish, who were feasting in Anhe's city, had caught up with them and rushed into the gap as well. The netherworld was a strange space naturally formed by the laws of the heavenly Tao after the great Saint Pangu created the world. There was no sky or earth here, no sky or ground, no sky or ground, no day or night, and no time. Anyone who entered this place would feel as if they were suspended in a pool of paste, unable to move even a step. In addition, there was a strange force in this grayish space that emanated a pale yellow glow. As soon as Wuxia and the others entered, they felt a strange force was eroding their bodies and attacking their souls. The force was cold and evil, invisible and traceless, but it was real. Before they could adapt to the various strange things in this world, Wuxia took Xianyu and flew in the direction where the golden palm had disappeared. They flew at high speed all the way. There was no air or spirit chi that cultivators were familiar with here. What filled the void around them was a bone-chilling, evil energy. Amidst the deep death chi, there was a vigorous life force. However, within that life force, there was also a sense of death that was about to wither. The concentration of the energy was so high that it condensed into a thick fog in the void. The pale yellow fog prevented Wuxia and the others from flying, and it took them 100 times more energy to transform into beams of light and fly forward than on Panga continent. The deep sound of waves was faintly heard, and a great suction came from several directions. Wuxia fixed his eyes on that direction and saw a dark yellow ocean in the far distance. Huge waves rose from the boundless ocean from time to time, and countless ghosts were soaked in it, howling and struggling, but they could not break free from the sticky liquid. In the depths of the ocean, some strange-looking creatures were gradually growing, and some adult strange creatures were running back and forth with iron tridents in their hands. From time to time, they would pick up a few ghosts and stuff them into their mouths. As they chewed, the miserable howls of the ghosts could be heard by Wuxia and the others, piercing their ears like awls. The nether, the Yellow Spring. This was the legendary Yellow Spring, and those strange creatures were the native creatures of the netherworld, the Yixias of the netherworld. If one could enter the Yellow Spring without dying, he would reach the legendary Netherblood Sea, which was the condensation of the foulest energy between heaven and earth. Some people said that the netherworld was the great Saint Panga's navel, and that the Netherblood Sea was formed from a wisp of innate filthy energy that the great saint had not fully refined, and then merged with the innate transmigration aura that gave birth to the netherworld. Wuxia gave the Yellow Spring a deep look, then said in a deep voice while pulling Xianyu and flying at top speed, "I have a chapter of Blood Sea Grand Magic with me. If you cultivate it with the banner of Chiyu and the Chiyu Fiend technique, as well as the fact that I can touch your cultivation base and pass down my cultivation base to you, you'll have a very strong cultivation base in the shortest time possible. Well, in a year or two on Panga continent, I can make you a peak-level gold immortal. Are you interested?" Xianyu's answer was very straightforward. "I'll save you Ji and send her safely into the transmigration. I'll listen to you." Wuxi's answer was also very straightforward. "That's a deal. I'll wipe out the whole clan of whoever took their souls." A murderous gleam shot out of Xianyu's eyes. Ao Buzin, who was listening to the conversation between Wuxia and Xianyu, roughly figured out what was going on. He could not help but sneer and say, I was wondering what was going on. As for who could snatch people in the netherworld, who else could it be other than that group of baldies? Even the Celestial Court does not have the mood to interfere in the transmigration. Only those baldies have the guts to do so. Wuxia snorted coldly, while Xianyu gnashed his teeth and said, "If anything happens to you, Ji, I'll slaughter all the baldies in the world." While they were talking, Wuxia had gone far into the distance. Along the way, hundreds of huge Yixias, riding on all kinds of strange and ferocious beasts, soared into the sky, trying to kill Wuxia and his companions as food. Unfortunately, these Yixias had encountered a higher existence in the food chain who was fiercer than them. Catfish swung her hammer and smashed these Yixias and ferocious beasts to pieces, then grabbed them and stuffed them in her mouth. While chewing on these unlucky Yixias and ferocious beasts, Catfish commented vaguely, "They taste good and quite chewy. No smell of blood. Their bodies are formed by the crisscrossing aura of life and death, and they are cool to the heart. How do we get in here?" Wuxia had casually taught Catfish Flood Dragon the divine ability to enter the netherworld through the mind connection technique, and his unintentional action had become the source of nightmares for the Yixia clan in the Yellow Spring for a very long time in the future. In the future, whenever summer came to Panga Continent, Catfish would tear open the void and come here to catch a large number of Yixias and fierce beasts as snacks to relieve the heat. This nightmare would not last until an opportunity came in the future, when Wuxia spoke, and only then did Catfish stop this terrible massacre of Yixia tribes. The escaping light tore through the void and flew forward. Meanwhile, a wisp of Wuxia's divine sense locked onto the golden palm that was fleeing in front of him. The time and space in the netherworld could not be compared with a world like Panga Continent, where the laws were extremely clear. The netherworld was like a paste, and the concepts of time and space were so vague that no one could understand them. In short, after Wuxia's heart beat 677 times in the netherworld, the front suddenly became clear. They had arrived at the end of the road. In front of them was a boundless yellow spring ocean. The water of the yellow spring rolled ceaselessly, rolling up thousands of miles high waves on the surface of the ocean. Amidst the raging waves, a huge wheel of light, 360 million miles in diameter, was vaguely embedded in the water. It was divided into 6 equal parts, spinning slowly and producing a deafening rumble. Carved on its surface were heaven, earth, man, deities, ghosts, flowers, birds, insects, fishes, and many other creatures. It was black and white in color, emitting a black and white spirit light that illuminated the sky, forcing the surrounding yellow spring to churn and form countless whirlpools. The shockingly huge waves were caused by the impact of the black and white spirit light. As they slapped heavily on the surface of the yellow spring, the collapse of each wave shook the surrounding void. Countless ghosts soaked in the yellow spring, wailing and screaming as they rolled toward the huge wheel of light. Countless beams of black and white spirit light shot out of the wheel, each corresponding to a ghost. Attracted by the black and white spirit light, the ghosts were sucked into the 6 parts of the wheel of light and disappeared without a trace. This was the 6 paths of reincarnation, the place where the souls of all the living beings in this world created by great Saint Pangu reincarnated. What Wuxia and the others saw was that in just a second, trillions of souls had been sucked into the 6 paths of reincarnation. At the same time, countless more ghosts were sucked into the wheel of light from all directions, roaring and howling furiously. But what was shocking was that around this enormous wheel of 6 paths of reincarnation, about 1,000,000 miles away, a few huge mountain ranges that stretched for tens of millions of miles grew out of the yellow spring. No matter how the water of the yellow spring pounded against them, they remained motionless. On the tallest hundreds of mountains in the giant mountain range, there was a Buddhist light shrouding them. Countless lotus ponds and Bodhi forests formed a graceful Buddhist garden. Buddhist monasteries were scattered all over the garden, and the chanting of sutras could be heard coming from each of the monasteries. 800 Buddhist bodhisattvas, clad in kasayas that were as clean as water, sat cross-legged on white lotus thrones and hovered in midair. Their bodies emitted a boundless light that illuminated the void. Wherever the light passed, the water of the yellow spring turned as clear as a mountain stream, and even the ferocious Yixias obediently put down their weapons and knelt on the surface of the water to worship. Below the 800 bodhisattvas were 108,000 golden arhats standing on lotus flowers. These arhats were chanting mantras, and as their saliva splashed everywhere, lotuses appeared out of thin air. As long as a ghost above the yellow spring cried out the name of Buddha, a lotus sprayed out from the mouth of an arhat would gently fall and touch the ghost's forehead. With just a touch, the ghost would emit a Buddhist light. For those with a weak Buddhist light, 3 to 5 lotuses would escort them into the 6 paths of reincarnation, where they would choose a rich and kind family to be reincarnated. For those with a strong Buddhist light, a golden arhat would descend personally to bring them out of the yellow spring, purify them with the power of Buddha, and send them to a garden temple on the mountain for further cultivation. There were also a few ghosts who emitted a boundless light after being touched by the lotus, and sometimes their power was no weaker than that of the golden arhat. If one encountered such a ghost, a bodhisattva would descend from the sky and reach out both hands to bring the ghost out of the yellow spring. A lotus would bloom slowly in the palm of the bodhisattva, and inside it was the pure land of Buddhism. Generally, these ghosts would step into the Buddhist kingdom in the palm of the bodhisattva, and from then on, become immortal and enjoy the happiness of the Buddha. The golden palm that Wuxia and the others were tracking swayed across the sky and transformed into a 3 feet tall golden arhat. He flew respectfully to a 30 feet tall bodhisattva and handed over the souls of the 3 girls, who were glowing with a strong golden light and emanating a strong aura of the Buddha, to the bodhisattva. Wuxia slapped himself on the forehead angrily. How stupid he was. It was known to all the immortals in the universe that the Buddhist League could control part of the transmigration power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. How could he have overlooked this fatal problem? He had strengthened the souls of the 3 girls and even purified them with the divine power of the Buddhism League. Wasn't this forcing these almighty experts of the Buddhism League in the netherworld to snatch them away? Flustered, Wuxia snapped. Bald Donkey put the 3 girls down. Wuxia used all his strength to roar, which immediately shook the water of the yellow spring in all directions and set off huge waves that were tens of thousands of miles high. On the mountain, 800 bodhisattvas and 108,000 arhats looked over at the same time. Chapter 842. The Bodhisattva, who was holding a lotus flower as clean as jade in one hand and imprisoning the souls of the 3 girls, gave Wuxia a look from a distance and suddenly laughed. Why do you say that, benefactor? These 3 are believers of the Buddhist League, and they are fated with us. I've made a great vow to bring all the souls of the netherworld into the Buddhist League so that I can attain the golden body of Buddha. With a wave of his hand, he sprinkled a beam of Buddhist light down onto Wuxia's head and said indifferently, "Benefactor, you are a living person, and this is the residence of the dead. You'd better leave quickly and not disturb this peaceful place of the Buddhist League." The faint beam of Buddhist light contained endless mysteries, and the shadow of a world could be vaguely seen in its tough and tenacious light. It actually contained all the power of the Buddhist kingdom in a palm. Although the light was still tens of miles away from Wuxia, the tremendous pressure that came rushing at them had torn the clothes of Wuxia and his companions to shreds. Although it seemed like a casual strike, it had actually killed Wuxia and his companions. The power of the Buddhist kingdom in a palm was enough to suppress an ordinary gold immortal, and no matter how strong one was, he or she would be forcibly suppressed by it. As for where they would be sent and what kind of treatment they would receive after being suppressed, only the people of the Buddhist League knew. As the bodhisattva struck, the other bodhisattvas and arhats joined their palms together and chanted, "Great merciful Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva of the 6 paths of enlightenment." As the bodhisattva and arhats chanted, the power of the beam of Buddhist light suddenly skyrocketed by 10,000 times. The bodhisattva who struck was only at the level of peak bodhisattva, and there was still a slight gap between him and the realm of Buddha. He was also the one with the highest cultivation base among the 800 bodhisattvas. The cultivation base of the other bodhisattvas was far weaker than his, and the other 4 strongest bodhisattvas were only as strong as third-tier gold immortals. But after the beam of Buddhist light skyrocketed by 10,000 times, the suppressive force was no different from a casual strike of an ordinary Buddha. He could actually unleash the strength of a Buddha with the body of a bodhisattva. Wuxia snorted coldly. His body abruptly expanded to nearly 1,000 meters tall. Dense dragon scales emerged from his skin, and the pair of dragon horns on his forehead shone with a dazzling, 7-colored light. He threw his head back and let out a long roar, causing the yellow spring to sway with great waves as he raised both hands to meet the beam of Buddhist light. I've long heard that the Buddhist Dharma is vast and profound. Today, let me experience it for myself. The Buddhist light gently fell on Wuxia's hands, and a huge pressure fell on his head. Even with Wuxia's cultivation base, the cloud under his feet couldn't help but sink, and he almost fell into the yellow springs. A large sheet of Buddhist fire, as clear as glass, silently gushed out of the Buddhist light, wrapping around Wuxia's body and burning quietly. The dragon scales on the surface of Wuxia's body glowed with a purple-gold light, intertwining with the fire and producing a muffled explosion from time to time. Vaguely, an extremely gentle and generous voice rang out in Wuxia's ears. The voice kept persuading Wuxia to turn over a new leaf and submit to the Buddhist League, persuading him to lay down his butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The voice kept seeping into Wuxia's spiritual sea, but any sound waves that seeped into Wuxia's spiritual sea were devoured by Wuxia. This was the divine ability of the Buddhist League, a divine ability that transformed the supreme power of the Buddhist League into a wisp of sound to guide people into the Buddhist League. The essence of this divine ability was the purest Zen power of the Buddhist League. With the domineering power of the myriad harmonization grand magic that Wuxia cultivated, when this Zen power penetrated into his body, wasn't it the same as sending him a tonic? Holding the heavy Buddhist light with both hands, Wuxia let the divine ability of the Buddhist League continue to pour into his spiritual sea. Like a glutton, his divine soul excitedly opened its mouth to devour this pure Zen power, constantly digesting it to nourish itself. The stalemate lasted for a full quarter of an hour. When nearly half of the arhats on a mountain were so thirsty that they couldn't speak, and their faces began to turn pale, Wuxia finally waved his fist and shattered the Buddhist light above his head. The power of a realm was forcibly shattered by Wuxia. When the Buddhist light was shattered, the lotus throne on which the bodhisattva sat made a crisp sound, and a long crack suddenly appeared on one of the lotus petals. Wuxia laughed strangely. These monks went for wool and came home shorn. The arhats, who had ugly expressions and could not even speak, were the unlucky ones who had injected their Zen power into the Buddhist light of the bodhisattva, transforming it into the divine ability of the Buddhist light to attack Wuxia. The divine ability of the Buddhist light they used to attack Wuxia was completely digested by Wuxia in just a quarter of an hour. At this moment, their minds were empty, without a trace of psyche power. If they wanted to recover their peak cultivation, they would need at least 3 to 5 months to recuperate. After draining the psyche power of tens of thousands of arhats and shattering the bodhisattva's lotus throne, Wuxia folded his arms across his chest and sneered at the bodhisattva. Release the souls of the 3 girls and let me escort them to reincarnation. Then, give me a reward that is enough to satisfy me, and I won't pursue the crime of offending you today. Otherwise, I'll smash your bald heads and destroy your Taoist right temple. Let's see how you Buddhists are going to meddle in the affairs of the 6 paths of reincarnation. As Wuxia let out a cold laugh, the dark, celestial tower silently emerged from the top of his head. Countless beams of silver-purple starlight shot down from it, condensing into tens of thousands of stars the size of water tanks and spinning ceaselessly in the void. The rumbling of the stars went straight into one's internal organs, making one's heart, liver, and lungs tremble. The Bodhisattva's face flickered slightly. The lotus flower in his palm turned into a wisp of white light and disappeared into his palm, along with the souls of the three girls. He had forcibly brought the souls of the three girls into his Buddhist kingdom. It was obvious that he did not want to hand them over. Laughing coldly, the Bodhisattva, who was clad in a kasaya, adorned with golden pearls and pearls, a golden mandala flower on his head, and a pink lotus flower on his shoulders, said in a cold voice, "May I know which lord of the you are? Why have you intruded into the Buddhist League's tranquil land and disturbed it? Why don't you leave now? Are you trying to cause a conflict between the Buddhist League and you?" Wuxia was struck dumb. With the dark celestial tower hovering over his head, he could exercise the dragon kill. With this appearance, he had killed 3 Buddhas, robbed Buddha Futu, and killed tens of thousands of cultivators of the Buddhist League. His appearance should have been widely known in the Buddhist League, shouldn't it? And yet, this Ksitigarbha, Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha, did not know who he was. Moreover, he only accused Wuxia of trespassing into his Buddhist League's tranquil land. Why didn't he say that his men had kidnapped Wuxia's people? With a cold snort, Wuxia clenched his teeth and said, "I'm the king of East Sea of Diyu. A few months ago, I was still the Marquis of East Sea Province of Diyu, Tanlang." Upon hearing Wuxia's title, the Bodhisattva just shook his head and said, "King of East Sea? I've never heard of your name. No matter who you are, as long as you leave the netherworld, I can forgive you for trespassing into the Buddhist League's tranquil land today." Wuxia was stunned. He looked at the Bodhisattva in astonishment. He was thick-skinned, but he refused to mention anything about Yuji and the other 2 girls. But he didn't know his name? Since he had killed 3 Buddhas and robbed Buddha Futu, Lord Buddha Amitabha should have put him on the wanted list. So, why didn't he react at all when he heard his name? Off to the side, Ao Buzin muttered, "Is this guy Ksitigarbha? Lao Tzu has heard of his name. He is older than the current Lord Buddha Amitabha of the Buddhist League." No, he should be older than the Lord Buddha of the recent dozens of generations. He served the great Vairocana Buddha, the Lord Buddha of the Buddhist League, 100 generations ago, and was the eldest disciple of that Lord Buddha. Later, when the Buddhist League attacked the netherworld, he made a great wish to oversee the 6 paths of reincarnation. Wuxia's eyes flickered as he vaguely understood something. He cleared his throat and said to the Bodhisattva with a smile, "Bodhisattva, please return the souls of the 3 girls. Although I'm overseeing the EC, I have a few close friends of the Buddhist League, such as Buddha Futu, who is my closest friend through life and death." With a flip of his palm, Wuxia pulled out the string of golden beads he had robbed from Buddha Futu. "Look," he said to the Bodhisattva with a smile, "this is a gift from Buddha Futu to me after I was conferred the title of King of East Sea." The string of golden beads was a Buddhist treasure personally crafted by Amitabha for Buddha Futu. As soon as Wuxia took it out, auspicious clouds swept across thousands of miles, and a torrential Buddhist light illuminated the sky. Even the surging water of the yellow spring suddenly became as clear as a mirror. The other bodhisattvas and arhats all turned to look at Ksitigarbha of the 6 paths, but the bodhisattva just glanced at the Lord Buddha with a mocking smile on his lips. He shook his head and said, "You're mistaken, benefactor. One thing is another, and 2 things should not be confused. What I'm discussing with you is the great sin of trespassing on the pure land of the Buddhist League. Even if you know a few juniors of the Buddhist League, it can't wash away your great sin." Upon hearing that, Wuxia's mind was as clear as a mirror. Calling Buddha Futu a junior? This Ksitigarbha sure has guts. Obviously, he and the current Lord Buddha, Amitabha, are not the same kind of people, so there is no need for him to use these little tricks to deceive him. After shoving the beads back into his interstitial world, Wuxia pointed at the Bodhisattva and snapped, "Bald donkey, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to hand over the souls of the 3 girls or not? If you do, I'll turn around and leave right away. If you don't, The Bodhisattva sneered, rolled his eyes, and snapped, "The Buddhist League is unlucky to have an unfilial disciple collude with an arrogant man like you. Somebody, activate the 6 Paths mandala formation and help me release these villains from purgatory." After pondering for a moment, the Bodhisattva went straight to the point and said, "That string of beads is the supreme treasure of the Buddhist League. How can we let it fall into the hands of outsiders? Quickly kill these villains and welcome the string of Buddhist treasures back to the Buddhist League." Ao Buzin was so angry that he cursed, "Bald donkey, if you want to kill and rob, just say it. Why do you have to make it sound so nice?" With a clang, Ao Buzin pulled out his custom-made machete. The Bodhisattva's expression remained unchanged as he said with a faint smile, "Nonsense, evildoer. I'm just eliminating the evil and defending the Tao. 6 Paths mandala formation, arise." As the Bodhisattva gave a loud cry, a great sheet of light suddenly rushed out of the huge light wheel of the 6 Paths of reincarnation in the distance. The mountains under the feet of the Bodhisattvas and Arhats trembled, while dozens of giant beasts slowly broke out of the mountains and soared into the sky, slowly merging into the light wheel. A formation shaped like a mandala flower trapped Wuxia and his companions in it. Then, the Bodhisattva flew up into the sky with the other Bodhisattvas and Arhats, occupying all the vital points of the formation. Before Wuxia and his companions could say a word, flowers condensed from the Buddhist League's flame of purification fell like raindrops. A terrible heat swept over and burned Xianxia's long hair into ashes. Without giving Wuxia and the others any chance to speak, Wuxia was shocked to see that these disciples of the Buddhist League were so overbearing and strong. Chapter 843. The Mandala of the 6 Paths. Wuxia laughed harshly and said, "What kind of formation can hurt me?" With a backhand slap, a beam of light enveloped Xianxia. As Wuxia was provoking Bodhisattva Kitagarbha, his long hair burst into flames like Xianxia's and was burned to ashes with a sizzling sound. The flame scorched Wuxia's scalp and made a crackle. The severe pain made Wuxia cry out in pain. Looking in horror at the Bodhisattva who had occupied all the vital points of the mandala flower-shaped formation, Wuxia knocked Xianxia out with a palm strike and threw him into the dark Yin celestial tower, hovering over his head. The chaotic energy in the tower rolled up Xianxia, and he was thrown into Wuxia's interstitial world. Throwing his head back and roaring, Wuxia's body surged with dragon aura. His height soared to about 10,000 feet, and his muscular arms, which were densely covered with dragon scales, smashed down at the void. Large amounts of transparent ripples appeared in front of his fists. It was a sign that the void could not withstand Wuxia's terrible power and was about to crack. But the Bodhisattva in the mandala formation chanted the name of Buddha in unison. Beams of Buddha light poured down, and the void, which was about to shatter, suddenly calmed down. Wuxia's 2 punches, which contained infinite power, were like stones thrown into the sea, only causing a slight ripple and no longer having any effect. "This is..." Wuxia sneered. Looking at Bodhisattva Kitagarbha, he said, "Fusing your Buddhist kingdom with the formation and controlling time and space with your own Buddhist dharma is indeed a good trick. But how many punches can a mere Buddhist kingdom withstand from me?" The flame surrounded Wuxia, Ao Buzin, and Catfish, burning the auspicious light rippling over their bodies and producing muffled crackling noises. The flame had a strange power, which could constantly weaken the magic power and spirit of Wuxia and the others. Even their divine souls in their spiritual oceans could sense the dreadful temperature of the flame. Wuxia was still fine, but Ao Buzin and Catfish Flooddragon were frowning because of the burning pain in their divine souls. Bodhisattva Kitagarbha looked at Wuxia with a calm expression and said with a disapproving smile, "My Buddhist kingdom naturally cannot withstand a few punches from your highness." However, there are 800 bodhisattvas of Buddhism here, and each of them has condensed 3,000 Buddhist kingdoms. All the Buddhist kingdoms have been fused into one through the six paths mandala formation. Your Highness, can you destroy more than 1,000,000 Buddhist kingdoms with a single punch? Wuxia was stunned. 800 bodhisattvas, and each bodhisattva had condensed 3,000 Buddhist countries? This group of evildoers was worthy of being people who didn't even give face to the current Lord Buddha. Some of the present Buddhas in the Buddhist kingdoms had only condensed 3 to 5 Buddhist countries, but each of these bodhisattvas had condensed 3,000 Buddhist countries. They were indeed the almighty experts of the Buddhist League who had served the Lord Buddha 100 generations ago, the Lord Buddha of Vairocana. Their foundation was much stronger than that of the present Buddhas. There were a total of 2,4,000,000 Buddhist kingdoms. Wuxia could not help but feel his head buzzing when he calculated the number. Quantitative change could produce qualitative change. Wuxia might be able to easily shatter 2,4,000,000 individual Buddhist countries with a single punch, but when so many Buddhist countries were fused into one through the formation, Wuxia was not confident that he could do it. Moreover, the formation did not just fuse the Buddhist countries of these bodhisattvas into one. In the yellow spring, the huge 6 paths of reincarnation emitted a black and white light that illuminated the sky, and the 6 paths mandala formation was also filled with black and white light. Countless Vajra wheels of the Buddhist League were wheeling rapidly around Wuxia. Every time these Vajra wheels spun, Wuxia and his companions felt the magic power in their bodies vibrate violently. Each wheel was like a small black hole, emitting a great suction force to absorb the magic power of Wuxia and his companions, slowly wearing them down. The formation is also fused with some of the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Wuxia frowned as he looked at Bodhisattva Kitagarbha. Kitagarbha locked his hands into a lion seal and said slowly, "Your Excellency is indeed very smart. I've been guarding this place for countless eons. Although I can't become a Buddha because of my oath, I've mastered 30% of the mysteries of the heavenly Tao of the 6 paths of reincarnation. I've fused these mysteries into the 6 paths mandala formation. Unless Your Excellency has the mighty ability to break the reincarnation, you can't get out of this formation." The bodhisattvas of the Buddhist League all laughed. Each of them grinned, revealing 2 rows of white or golden front teeth. The power to break the reincarnation? Only existences in the realm of Tao reasoning could have the power to break the reincarnation. Below this realm, even someone as strong as Kitagarbha could only use a part of the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and he dared not say that he could destroy it. After all, the 6 paths of reincarnation was derived from the first wisp of innate reincarnation aura, which contained the mysteries of the heavenly Tao and the great power that ordinary people could not compare with. Wuxia stared fixedly at Bodhisattva Kitagarbha. The pure fire burning on his body made his muscles ache. This kind of fire was not recorded even in the great light, indestructible Amitabha treasure scripture. It should be some kind of Buddhist flame that Bodhisattva Kitagarbha had comprehended himself. It had an extremely high temperature, a wonderful power that attacked both the fleshly body and the divine soul, and could constantly wear down the blood essence and magic power inside the body. All these attributes made this Buddhist flame extremely overbearing, even more so than several kinds of innate divine flames. The innate divine flame only had the word pure in it. Any kind of innate divine flame was extremely pure and contained extremely mysterious magic power. The Buddhist flame in the 6 paths of mandala formation, on the other hand, had the essence of overbearing, and its lethality was extremely amazing. Bodhisattva Kitagarbha looked at Wuxia and laughed. He nodded and said, "Your Highness, there's another way out. I happen to lack an alms bowl holding Buddha by my side. If Your Highness is willing to condescend, I'll open the formation and let you out right now. Alms Bowl holding Duda was, to put it bluntly, a servant of the Buddhist League. His status was only slightly higher than that of the sweeping monks of the Mountain Gate. He was a little acolyte who followed the monks around with alms bowls in his hands when they went out for a stroll. By asking Wuxia to be his alms bowl holding Duda, Bodhisattva Kitagarbha was not only overbearing, but also a little insulting. Not to mention anything else. Just the fact that Wuxia was the king of EC of the U was enough to make him someone whom the Buddhist League could not afford to offend at will. Wuxia had already announced his name, but he was still treated like this by Bodhisattva Kitagarbha. It could only be said that this Bodhisattva had been dealing with ghosts in the netherworld for too long, so much so that his way of dealing with people had become a little twisted. With a cold snort, Wuxia shook his arms, and the flame on his body, which was as sticky as molten glass, turned into countless thumb-sized fire beads that shot out in all directions. Wuxia unleashed all his aura. The terrible spiritual pressure of a primordial immortal roared out, and the rapidly spinning wheels of the Buddhist League around him exploded one after another. Countless beams of black and white light turned into specks of drifting flame and were sucked back into the huge 6 paths of transmigration. With just a shake of his arms, the 6 paths mandala formation rumbled, and the void where the formation was located was forcibly pulled out of the netherworld by Wuxia. It was as if a mandala flower had been pulled out of a whole piece of glass. The space where the formation was located was surrounded by a vast amount of starlight, while the starlight ejected from the dark celestial tower condensed into countless stars and enveloped the formation. He had constructed a formation with all the stars in the universe, wrapping the entire 6 paths mandala formation in it. A.O. Buzin gave a strange laugh as he waved the knife in his hand. A stream of dragon aura that was as sticky as ink rushed out of his body and rose hundreds of miles into the air like a volcanic eruption. Similarly, he unleashed all his aura as a 9th-tier primordial immortal. He did not bother to use the divine ability of dragons to summon wind and rain, but simply slashed at the 3 bodhisattvas above him with brute force. Catfish's move was even more straightforward. She did not even bother to release her aura. Instead, she pulled out her great hammer, gritted her teeth, and smashed it down with all her might at the heads of a dozen bodhisattvas standing on a mandala stamen. Bodhisattva Kitagarbha's expression was very interesting. He looked like a weasel stealing a chicken who had suddenly turned into a phoenix. A fiendish phoenix contaminated by fiend energy. Even though he had practiced the Buddhist cultivation technique for so many eons and had a rock-like state of mind, Bodhisattva Kitagarbha was frightened by Wuxia and his companions. "Tao reasoning almighty experts," he cried out in a shrill voice. 3 Tao reasoning experts. The wheel of 6 paths of reincarnation in the distance trembled violently. 100-miles-long beam of starlight burst out of Wuxia's eyes, which crushed the stars that enveloped the 6 paths mandala formation. The crystal-clear formation that looked like a mandala flower shattered on the spot, turning into a rain of light that drifted in the air. Countless cracks appeared on the lotus thrones under the feet of the 800 bodhisattvas, and for a moment, the Buddhist kingdoms in their palms were severely damaged. A.O. Buzin slashed out with his long knife and cut 3 bodhisattvas in half at the waist. Catfish's hammer fell, and the brains of 18 bodhisattvas splattered everywhere. Wuxia gave a cold snort. The starlight suddenly transformed into countless handleless machetes and shot toward the bodhisattvas. "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. If you don't hand over the souls of the 3 bodhisattvas, I'll slaughter the netherworld branch of the Buddhist League today." Seeing that Wuxia was about to kill all the bodhisattvas with the machetes, Bodhisattva Kitagarbha suddenly sighed. He and the other bodhisattvas, including those who were cut in half by A.O. Buzin and those whose heads were smashed by Catfish, all returned to the sky above the mountain range. A vast amount of sticky yellow water soared up into the sky from the yellow spring, transforming into a great wave that came sweeping towards Wuxia. Even with Wuxia's cultivation base, he could feel his divine soul trembling when a yellow water wave hit the curved blade, and a vast, evil aura rushed straight into his spiritual ocean. It scared him so much that he quickly used the divine flame of order to protect his divine soul, preventing the evil aura from invading his divine soul. The surging yellow water rushed up to the mountain range where Bodhisattva Kitagarbha was. The golden bodies of the bodhisattvas wounded by Ao, Buzin, and Catfish were rapidly absorbing the water. Their broken bodies were healed, and their smashed heads were regenerated. Wuxia was taken aback, while Ao Buzin shouted, "Nonsense! The Buddhist League uses the water of the yellow spring to heal their wounds? How? How is that possible?" Wuxia was stunned for a long while, and then he suddenly stared at these bodhisattvas with his eyes wide open. With Wuxia's current cultivation base, unless the opponent's overall strength was more than 10,000 times stronger than him, he could see through almost all falsehoods with this pair of eyes. As he turned to look at Bodhisattva Kitagarbha, the world in front of him suddenly changed. Wuxia could not help but suck in a cold breath. Are these still the bodhisattvas of the Buddhist League? In the vision of the chaotic divine eyes, he saw that the bodies of all 800 bodhisattvas were dark golden in color. They were wrapped in the water of the yellow spring, and from time to time, dense black smoke seeped out of their bodies. Under their feet were not lotus thrones that looked like white jade, but red lotuses condensed from the fire of retribution. The light hanging behind these bodhisattvas was not the golden light of virtue of the Buddhist League, but the light of evil karma abandoned by the heavenly Tao. Among the 800 bodhisattvas in front of him, even if he killed any one of them, he would get more than 100 times more virtue than killing the sovereign. How much evil karma had they created? Chapter 844. Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the Buddhist League. With the exception of those low-ranking arhats, who did not receive very good treatment, but when they went out for a walk, they would shine with a golden light and be covered with auspicious clouds, and the golden light of virtues behind their heads would be so dazzling that it could blind the eyes of those who looked at it. Because they possessed great virtues, they could blend with the heavenly Tao and not be violently rebounded by it. The cultivators of the Buddhist League focused on cultivating the mind and epiphany, so they attached the most importance to the accumulation of virtues. Wuxia had once seen many supreme oracles in Liangzhu set up a trap and kill Pravadaratna Buddha with one strike. But Pravadaratna Buddha possessed great virtues, so when those supreme oracles killed him, the heavenly Tao did not bestow any virtues upon him. Unlike the sovereign of the myriad immortal alliance, the virtues bestowed upon him by Wuxia and his companions after they killed him had greatly benefited Wuxia, Gao, and Yugu. But Bodhisattva Kitagarbha and the other bodhisattvas and arhats not only did not have any virtues with them, but were surrounded by monstrous karmic fire, and their feet were burned by red lotuses of karmic fire. Towering black smoke filled the air, and their golden bodies of the Buddhist League had turned into fiendish bodies of karmic fire. In the vision of Wuxia's chaotic divine eyes, he could see that they were not eminent monks of the Buddhist League, but a group of evil fiends who were not tolerated by the heavenly Tao. If it were not for the fact that this was the netherworld, where Kitagarbha and the other 800 bodhisattvas and arhats had concealed their auras with the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, they would have long been punished by the heavenly Tao and wiped out all traces of them. Compared with the Buddhas and bodhisattvas of the Buddhist League today, Kitagarbha and the other 800 bodhisattvas and arhats were truly different. With his chaotic divine eyes fixed on these bizarre Buddhist League cultivators, Wuxia's divine soul slowly emanated wisps of primordial and chaotic aura. His divine soul tried its best to approach the vast heavenly Tao, and a wisp of divine had already touched the unpredictable torrent of the heavenly Tao. With both hands locked into an incantation gesture, Wuxia used the star divination technique he inherited from Su Qin to calculate why Kitagarbha and the others had become like this. With his current cultivation base of an 8th-tier primordial immortal, it did not take too much effort for Wuxia to calculate the karmic entanglement of these bodhisattvas and arhats, who were only gold immortals. Wuxia's eyes lit up, and he understood everything. He couldn't help but sneer. Sure enough, you're the one who brought this upon yourself. In the world created by the great Saint Pangu, the Buddhist sects were under much more pressure from the heavenly Tao than the Tao sections. The immortals of the Tao sect also paid attention to the harmony of dragons and tigers and the balance of yin and yang. Those immortals would even marry and give birth to children, which more or less followed the principle of endless reproduction of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, although the immortals also did not accept the heavenly Tao, after all, they also followed part of the heavenly Tao, and the pressure they suffered was much less than that of the Buddhist sections. The Buddhist sects, on the other hand, only focused on their own cultivation base and strived to cultivate themselves into an indestructible, bright, and indelible Vajra relic. Although the Buddhist sects had the art of dual cultivation, it was only a cultivation technique. When had anyone ever seen the Buddhas who practiced the art of dual cultivation produce offspring? Therefore, the cultivation technique of the Buddhist sects could be regarded as the ultimate art of cutting off offspring. The pressure the heavenly Tao exerted on the Buddhist cultivators was far greater than on the Tao sect cultivators. Therefore, since the emergence of the primitive era and the Buddhist sects, the Tao sect had been prosperous while the Buddhist sects had declined. In order to change the embarrassing situation that the Buddhist sects had always been inferior to the Tao sect, and sometimes could not even suppress the immortals of the Fiend League, the Ghost League, and the Demon League, 100 generations ago, the Lord Buddha, Vairocana Buddha, sent his number one disciple, who was also the number one bodhisattva of the Buddhist League, Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, to lead a group of Buddhist elites into the netherworld and gradually erode the 6 paths of reincarnation with the mystic arts of the Buddhist League. From then on, the Buddhist League was able to control a part of the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. If a Buddhist cultivator died, as long as a trace of his true spirit remained, he could forget his past and continue to cultivate in the Buddhist League after reincarnation. In this way, the Buddhist League was like a rolling snowball. Its strength would only increase, but it would not weaken too much. After dozens of eons, the effect of this move had gradually manifested. The power of the Buddhist League became stronger and stronger, and gradually had the momentum to suppress the Fiend Realm, the Ghost Realm, the Demon Realm, and the other realms, gradually catching up with the power of the Tao sect. However, during an apocalypse of heaven and earth, the leader of the Buddhist League's resurgence, the great Vairocana Buddha, died. Apart from leaving behind a golden body of an ancient Buddha, his soul entered the transmigration and began to cultivate again as a mortal. The new Lord Buddha also saw the importance of the 6 paths of reincarnation to the Buddhist League, so he was ready to intervene in the affairs of the 6 paths of reincarnation. But how loyal was Bodhisattva Kitagarbha to the great Vairocana Buddha? If the great Vairocana Buddha was completely destroyed, he would naturally be willing to obey the decree of the new Lord Buddha. But now, the great Vairocana Buddha had fled into the transmigration. Although even Kitagarbha could not find the reincarnation of the great Vairocana Buddha, with his strong foundation, he would certainly be able to re-enter the Buddhist League and achieve the golden body of a Buddha in a few years. Under such circumstances, how could Kitagarbha obey the decree of the new Lord Buddha? As a result, the Netherworld branch of the Buddhist League, which was represented by Kitagarbha, split from the main branch of the Buddhist League. Except for some necessary business connections, the Netherworld branch of the Buddhist League did not have any connection with the Buddhist League. Naturally, the enormous virtues of the mortal world did not benefit Kitagarbha and his companions. Kitagarbha had led so many bodhisattvas and arhats to guard the 6 paths of reincarnation, and they had been constantly rescuing the believers of the Buddhist League from the Yellow Spring, freeing them from the suffering of transmigration. This was a complete violation of the law of the heavenly Tao of the six paths of reincarnation. For every person saved, the karma would increase. For every person saved, all the karma of that person would be attached to Kitagarbha and the other bodhisattvas. It was not a big deal for 30 to 50,000 years, as Kitagarbha and the other bodhisattvas could gradually eliminate the karma by relying on their own cultivation base. But over the years, since the birth of the great Vairocana Buddha, the Buddhist League had changed 100 Lord Buddha, and each Lord Buddha had been in charge of the Buddhist League for 3 to 5 eons at least, and 700 to 800 eons at most. How many people had Kitagarbha and his companions rescued from the Yellow Spring during such a long period of time? How many people had they saved from the suffering of transmigration? How much karma had they accumulated? And how much hatred did the heavenly Tao have for them? However, Kitagarbha was stubborn. He only recognized the great Vairocana Buddha. The current Lord Buddha, Amitabha, had personally visited him 9 times to persuade him to temporarily submit to him. But every time, Amitabha was scolded and driven out of the netherworld by Kitagarbha. With his relationship with the main branch of Buddhism, it was obvious that he had no fate with the enormous amount of merit in the mortal world. Therefore, these pitch-black bodhisattvas appeared in front of Wuxia, emanating monstrous evil karma. The natal relics of these bodhisattvas had been soaked by the karma, and such a strong and violent karma had even become an extremely powerful divine ability for them. If an ordinary Buddha was contaminated by the karma of these bodhisattvas, his golden body would be contaminated, and his divine soul would be burned to ashes by the red lotus karmic fire. After releasing the incantation gesture, Wuxia looked at the 800 bodhisattvas in the distance, who had regrouped and regained their full combat strength, and said with a sneer, "So, you are also a bunch of unlucky fools. What? If the great Vairocana Buddha did not show up, would you have been living with this golden body condensed to karma?" Kitagarbha's expression flickered slightly. Looking at Wuxia, he said with a sneer, "You are indeed a primordial expert. I can't believe you have figured out our background in such a short time. But so what if you know the truth about us? Over the years, our divine souls have fused with the 6 paths of reincarnation, and our golden bodies have fused with the yellow spring of the netherworld. Unless the 6 paths of reincarnation are broken and the yellow spring dries up, you can't destroy our divine souls or our golden bodies." With a wave of his hands, 2 heavenly king fiend slaying swords condensed entirely from the red lotus karmic fire appeared in his hands. "No one can hurt us in the netherworld," Kitagarbha said indifferently to Wuxia. "Not even the current Lord Buddha has the ability to hurt us in the netherworld. Don't you think it's ridiculous that 3 low-grade primordial immortals want to suppress the netherworld branch of the Buddhist League?" As Kitagarbha laughed, the 800 bodhisattvas removed the illusions and revealed their true forms. Standing on the red lotuses of fire, 800 black bodhisattvas, each 100 miles tall and shrouded in towering black smoke and boundless red karmic fire, slowly approached Wuxia with divine weapons condensed from red lotus karmic fire. Ao, Buzin, and Catfish were startled by the sudden appearance of the 800 bodhisattvas. They had never seen bodhisattvas like this. The 108,000 arhats chanted the name of Buddha as well, and monstrous karmic fire spewed out of their bodies as well. One by one, they transformed into black bodhisattvas that were tens of miles tall, each holding a staff of the Buddhist League as they roared and approached Wuxia and his companions. As these bodhisattvas and arhats moved, hundreds of millions of yikshaws rose into the sky from the yellow spring ocean down below, treading on the waves. The males were ferocious and ugly, but the females were enchanting and beautiful. Each of them had a small black swastika between their eyebrows, emitting a faint light. These hundreds of millions of yikshaws were the guardians of the yellow spring that Kitagarbha and his companions had subdued with the Buddhist League over the years. The 800 bodhisattvas surrounded Wuxia and his companions in the middle, and they had reformed the Six Paths Mandara formation. On the periphery were 108,000 Arits, who had also formed a larger Six Paths Mandara formation. Even further on the periphery were countless Yixias. Under the command of thousands of Wuxia kings who were hundreds of miles tall, they were running around on the waves, forming an indescribably large Six Paths Mandara formation. Kitagarbha gave a loud cry and charged at Wuxia and his companions alone. Then, the three formations inside and outside were activated at the same time, and the boundless power of reincarnation came crushing over from all directions like a millstone. Wuxia and his companions felt their bodies sink, and even their breathing became stagnant. If you don't surrender, then have a taste of the infinite reincarnation of the Netherworld branch of the Buddhist League. Kitagarbha cried out, "The six paths of reincarnation and all worlds retroactive grand magic, activate." As he roared, the bizarre power of reincarnation invaded the bodies of Wuxia, Ao Buzin, and Catfish uncontrollably, frantically tearing at their divine souls, trying to extract something from them. Before long, Catfish's body suddenly stiffened, and her eyes burst into a great plume of gray light. She was completely controlled by the infinite reincarnation. Wuxia and Ao Buzin also stiffened, and gray light also burst out of their eyes. Kitagarbha roared with laughter, waved the two swords condensed from the fire of retribution, and brought them down toward Wuxia's neck. "Even though you are a primordial immortal, you will die here today." Chapter 845. The hammer in Catfish Flooddragon's hand fell powerlessly, sinking all the way into the deep yellow spring ocean. As the sledgehammer fell, a few unlucky Yixias happened to block its path due to the change in the formation. Accompanied by mournful howls, these unlucky Yixias were smashed into minced meat by the sledgehammer and fell down along with it. A gray light burst out of Catfish Flooddragon's eyes, and amidst the light was a gray tiger, curled up on the top of a mountain and yawning lazily. Before long, the light and shadow changed again, and the tiger was caught up into the sky by an extraordinarily handsome black eagle. The eagle's hard and sharp beak pierced into the tiger's head, lifting the top of its skull. Then a muffled grunt rang out, and a series of inch-deep wounds appeared on Catfish Flooddragon's back, from which blood kept flowing out. Judging by the look of the wounds, they looked like they were scratched by some fierce birds like eagles or eagles. Then, a very long wound suddenly cracked open on Catfish Flooddragon's scalp, and a large piece of her scalp was nearly lifted off. Blood poured down from the wound and dyed her body a purple gold color. The image in the gray light changed again, and a great serpent coiled on the top of a tree appeared in the light. The serpent was triumphantly spitting out a green inner core, about the size of a rice bucket, into the sky. A faint light was swirling around the inner core. Its poisonous aura was causing the surrounding trees to wither rapidly. All of a sudden, a thundercloud appeared high up in the sky, and dozens of tiny lightning bolts struck down from the sky. The python's inner dan was smashed into pieces, and half of its body was burnt to a crisp by the lightning fire. Catfish Flooddragon gave another muffled grunt, and a stream of purple gold blood sprayed out of her mouth. Suddenly, thunderbolts rushed out of the upper half of her body, and a large patch of her skin was burned black like charcoal. The power of the thunderbolts was not very strong, and Catfish Flooddragon's body was very resistant to all kinds of thunder magic at the moment. Therefore, only her skin was burned black, and the injury she suffered was not serious. However, the gray light flashed again, and this time, a horned dragon emerged from within the gray light. This pitch-black horned dragon was tied up by tens of golden chains on a blood-stained, ancient-styled stone platform, which was decorated with patterns of countless aquatic creatures. A tens of meters tall, golden-armored divine being stood beside the cage, wielding his axe and chopping off the horned dragon's head. Amidst the gray light, the dragon head flew up into the air and blood splattered in all directions, while a clear line of blood appeared on Catfish Flood Dragon's neck. A large amount of blood turned into a thin curtain of blood and shot out in all directions, producing rustling noises that sounded like the wind blowing through the woods. The bloodline went half an inch deep into Catfish Flood Dragon's neck and circled around her neck. If it had gone any deeper, her neck bones would have been cut off, and that would be a fatal injury. This was the power of the infinite reincarnation formation. Using the mutated evil Buddhist power as a primer, it mobilized the power of the great Tao of the six paths of reincarnation, forcibly recalling the most tragic scenes of the trapped person's previous incarnations, and then transferring the injuries to the body of this incarnation to kill the enemy. This was a truly heaven-defying means, and it was not tolerated by the great Tao. As the infinite reincarnation formation operated, the bad karma of Bodhisattva Kitagarbha and the others grew denser. But Kitagarbha did not mind at all. As the saying went, when one had too many debts, one would not worry about them. Their bad karma was already so strong, so what if they added a little more? As long as they did not leave the netherworld, with the protection of the six paths of reincarnation, even the great Tao could not do anything to them. In the netherworld, with the power of the six paths of reincarnation, Kitagarbha and the others had nothing to fear. Even the current Lord Buddha, Amitabha, had suffered several setbacks in the infinite reincarnation formation, so Kitagarbha was confident that he could definitely kill Wuxia and his companions this time. The swords condensed to the fire of retribution were less than 3 feet away from Wuxia's neck. Bodhisattva Kitagarbha looked complacently at Catfish Flood Dragon, who was severely wounded, and at the tragic scenes of her dying moments that kept appearing in the gray light screen. Catfish Flood Dragon's body was already covered with wounds, many of which almost pierced through her and tore her to pieces. A primordial immortal was nothing more than this. Bodhisattva Kitagarbha burst out laughing. As long as he had not reached the realm of Tao breaking, how could a mere Tao reasoning expert resist the power of the great Tao of the six paths of reincarnation? This was the great Tao, the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Even Amitabha, a first-tier primordial immortal, could not withstand the power of the great Tao of the six paths of reincarnation, let alone 3 lower-tier primordial immortals. Bodhisattva Kitagarbha, who was laughing aloud, opened his eyes and looked curiously at Xianxia through the gray light that shot out his eyes. He was curious about what strange creatures were in Ao Buzan's reincarnation, and he wanted to see how Ao Buzan would be devoured alive by the infinite reincarnation formation. As soon as he looked over, Bodhisattva Kitagarbha shuddered and almost threw away the 2 swords in his hands. There was only a chaotic void in the gray light that shot out of Ao Buzan's eyes. In the boundless chaotic world, a black dragon, hundreds of millions of miles long and indescribably huge, was lying on the body of a huge creature who threw its head back and roared, happily carrying on the business of carrying on the family line. The gigantic creature that was being raped looked like an extremely beautiful woman, but she had 6 golden wings on her back. Gentle golden light was released from the wings, breaking open a huge, bright golden space in the chaotic world around her. The black dragon had 18 pairs of horns and 9 pairs of claws, each of which had 9 claws. Shaking his head, he grabbed the beautiful woman's hands and feet, then wrapped his long body around her, firmly suppressing her in midair. He did whatever he wanted, causing the surrounding void to tremble. The woman's eyes grew wider and wider. At last, she gritted her teeth, and a beam of golden light shot out of the center of her brows. Then, her whole body exploded. Caught off guard, the black dragon was also blown to pieces by the self-detonation of the woman. With the explosion, Ao Buzan's skin cracked, and he was covered in blood. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and Ao Buzan howled in pain. Bodhisattva Kitagarbha had no time to kill Wuxia. Staring at the scene coming out of Ao Buzan's eyes, he snapped. This guy is actually the reincarnation of Arco Zulong, who was born in the primordial world. Good heavens, this guy is the ancestor of all dragons in the world. Even with Kittigarba's cultivation base, he was so frightened that he cried out, "Good heavens!" This showed how terrifying the identity of Arko Zhu Long was. The light in A.O. Buzin's eyes flickered, and the next moment, a fat black dragon appeared in the light screen. It had 4 claws, each with 9 claws. Judging by its appearance, it was a direct descendant of the bloodline of the divine dragons, which had the highest status among all dragons. The black dragon sneaked to a hot spring that was spewing boundless heat and shrunk its body into the size of small loach. Before long, a beautiful silver-haired woman came to the hot spring, accompanied by many gods and divine beasts. After those gods and divine beasts searched every corner of the surroundings, the silver-haired woman drove them away, took off her clothes, and entered the hot spring with a smile on her face. The black dragon, hiding in the hot spring, leaped up and threw himself on the silver-haired woman with a strange laugh. The previous scene replayed. The black dragon was on top of the woman, his body heaving up and down desperately. The woman screamed, and countless gods and divine beasts in the surroundings rushed over in panic. The next scene that appeared was that the black dragon was tied to a cyan metal platform. An old man in a white imperial robe gritted his teeth and personally chopped the black dragon into pieces with a bone knife. Then, he used its spine to forge a storage ring and sealed its soul in it. Countless fine arrows of blood sprayed out of A.O. Buzin's body. His muscles cracked piece by piece, but soon healed. A terrible pressure that made one's heart palpitate slowly spread out of A.O. Buzin's body, and his turbid and lifeless eyes suddenly shone with a bright light. A shrill dragon roar rang out as A.O. Buzin flew up and punched the dumbfounded Bodhisattva Kittigarba in the chest, sending him flying tens of thousands of miles away. A.O. Buzin laughed strangely and said, "Lao Tzu knew Lao Tzu's lineage was noble and extraordinary. I can't believe Lao Tzu is the reincarnation of Arko Zhu Long. Ha ha ha. So those little loaches are the offspring of Lao Tzu? Damn it, even those old elders of the dragons have to call Lao Tzu patriarch now. Excellent, excellent. Bald donkeys, Lao Tzu will kill all of you today as a token of his gratitude." A.O. Buzin's skin regenerated rapidly, and dark scales kept emerging from under it. With a lascivious look in his eyes, A.O. Buzin quickly glanced at the 800 bodhisattvas around him and suddenly growled, "Why are they all male bodhisattvas? Not even a single female bodhisattva? Are you still human? Not even a single female bodhisattva? How is Lao Tzu going to celebrate the recovery of Lao Tzu's memory of his previous life? You, well, quickly transform into a few female bodhisattvas." The faces of the surrounding bodhisattvas turned livid. Kittigarba, who was knocked flying away, coughed up a mouthful of blood and cried out in a hoarse voice, "Activate the formation with all your strength and kill this evil dragon. Damn it! How could he be the reincarnation of Arko Zhu Long? How could he be the reincarnation of Arko Zhu Long?" Just as A.O. Buzin was roaring and Kittigarba was howling, something strange happened in Wuxia's place. In the gray light screen, a thin old man in a green Taoist robe, sitting cross-legged in the chaos, slowly appeared. The old man suddenly took a step forward and came to a continent that was still in a primordial state. He walked slowly on the continent, picking all kinds of rare innate spirit herbs. One day, when he passed by a spirit mountain, he happened to encounter a small white mouse with a pair of wings on its back. It was secretly eating a spirit herb, but was tightly entangled by a crimson poisonous snake. With a wave of his hand, the old man killed the viper, then took out a spirit pill and fed it to the white mouse with a smile. The muddle-headed white mouse's injuries were healed, and with the help of the pill, it gradually developed a trace of intelligence in the future. Then, light and shadow flickered, and the old man clashed with dozens of hazy figures in front of an unusually magnificent palace. Those figures waved their hands at the same time, causing the void to collapse. The old man was smashed to pieces by the joint attack of these people, and his soul was gone. Only a tiny particle of his soul escaped into the transmigration, plunging into the endless cycle of transmigration. Seeing this, Bodhisattva Kitagarbha was so angry that he coughed up blood. He slapped himself hard in the face. Wuxia closed his muddle-headed eyes, and when he opened them again, there was a very strange gleam in them. He nodded to Kitagarbha with a smile and said, "Thank you for awakening the memory of my previous life, fellow Taoist." After pondering for a moment, Wuxia shook his head and said, "Old man Yuanling? This Taoist name seems to be a minor character. No wonder he was killed by those people." With a strange laugh, a vast and unpredictable primordial aura as vast and unpredictable as that of Ao Buzin slowly drifted out of Wuqi's body. Chapter 846. Wuxia raised his eyes slightly and glanced at these bodhisattvas and arhats. He sneered and said, "You're just a bunch of ants who haven't even stepped into the realm of Tao reasoning. How dare you attack me? Wait, no. How dare you attack me? Don't let your previous life's personality affect this life." The few elders who created the cultivation techniques and laid the foundation of the Buddhist League were all chaos fiend gods. Before long, Kitagarbha also felt the change in his body. He hissed angrily, pointed at Ao Buzin, and howled, "You're the mighty Arco Zulong. How can your divine ability be so despicable and shameless? Alas, I can't believe I'm such a person." Wuxia murmured in a low voice, Interesting. It's completely different from my current character. I'd better keep my current character. I'd better not inherit the character of an unlucky guy who was beaten to death by so many people. How wonderful. Old man Yuan Ling is actually proficient in the art of artifact refinement. The art of alchemy is also the best among chaos fiend gods. Haha, this is wonderful. It's a perfect match with the myriad harmonization grand magic. It's actually the heaven refining grand magic, which can refine everything in the world and obtain supreme treasures. Haha, I can't believe you can even use your own fleshly body as an artifact and finally reach the level of indestructibility. His aura was vast like a boundless ocean, ancient and filled with the unique primitive aura of the chaos. Kitagarbha had once sensed this aura from several secluded elders of the Buddhist League when he followed Great Buddha Vairocana to visit them. The details were different, but the aura was the same. Using the myriad spirit cauldron as the foundation, the Wahuang clan, who transfused souls into human bodies, was also a chaos fiend god. With a flick of his sleeve, Wuxia threw it at Kitagarbha again. The Xianxia's combat prowess collapsed in an instant, but the most miserable one was Bodhisattva Kitagarbha, who was spat out by Ao Buzin. The liquid Ao Buzin spat out sprayed all over Kitagarbha's face. Caught unprepared, he even swallowed a large amount of the black liquid. Kitagarbha turned pale with fright. He mobilized the true flame in his body to refine the black liquid. But as soon as the flame appeared, the black liquid immediately turned into a rich aroma that filled his internal organs. No matter how he burned it, he could not dispel it. Ao Buzin laughed strangely, then cried out triumphantly, "Despicable? If your mother wasn't a slut, how would she have you?" Ao Buzin, who had interpreted the word shameless and dirty to a level close to the realm of the heavenly Tao, laughed wildly. With a wave of his dragon claw, he went straight to Kitagarbha's crotch and cried out, "Watch Lao Tzu pick the peach." Wonderful! With a flick of his sleeve, a few faint threads of light outlined a mysterious rune on the cuff. The eyes of the 799 bodhisattvas and 108,000 arhats were suddenly thrown into confusion. Their bodies went limp, and they were all pulled into Wuqi's sleeve. After taking away these bodhisattvas and arhats, Wuxia smiled at Bodhisattva Kitagarbha and said, "Be good and come in as well." The black water he spat out was an extremely dirty divine ability he had comprehended in his previous life. If a male creature smelled the sweet aroma in the water, it would lose the ability to reproduce, and if a female creature smelled it, it would be aroused and would devote itself to the business of reproduction. There were 9 dragon claws under the dragon's abdomen, and each of them had 9 claws. Clearly, this was the true form of Arco Zulong in his previous life. After the memory of his previous life was awakened by the infinite transmigration formation, Ao Buzin communicated with his previous life with a great divine ability. Although he could not restore the infinite divine ability of his previous life, he had pushed his fleshly body to a level no different from the perfect dragon body of his previous life in a flash. Well, I can retire the true body of heaven and earth scripture and the dragon transformation script now. The fleshly body of Yuan Ling can be ranked in the top 3 among all chaotic fiend gods, while Pangu's is only ranked 9th. Wonderful! With the heaven refining grand magic, I can use the true body of heaven and earth scripture and the dragon transformation script to fool others. Ao Buzin and Kitagarbha tangled together. Ao Buzin's mouth was full of obscenities, from Kitagarbha's ancestors to his impossible daughters and granddaughters. Ao Buzin cursed hundreds of generations of female members of Kitagarbha's clan. Kitagarbha just silently waved the water whip and fought with Ao Buzin. His hands kept changing incantation gestures, and beams of light kept flashing across his face, as if some seal in his body was gradually being unlocked. These Buddhist bodhisattvas had stayed in the netherworld for so many years. Their golden bodies were not only attacked by karma, but also assimilated by the evil and filthy water of the Yellow Spring. In the end, they simply refined their golden bodies and the water of the Yellow Spring into one, so that their fleshly bodies would not die until the Yellow Spring dried up. That was why Ao Buzin had cut 3 men in half, and Catfish had smashed the heads of more than a dozen men, but they could recover immediately by absorbing some water from the Yellow Spring. The few legendary figures who established the foundation of the Tao League were chaos fiend gods. Billowing black water swept across heaven and earth. Apart from Bodhisattva Kitagarbha, the first to suffer were the countless Yikshaws of the Yellow Spring. With pale faces, the male Yikshaws reached out their hands to touch their nether regions. After smelling the subtle fragrance, their nether regions began to shrink rapidly and turn cold. Before long, their family jewels were as cold as ice. Kitagarbha's face turned blue with anger. Ignoring the bizarre changes in his body, he clenched his teeth, chanted the name of Buddha, and used the Buddhist divine ability to subdue demons to fight with Ao Buzin. With a sway of his body, Kitagarbha's body swelled to hundreds of miles tall and transformed into the Dharma idol with 6 heads and 18 arms. The boundless water of the Yellow Spring rolled up and turned into dozens of water whips that lashed at Ao Buzin. The great Saint Pangu, who had established the Pangu world and allowed so many living beings to thrive, was a chaos fiend god. Fisk, why are you so vengeful? Do you still remember your enemies from your previous life? Well, you and I are the same person. If I meet them, I'll definitely hurt them a few times, provided that I can defeat them. Yuan Ling's nether realm, the cave abode where he used to cultivate. I'll go there and have a look someday. The great Saint Pangu was also an almighty being born in the primordial chaos. Inspired by the heavenly Tao, he abandoned himself to create a new world in the primordial chaos for all living beings to live in. The Wahuan clan owned the myriad spirit cauldron, from which the souls of all living beings in the world were produced. She possessed an immeasurable amount of virtues, and she was the one with the greatest virtues in the universe. As for the few old men behind the Tao League and the Buddhist League, they had existed since the chaos was created, and they had infinite power and magic power. After obtaining the memories of the divine abilities from his previous life, although Wuxia's magic power had not been substantially improved, his attainment had reached an incredible level. With his current level of attainment, he could even destroy the bodhisattva in front of him with the power of a nascent soul cultivator. Not to mention that he had the overall strength of an 8th-tier primordial immortal. Kitagarbha swallowed with difficulty. Having cultivated in the netherworld for countless years and seen many incredible things, when he suddenly sensed the aura emanating from Wuxia, he could not help but have the impulse to turn around and flee, abandoning the foundation of the Buddhist League and the netherworld. Seeing Ao Buzin spit out the sinister thing called the sun-chopping, scorching dragon incense, Wuxia hurriedly shielded himself and Catfish, then focused on watching the show. Over the course of countless eons, countless Chaos Fiend gods had fallen. Few people in this world remember the name of Chaos Fiend God, and very few had the luck to deal with them. Even so, those who were aware of the might of the former Chaos Fiend deities would know that every single one of them possessed unimaginable power. They were not existences that present-day cultivators could hope to fight against. Wuxia reacted very quickly. He waved a stream of chaotic energy to wrap himself and Catfish up, then turned to Ao Buzin and scolded him with a smile. Wuxia was rapidly awakening the memories of his previous life, and countless information was pouring into his mind. He naturally knew what Ao Buzin was spitting out. In those days, Arko Zulong was notorious among the Chaos Fiend gods, and he had even caused thousands of male primordial fiend gods to besiege and annihilate Arko Zulong. In Wuxi's previous life, Yuan Ling had also joined in the action. He had even secretly ripped dozens of dragon scales from Arko Zulong's body and refined them into an innate spirit artifact. Amidst their murmurs, the many bodhisattvas and arhats on the periphery roared and charged at Wuxia. There was only one kind of existence who could have such an aura, an innate being born in the primordial chaos before the great Saint Pangu created the world, which was also the so-called Chaos Fiend gods by today's immortals, Buddhas, and many other living beings. But before he could put his impulse to flee into action, Ao Buzin had already made a decision for him. With a deafening dragon roar, 1,000-mile-long, pitch-black, 9-clawed divine dragon wrapped in a thick black mist appeared in midair. With a twist of his body, he came in front of Bodhisattva Kitagarbha, opened his mouth, and sprayed out a stream of black water that came with a faint, slippery aroma. Even though in his previous life, Wuxia was just an unlucky fellow who was attacked by dozens of Chaos Fiend gods and fell into the transmigration, and even though he only had the cultivation base of an 8th-tier primordial immortal now, as long as he had the divine abilities of his previous life and could use a little of his magic power, any Buddha or primordial immortal would be as weak as paper in front of him and could not withstand even a light blow from him. The female Yiksha's, on the other hand, had their eyes spitting fire as they pounced on the male Yiksha's beside them, throwing them into the Yellow Springs Ocean without any regard for the consequences. For a moment, the outer formation of the infinite transmigration shattered with a boom, and the Yikshas were entangled in a mess. The male Yikshas roared and screamed in panic, while the female Yikshas let out a cry like a cat on a spring night, hugging the male Yikshas and refusing to let go. The primordial aura emanating from Wuxi's body grew stronger and stronger, and his eyes grew brighter and deeper. Gradually, his eyeballs could no longer be seen in his eye sockets, leaving only two masses of dark mist that emanated a bizarre power that could suck away one's soul like black holes. Bodhisattva Kitagarbha's legs were trembling. At that moment, he really had the impulse to leave everything behind and flee. At this moment, Kitagarbha had unleashed the monstrous water of the Yellow Spring to fight Ao Buzin. Dozens of water whips larger than Ao Buzin swept across the sky, forcing Ao Buzin to dodge and not daring to touch the water. No matter how filthy and obscene Ao Buzin was, he did not dare to be careless in the face of the filthy and evil water of the Yellow Spring. Even though his dragon body was not afraid of the water, It was like a living man would not jump into a cesspool for no reason. It had nothing to do with his strength, but his obsession with cleanliness. Chapter 847. As he spread his sleeve, it was as if the whole world was enveloped by it. A few mysterious talismans outlined by silver threads flickered at the cuff, each of which seemed to contain the infinite mysteries of heaven and earth and the universe. A great suction force came from his sleeve, which was as dark as a black hole. With a sway of his body, Bodhisattva Kitagarbha was about to fly into the sleeve. Wuxia had only used the immortal energy of a 36-tier heaven immortal for this move. After inheriting the memories of his previous life, Wuxia's cultivation base had reached an incredible and unpredictable level. Even though he had not mastered all the knowledge of his previous life, his cultivation base had broken through the realm of primordial immortals and reached the realm of Tao breaking, which was higher than the realm of primordial immortals. A person with a low cultivation base was like killing a person. A person with a low cultivation base was like a child. Even if they held a divine weapon, they would not be able to kill the enemy effectively. However, a person with a high cultivation base was like a well-trained killer. Even an embroidery needle could kill a person silently. At this moment, Bodhisattva Kitagarbha was the toddler, and Wuxia was the killer. With the immortal energy of a 36-tier heaven immortal, he could still make Kitagarbha gasp for breath. With a flick of his sleeve, Wuxia said lightly, "The matter here is over. Let's send Yu Ji and the others into transmigration first." Before his voice had died away, a gray Buddhist light suddenly flashed across Kitagarbha's face. An obscure, profound, and unfathomable wave of Buddhist power surged out, knocking Wuxia's sleeve back and almost covering Wuxia's head. Kitagarbha put his palms together and cried out in a deep voice, "The Buddhist League is vast, and the sea of Dharma is boundless." As he roared, a series of muffled sounds of iron rings breaking rang out of his body, and a terrible Buddhist power, which made Wuxia and Ao Buzin pale at the same time, poured out of Kitagarbha's body. It was as if the banks of the Yellow River had burst, as if the Milky Way was flowing backwards, as if all the gods in the universe had gone mad. The Milky Way in the sky was torn apart, and the stars in the Milky Way came crashing down to the mortal world. The enormous and unbelievably long Buddhist power transformed into a lofty mountain and spread out in all directions. Before Wuxia, Ao Buzin, and Catfish Flood Dragon could react, they were all thrown away by the force. Wuxia was the first to bear the brunt of this magical power, and his body flew backward uncontrollably. The quality of this magical power was not very high. Even the essence of the magical power of a peak-level gold immortal could not hurt Wuxia. But the amount of this magical power was so great that it rolled up Wuxia and pushed him backward like a torrent. Wuxia tried to stabilize his body with 18 restrictive spells, but the gray magical power came whistling over. Wuxia was thrown tens of thousands of miles away in a whirl, unable to stop the momentum of his retreat. Ao Buzin gave a long roar. One of his dragon whiskers flew out and rolled up Catfish Flood Dragon, and then his huge body was thrown away by the magical power. His scales crackled as they slid swiftly like oars. Their sharp edges cut through the torrents of magical power around them, allowing Ao Buzin to swim freely in the violent turbulence. But the magical power rushing out of Kitagarbha's body was too great. Even though Ao Buzin's scales had the power to break the magical power, he still could not control his body well. Kitagarbha put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha in a low voice. His body had returned to its 60-feet-long golden form, shrouded in the red lotus karmic fire. The flames shooting out of his eyes shot straight at Wuxia, burning Wuxia's body and causing him severe pain. The bright and clear flame of the Buddha burned Wuxia's skin and went straight into the depths of his skin. Although his skin and muscles were fine, wherever the flame passed, the vitality of Wuxi's skin was rapidly draining away. Soon, his skin became withered like ashes after the firewood had been burned out. Buddhist power, which was almost tangible, hovered around Kitagarbha, turning into 42 wheels of the Buddhist League that glowed with a gray light and kept spinning. As they spun, they produced a deep rumble that sounded like rumbling thunder. An enormous pressure swept out in all directions, suppressing Wuxi so much that he could not even circulate his magical power. Wuxi looked at Kitagarbha in horror. He was still a peak-level gold immortal with the cultivation base of a bodhisattva, and the essence of his magical power had not improved to the level that a Tao reasoning expert should have. If the essence of a Tao realm expert's magical power was a diamond, then the essence of a peak-level gold immortal's magical power was an ordinary lump of mud. When the soft and crisp mud collided with the diamond could easily break the mud and crush it. But when a number of mud reached an abnormal level, it was extremely difficult for a small diamond to break the mud. The essence of Kitagarbha's magical power was still that of a gold immortal, but the amount of his magical power was simply appalling. As an 8th-tier primordial immortal, Wuxi's total magical power was more than 100,000 times that of an ordinary peak-level gold immortal, but Kitagarbha's total magical power was millions of times more than Wuxi's. Compared with Kitagarbha, Wuxi's magical power was a stream, while Kitagarbha's was an ocean. He had an overwhelming advantage in magical power. A freak! Wuxi and Ao Buzin cried out in unison. Stealing and refining indeed complements each other. Wonderful beyond words. Wuxi had turned into 2 balls of pure black that kept spinning. A faint gleam shone in his deep eyes as his divine sense enveloped Kitagarbha. Suddenly, he crooked his finger and cried out, "Bodhisattva Kitagarbha, you are controlling your magic power with your Buddha heart cultivation base, aren't you? Buddha heart consciousness, return now." As he crooked his finger, Kitagarbha suddenly let out a miserable howl. A beam of spirit light shot out from between his brows and was swallowed by the 3-legged cauldron hovering over Wuxi's head. Purple smoke rose from the cauldron, and a strange aroma filled the air. Before long, a loud bell rang out, and a fist-sized, pure white pearl slowly flew out of the cauldron, giving off a faint aroma of ambergris. Wuxi grabbed the pearl and threw it to Xianxia. Ao Buzin laughed wildly in both horror and joy, then swallowed the pearl. He looked at Wuxi in a flattering manner and cried out, "Master, you're amazing. I can't believe you can even refine this bald donkey's Buddha heart into a pill." All of a sudden, Ao Buzin screamed in horror, "Damn it! How can something like the Buddha heart be extracted? How is that possible? It's the source of the divine power that bald donkeys of the Buddhist League have cultivated for countless reincarnations." Amidst Ao Buzin's screams, Bodhisattva Kitagarbha also let out a strange cry of horror. He still remembered countless Buddhist scriptures, divine cultivation techniques, and mystic arts, but he suddenly forgot what they meant. It was like a scholar suddenly forgetting all his knowledge in front of the emperor in the great hall of the palace examination. He still remembered everything, and he could still recite all the scriptures backwards, but he had completely forgotten what they meant and all the knowledge that extended from them. The 42 Buddhist wheels around Kitagarbha disintegrated with a boom. Although they were the magic power he had cultivated painstakingly, he could no longer control them now. They were right next to him, and he could sense their existence, but he had forgotten how to control them and how to use them to exert a terrible power that was comparable to that of a Buddha. Wuxi burst out laughing and said in a low voice, "That's a good gain." He pointed a finger at the cauldron over his head. A loud rumbling noise rang out as the enormous magic power around Kitagarbha turned into a torrent and poured into the cauldron. Before long, all of Kitagarbha's magic power was absorbed by Wuxi. Staring blankly at Wuxia, Kitagarbha snapped, You're an evildoer. Wuxia shrugged and said to Kitagarbha with a serious smile, You're right, I also think I'm quite an evildoer now. The combination of the scripture of Tao and heaven refining grand magic is simply too monstrous. If I had the scroll of stealing in my previous life, how could I have fallen? With a flick of his sleeve, Wuxia put Kitagarbha into his sleeve, and then, with a flick of his finger, the mountains that stretched for millions of miles around the 6 paths of reincarnation collapsed with a boom, and all the Buddhist gardens on the mountains were turned to dust. As his fingers streaked across the void, Wuxia tore open the Buddhist kingdom in Kitagarbha's palm and took out the souls of the 3 women. Then Wuxia opened his mouth and spat out Xianxia, who was in a daze. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.